Welcome to the budget workshop for August 5th, 2026. This time I'd like to get Commissioner Fleming to do the invocation and Commissioner Mobley to do the pledge. If you'll all stand, please.
Okay, let us pray. Our Father, we come this morning because we need you. We need you for help, understanding with the budget. Help us to do the will of the county. Watch over, protect us. For we love you, we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we get started, I just want to say it ain't personal. It just ain't personal. It's business, it's numbers, it's money, and that's the way it is. So at the end of the day, I hope we can all walk out of here and still be friends, but it's just money and it ain't personal. I just want you to know that. Item number 1, Supervisor of Elections.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's not personal.
That's right.
What you got?
Well, a while back you hired an extra person, and you told me somebody was going to be retiring. That's why you were hiring that position. Mm-hmm. We still got the same number of people over there, so I'm just asking.
We do. Tina has joined DROP. She told me she'll go when the Lord tells her it's time to go. But she is in DROP. But I'm not going to I can't hire somebody as soon as somebody leaves. I need them there beforehand. We only have elections every other year. And until you go through, we've already done 2 elections this year. We're fixing to have our 3rd. Until you go through elections, you don't know, you can't understand it. You don't know what to do. So we need the training. So I can't wait till Tina retires, whenever that is, and then hire somebody that day. They need the training. They need the election work. So,
I mean, that I think was 2 years ago, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, well, DROP is 5 years, and now they've extended it to 8. So,
do I get that as a commissioner? Do I get dropped?
Yeah, you do.
No.
Oh, you don't? Yeah. If you're in the right plan, you get dropped.
You don't get. No.
I'm dropping.
Depends on how bad you want to drop out.
Yeah.
Questions, board? Anybody got any questions on Jennifer's budget?
One question, Ms. Kinsey. The employee that's in DROP, they just entered, so you're looking at potentially 5.
She entered last year.
They got to work. They mandatory 8 or
no. It's once you join DROP, you can drop out any time. So she can work. They changed it to 8 years. It was 5. I don't see her staying. I don't see Tina staying that long.
I was just for clarification, the overlap on your the 2 employees, one that's trained and one that's in DROP. I mean, we're talking about potentially another 2, 3.
Yeah, could be. It could be. Yeah.
But mandatory, they got to retire at 8. Is that right?
Yeah, they cannot stay past the 8. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think she'll make it that long though. She's got a grandbaby she's ready.
I understand.
Yeah. She's waiting on the Lord to tell her. So.
Anybody else?
Want me to stop by and mention it?
Huh?
Want me to stop by and mention it?
She's not there.
Okay.
You can. She's not there. Yeah.
No, I'm picking on you. No.
Yeah.
I just update on any of the machineries and things. I know we talked about some stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to get y'all a letter. I was waiting to get through all this first.
Okay.
We do have to update our new voting equipment within the next 4 elections, so that'd be 2 years, 4 years, I mean. I've already started doing that. There's 6,000, it's just over 6,000 for one machine. And I was going to send y'all a letter asking if last year's money and this year's money to pay back is right at 30,000 for the 2 years. I know y'all y'all have another account for like building stuff for each office, building fund. I was just going to send a letter and ask y'all if I could put half in our machinery account and half in that building fund to help us get new equipment. I'm trying to purchase a little bit each year. I've ordered 5 for this year, so I'm trying to get a little bit each year. We'll need about 15 to 16 machines. So I'll be sending y'all that in the next couple of weeks to see if we could do that, just kind of half the money.
Well, there's a voting equipment fund.
That's why I want to put half in there.
Well, there's 54,000, is it right?
No, there's
No,
like,
it's-
I think 14,000, I think.
Yeah, it's not about close to 15.
Well, there
or
was
something.
current was $54,300 and something dollars.
No, that's not that much in there now. Do you have that, Nina?
Yeah, we got the
14,000, yeah.
14,767 for next year.
But is there any money in that fund now?
The 14,000, yeah.
Right, the 14,000.
Okay.
And that's, I was just going to ask, whatever y'all want to do is fine. We'll deal with it. We got a few years to get them, so.
Mr. Chairman, so you got roughly 30,000, you think, from this past year's budget that we?
No, 11,000 for the last year, for the year before, and then they said it was 30,000 for both of them.
Okay.
So,
that
the
in
2
the
years.
end of September, you should have about 30,000.
yeah, to get back, yeah. Yeah.
And you want,
And I was going to see if we could put half in the machinery fund
so
and
15 in the
half in
machinery
the, yeah,
and half in building?
yeah. Because the 15,000 will get us right at 5 machines, almost.
Well, I thought we were going back to paper ballots.
Honestly, it'd be a lot easier than all these equipment. Yeah. It was simpler back in the day. When I first started, it was real simple. But
And for the building fund, is that for a new couch or what?
am I on record?
Yes, I'm one of
It is getting kind of worn. Yeah. That was actually Tina's old couch she gave us.
Hey, all right. Anything else, y'all?
That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Told you it wasn't personal.
Yeah. I'll see you next. I'll see you at
Next, we got clerk's office, Mr. Baker. And for y'all that's looking, that's tab 47.
It makes me a little nervous whenever Franklin said it ain't personal, but he's looking at me whenever he said it. So.
I even got a red highlighter, so when I mark it, it just goes away.
All right, with ours, if you like, it's where we can start with our technology. Prior year was 480. Prior year was 465, 487. This year is 482, 406. It's where that was figuring in the 50 cent plus the 1% plus the insurance. The 45,000 has stayed the same. We've been at that for the last few years. Also had that with the other constitutional officers also. Because we had got with Jason, he said that the insurance had gone down. We adjusted ours down by 2,000 for that. So it'll be 2,000 less than what you're seeing. On the next page, which is this page here, if you look at that part, which may be the front copy of what you have. Most everything that we have is the salaries and insurance. If you look at recording, you see that our projected revenue is about 200,000. It's where that with property sales down and also with your refinance of mortgages down, it's where that our number is conservative in trying to be there. We just didn't know where the market was going to lead. It seems like it may be trending a little higher, so we wanted to be conservative, but if there's more that comes in, then it comes back to you as a board.
So just to be clear for the public, you're projecting 200,000 less in revenue.
No, I'm projecting that we're going to bring in 200,000.
200,000 more, okay.
Yeah. It'll be 200,000 is what we anticipate bringing in for the recording department.
I got you.
And that's with the passports, that's with all the other records that
But
we
no
do.
guarantee.
Correct. The Article 5 expense funding, you'll see that is, we went down 5,500 with that, and that's because we went to the different phone system that Miss Vicki and her team were able to bring about, and so it was a reduction in about 5,500 for that. The court personnel performing as board-related activities, you see that one's up a little bit. It's where Eric and Logan had been trying to do the code enforcement hearings. It's where they're being very stretched. There for a long time, we were doing code enforcement hearings every week, and it was all day, and then it takes some extra time as well. So we were trying to bring in a couple of our college kids to help out with that, and so we have a 15% increase in the number of hours that they were working to try and help address some of that. So that was the reason for that, as well as the salary increases and the insurance.
I didn't.
And then,
Logan's always got spare time. What are you talking about?
yeah, she's been running pretty heavy here lately, and so has Eric. And then board finance, you'll see it down there. So most of ours, you'll see, is where we are reducing ours by $9,000 because of the lowering of the insurance. So the numbers that you see there, it came to $73,247, and so it wound up being $64,247. That's what we're going to reduce ours down to.
Any questions, board? Anybody? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Property Appraiser's Office, Mr. Gamble. Tab 49, you guys.
Mr. Chairman, Board,
Morning.
Mr. Flynn.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I ain't seen you sitting there in a while. First time I've been here since you've been sworn back in. So overall, our budget went down. Speaking with Barry in the back, on here it says 15,000, but the insurance went down, so I guess you can add about another 6 to that. When I was going through the budget, we actually decreased it probably 150,000, but with other things going up, contracts and insurance, retirement, salaries, a lot of those cuts got cut out, but it still wound up with a reduction of about $20,000. Y'all have any questions on anything specific?
When you say the insurance went down, you talking about the health insurance?
The health insurance, from what I had it budgeted at, because I believe they said about $500 a person it went down, and I didn't have that number in here figured in. I had it figured in at the higher rate.
I don't think we've approved that yet, but
We have not. They had asked the other day the number we were looking at, so if we did do the 5% to the employees, it would reduce the county's, the 12.5 that we had originally budgeted for each position would drop down to about 12.
I don't know the details
If
on it.
it's
I just knew
approved.
the dollar amount.
so just for everybody, if you took that out of your budget, and depending on how the board votes, that may have to change, so.
Well, it's figured with it not coming out. If it comes out, that's about another $6,000.
Okay. Any questions, you guys?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all get them.
Thank you. Where'd my sheet go? Buried it. Sheriff's Office, Sam.
Morning, guys.
That's tab 48 for y'all that are looking. Good morning, Sam.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
First, want to introduce you a couple of fairly new employees. Kayla Valdez, she's my new finance director. I know Commissioner, the chairman has met her. And then Jen Hodges, she's my finance manager. We've hired her to help Ms. Kayla out, to kind of separation of duties and so forth, and then plus it kind of helps us out with the auditors in that finding that we need to have separation of duties. So we've got that took care of. I just want to introduce the two new employees here that's helping us out. Ms. Kayla, she's come from the Suwannee River Water Management and the Finance Department, and Jen come from the Building Department. So anyway, I just wanted to introduce y'all to them too, and new employees that's helping us out.
Welcome. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
First of all, when we first done our budget, or actually the book that you got is a 7.37% increase from last year. And then after a meeting, we was able to cut that down to 6.74% from last year. But I do want to kind of run over a couple of things. In our retirement, since we have a lot of special risk personnel in our department, which now this is not nothing that we can control. So our retirement from last year to this year went up to $513,000, and then as of right now, I know maybe we do some adjusting on the health insurance, but right now it's at $212,250, which is a total of $725,000 increase from last year. And as you know, the retirement and the insurance, I have no control over that. That's something there that's put upon us all. And we just gotta take it and go with it all. Can
I stop and ask you something right
Yes, sir.
there? On that retirement, you said it's special risk. So is dispatch, is animal control, everybody included in that?
No, sir. No. Just certified officers is special risk.
So in this budget, which part of this would come under that? The law enforcement, the corrections?
Law enforcement's correction, yes, sir.
And that was an increase
In court services also.
in court too?
Yes, sir.
And that was a 2% increase in the 2.55. Cool.
I budgeted for 95 total
95 people
employees at the higher rate.
at an average. Did you just use an average, or what'd you do on that?
Yes, sir.
When you figured that? And you just did a 2.55% increase.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Sam. I just want
So-
to clarify.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Commissioner Fleming.
how many high-risk employees do you have, Sheriff?
Now, 95 in special risk class and 35 in regular class, Mr. Clyde.
Okay.
But back to where I was saying on far as the increase and all, like I say, there's 725 of it is something there that's out of our control, something there that's put upon us, and we gotta basically eat it and all. So we're only asking for $276,000, $962 for increase from last year. And another thing that I just want to mention out is that on animal control, we're very fortunate to have quite a few donations to that department all, and we use that to help supplement on the animal dog food and cat food and so forth, which helps it out. Plus, we have trustees go down there to help, with cleaning the pens and so forth, so we don't have to have as many employees at the actual facility to take care of stuff. So that kind of helps out with the costs there on things. And also, we do have a little on our county jail. We do have a couple methods that we do generate some money right there. And I'm going to have Chief Williams kind of come up and speak to that about how what we've been doing with that and trying to save the taxpayers some money there. Chief.
We have two accounts within the jail, the Inmate Revenue Fund and the Inmate Welfare Fund. And what we've been able to do with some of that is we've needed improvements in our facility now for a while. So instead of passing the cost on to the board or the taxpayers, we've been able to save $140,000 through improvements with just those construction things. And what I mean by that is we've been able to put new flooring in there. And I talked to y'all last year about the tile in the bathrooms. We've been able to replace the tiles and all that in there too without us having to come to y'all to try to get that done. But even go a little further with that, we've been able to save some money on our medical through that Inmate Revenue Fund for those that are not covered for their dental work and some other stuff. So in essence, we've saved around $160,000 to the taxpayers from these inmate revenue funds and the inmate welfare funds. And we get those basically through commissary and phone services, et cetera. So I did ask a few questions. What kind of commissary percentages are we getting from the commissary company? 40%. I mean, that's pretty substantial when you look at that. And we rebargained that, about 5 years ago, and maybe we may need to look at that again. It's just according on where we are with that. And then on the phone system, y'all know that the FCC has controlled a lot of that and cut down a lot of that margin too. But those two accounts are accounts that can roll over to the following year, but they're very specific statutorily on how they can be spent. But I think that we've been very creative at the jail trying to produce some income and trying to save the taxpayers a few dollars as far as housing our inmates go. It's an ever-growing thing over there, but we're doing everything we can to try to help alleviate some of that as well.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
But anyway, basically that's our increase, and that's why some of it is increased as much as it has, basically because of the retirement and the insurance and all. I do want to have Vicki with our IT department come up here, and she's got some items there that we're going to have to kind of update and upgrade. If you let Vicki come on up here and let you kind of tell her some of the stuff that we're lacking on that department there.
Now, is this the stuff that's in the additional ask in the budget? Is that what we're talking about?
Right. Yes.
Yes, sir. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
We in IT had kind of sat around and decided how we could kind of cut some of these funds. As y'all know, the clerk and the sheriff have really big, what I consider a cluster. It holds all of the servers virtually inside. And they're running for 4 years now. Haven't shut down except for whenever the power might go out. So we need to replace those. But we're going to extend it another year, or we would be asking for about $250,000 to replace that. What we want to do is we want to be able to upgrade just the operating system, stay current with what Microsoft or anything needs. And we also would like to take them from their G3 suite, that's their email system that we took everybody to G5 last year. And we had to hold off on the sheriff due to funding. So that's the only two things that we're going to be asking for this year.
Is that the $250,000 ask that I see here?
That's going to go by the wayside, and we're going to be asking for the G3, which is going to be around 65. And we need to upgrade their operating system. That's going to be around 27.
85, roughly, is what we're
So
talking about?
we're doing our best to try to bring things down. Talked with Brother Barry about some of the things that we could do to help out in our department. And we can extend those warranties on those big clusters. I already spoke with our rep with Dell, and so I think we will be all right there. And that's probably only going to push us maybe about $15,000 next year.
So just so I'm clear, the ask under the additional here was for $250,000. You're saying $85,000 now.
Correct. We're going to change that. I got with Keith about the clerk's side. I just hadn't discussed it with the sheriff yet. I kind of gave him an email and sent him the new numbers, but
any questions for Ms. Vicki?
that list that we have in there, that's what we're going to definitely need for him.
Okay.
Now, I don't know, did y'all put your PCs and everything in your own budget? Okay, so then I'm good to go. I don't have to freak out now. I can keep these boys on the road.
Well, when we get to that additional list, we'll cover that when we get to it. I just needed to clarify.
Correct.
So when we get back to it, we
No
will
problem.
discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so that's actually 92,000 instead of 85.
I'm sorry, I was probably.
65,000.
That's what happens when you get me to do math in my head. So how much is it, Keith?
92,000.
92,000? Okay. Clarify that, 92,000, y'all. See, the chairman works negative, so that's how that works.
He's trying to get her to do it for 85.
That's negotiating.
That's right.
But other than gave you the increase and why the increase was and so forth, and is there any further questions on anything else on this?
Well, I got several I want to ask. Regular wages went up 17.4%. I'm looking under dispatch. So did we give them a raise? Why is that way above the 2% or 2.5% that's covered by the county?
Okay. The reason, let me get to that. What we've done there, Commissioner, or Chairman, is that, you know, as you know, well, we've talked about this every year, that our dispatchers are way underpaid, you know, so we're trying to get them up to basically our surrounding counties, you know. Other than Lafayette County, I think we're the lowest paid county here in the Third Circuit and all. So we have increased theirs more than the 1% and 50 cents an hour to try to get them up to what, $17 an hour? Is that right? Yeah, $17 an hour. And the reason for that is to get good employees, and once we're getting good employees, to keep them there, you know, for us to keep working.
Well, am I mistaken, or did Jennifer, didn't you give some money out of 911 to go to dispatch? So is that included in here, or how does that work in y'all's budget?
So far with this fiscal year, it has not been done yet. I plan to do that before October.
But what I'm saying is you're asking for a 17.41% increase in this budget.
Correct. I'm going to
Did you take out what she is given for those raises?
That specifically, I did not take it out. No.
And that's how much?
$50,000.
$50,000.
I got handed this with 3 days to prepare it. So.
I understand. Like I said,
I've
it
done
ain't
a lot of
nothing
research
personal.
since then.
It's just numbers.
Yes, sir.
Just numbers. And then, so the retirement, you might want to just keep standing
I'll
there.
stand up.
The retirement contributions was a 2 point what?
5.5.
Well, I'm just still under dispatch. I guess that's because of the raises at 7.82% higher.
Yes, sir.
Is because of the raises and
I line item each individual employee at the rate, the new rate that was given to us. So that is, you know, a really accurate number.
but dispatch is not included in that high risk, is it? On the retirement?
No. They are civilians, correct. We have a couple of incentives for the dispatchers. As soon as they hit their certification, they get $1,000. So that's also budgeted.
Okay. Professional services, I'm still under dispatch.
Okay.
Well, it's not, I mean, it went from 2,000 to 11,000.
And I've adjusted that since. We got a better rate with the LifeScan that you guys asked us to add to the
Okay.
budget. I did reevaluate the cost of LifeScan. Instead of a $600 per employee, I reduced it to $400 per employee. So
What do we do with a different company, Chairman, to get a lower rate for us on that?
Okay. And then under law enforcement, retirement contributions went up 43.25% by my book.
So that's at $500,000. So it was 1.18 to 1.69. It's 500,000.
On the 95 employees, or I guess
There's
it's broke
63
out.
there.
Yeah.
63 sworn for law enforcement.
And professional services, again, that line went up 70%.
So we reduced that again for law enforcement.
That's the same thing, the $200 per
Correct.
person?
Correct. And I have that new total for LifeScan overall.
Let me just back up here a minute. And are we working off the same number here that I'm looking at?
I don't think so. I'm confused.
Well, I am too, so I want to clarify. My book says you're asking for $966,843 is what I have.
That's the bottom line, yes, sir.
So when you said you've taken all that out, that was done previous to this?
After.
After? So what are we looking at the number now?
The top line, so this is the, do you have the new?
Yeah, this is the new one here. On our,
This is a request from the board.
So the top line for fund totals, or are we asking about the, after the,
I just want to know how much you're asking from the board for your budget.
yeah, right
we
here.
were at 15,980, 988.
Yeah, and that included a lot of I had 15,980,000 as the top line.
Correct.
And then 14, I'm assuming this is the board ask, is 14,966,000.
Yes, sir.
So you said you reduced some stuff. Is that still the ask or is it less?
It's less.
What is it now?
14,872,524.
Very good.
What happened, Chairman, is that, when after our meeting, y'all, said, hey, can you go in there and do some cutting? So that's where we cut. And so I don't think you have these
I don't.
final
I don't think
numbers
we
here.
have the updated one.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I was asking, just
Yes,
so
sir.
we're
Yes,
all on the same page.
Your number was again 14 million.
872,522.
524.
524, sir.
But
That's a
this
$2
is-
tip
But
for
this
us.
is after all the deductions. This
That's
one
the
here.
new ask, correct.
Okay. But
Mr.
now,
Chair- Mr. Chair- That's a 94. You cut out $94,319.
Yes, sir, with the insurance that I did not account for to begin with.
Okay.
So we looked at some better actuals and we accounted for the increase in insurance.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Land.
Kayla, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Kayla, I guess that's where I was confused. I think the chairman was too, because some of those numbers, when you're saying you reduced them, we didn't have that.
Yes, sir.
But I will commend y'all on the way you've done this year.
Thank you.
It matches what we get from everybody else versus in previous years, we kind of got
I like this
it
better.
it was not near as detailed and it's very hard for us to follow. So I have a lot less questions this year because of this
Awesome.
format. It's all there.
Glad to hear that.
but Commissioner Land, also, but after you take away the FDLE, the 911 funding, and Branford and the school, it drops down to 14,399. And like I say, and then from what the original one that you had was the 7.3% increase, and after everything is shook out and all the FDLE and 911 money and so forth, and then plus what we cut, dropped down to the 6.57%.
What was the ask again? 14 million what?
14,399.
So that would be the board ask. Am I right on that? Is that what we're saying?
The board ask would be the 15.
Well, with the 15.
Well, I mean, but you got to take
Right,
out
right.
everything.
Yeah, yes.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying to get down to a bottom number
Yeah,
that this board
bottom
is-
number is 14,399. Yes, sir.
that
Yes,
we
sir.
got to write a check for. That's
Yes,
what I'm
sir. Yes,
interested
sir.
in.
Yes, sir. After you get refunded on all the stuff.
So that's a 6.what% increase?
6.57. No, 6.57.
Is
Now
everybody
that
clear on
may
that?
that may decrease now because of the insurance now, because I know y'all talked about
The employee
insurance
contribution.
about it coming down, so this probably will come down some more once we finalize the insurance.
Just for clarity, that's 14,872,524 that you're requesting from the board?
After.
What I got is 14,399,000.
Yeah.
524. 524.
13 what?
399, 524.
524. Okay.
Okay.
I'm understanding.
This is the check they give us every month.
524.
So we done covered the retirement. I was just going to go on over to law enforcement, professional service. We done discussed that. Operating supplies. What's in that? I mean, what is that?
Everything. So really, I want to get a more detailed line item budgeting process that I use. We want to really separate out fuel for us. That's a really big hit to us. So next year, I do want to have a fuel line item. And then for the jail, we have the inmate meals that are included. It's about $6,000 a week that we pay for inmate meals, 3 meals a day, certain restrictions. That includes the dietitian, all the things. So specifically for law enforcement, our operating expenses do include uniforms as well.
So that's fuel, everything
Yes.
other than what's line itemed out here,
Yes, sir.
is what I'm assuming.
And then repairs is a big hit for us as well.
But that's included in the operating
It
supply.
is not. We separated that out, 4,600 repair and maintenance. And that's a little low, to be completely honest.
And the machineries and equipment line, I'm looking under law enforcement.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Under machinery and equipment, what is that, cars, trucks?
Yeah.
It is.
Anything over, mostly the vehicles, yes, sir,
Yeah.
and equipment, but anything over $1,000, yes, sir.
So just to speak on that, we have 25 units right now with over 100,000 miles, and then we have 6 units over 150,000 miles. So repair costs for this year, we actually blew last year's budget out quite a bit.
So what are we looking at as far as replacement? Are we leasing? What are we doing there?
No, we tried that lease program. It just really didn't work out for us and all. So we buy them outright. And then, like I say, we try to get every mile we can out of them, Chairman. The problem that we have, obviously, is the more miles you put on there, the more repairs you have to have. So we're a little behind on replacements of them, but we're trying the best we can to keep them as long as we can, and replace them as often as we can. We're a little bit behind, but we're doing the best we can.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land.
Sheriff, do y'all have some type of program where you're switching out a certain amount of cars, like every 6 years you're just trading them? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is to reduce those repairs so you're not hit with that 150,000 mile vehicle. I mean, you're gambling. So we're going to try to get one more year out of it. Well, then it ends up blowing a motor, and you're like, man, I should have traded it. What kind of program do y'all have in place where you say every year we're switching out 8 vehicles, no matter what, what's the system?
Yeah, it has been around eight vehicles per year. As you know, the vehicles they went up in price, and equipment went up in price, and also that's kind of dropped down some. But I might get Sean to mention a new program we have to kind of help show or help us keep track of the vehicles and so forth. I'm going to what do you want?
I'll take it.
Yeah, I just think that if y'all have a program, and you may speak to it, but some type of automatic renewal, no matter what, there's 10 vehicles that we're trading, and we're going to.
We've been trying to buy 5 a year, Commissioner Land. We've been trying to replace 5 a year. In reality, that's still a little low for us. But what we're trying to do is like the sheriff said, we're trying to get every mile we can out of these vehicles. We've just put in a system from the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management that it's a plug and play. It gives alerts whenever whenever the oil changes are due, whenever the car's running longer than it should be running. We're trying everything we can do to save fuel. Y'all feel it in private lives as well as we do in our business. 3 or 4 months of $4 a gallon, it just disintegrates our budget. We are behind in vehicles just due to the basic cost of them. I go back to 2019. You could buy a truck for $21,000. Now they're $47,000, and it's $18,000 to equip one. But we tried to do 5 a year, Commissioner Land, and we really need to be doing more than that. But we're also trying to be mindful and get every mile that we can out of the vehicles we have, and trying to increase our odds with making sure we find a problem before it starts with the new systems that we have in the patrol cars now.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to hear. I think I would encourage you to. I mean, in other words, if you try to milk the cow too long, she's going to die on you, and then you end up losing money. So sometimes, if you come say, hey, this car's at $150,000 and it's working fine, we're not rolling the dice. Let's go ahead and trade it in and put this. I don't know what your policy is, but hopefully, y'all can start trying to get toward. You never come out ahead when you milk it till it dies.
And we've been realizing that for several years now, and we're getting to where we're putting motors in these things. Now, if we put a motor in it, we're going to continue to drive that 5-year-old car.
Yeah.
But y'all know what maintenance costs are right now. It's just absolutely through the roof. And with these hybrid vehicles, when you lose a battery out of it, it just blows your mind. Maintenance
is junk at that point, isn't it?
It is. But again, when you've got a car that's, we hit a tremendous amount of deer too. Yeah, and I don't know if you realize it, but a single headlight for a Ford Explorer is $2,500. And this is what we're dealing with. But we're doing the best we can, trying to conserve every dollar. But we are behind on vehicles, and we've been knowing that for a while. But we're trying to get caught up. We hope that we can buy 5. this year. It's according to where we're at.
Well, how's the F-150? We discussed this several years back. Y'all were buying some more F-150s, and they were bringing more when you went to sell them versus cars. You know, pretty much cars get zeroed out.
Yes, sir. It's still the same way. They perform better at auction, which, you know, we auction the ones that we can. In fact, we've got some stuff that we need to auction now. And what we hope is we have enough to at least replace one vehicle that we don't have budgeted for, which would put us 6 new ones on the road instead of 5. So, but yeah, they do. They on average, the F-150s bring more money at auction time. The Chargers and all that, they just don't. Y'all know they just don't bring anything.
Costs more to haul it to the auction than it does you get out of it.
It absolutely does.
I mean, we get a lot better maintenance out of the pickup trucks too.
Well, that's what I was curious.
The Chargers, they hold up a lot better, you know, in the wear and tear.
I got a question, if you don't mind.
Commissioner Hill?
I got a question. I know it's going to offend some Ford owners in here, a bunch of Ford people. But honestly, is there anything you look at as to decide if you need to buy an F-150, a Ford product, or a GM product, or a
What we
Dodge
look at
product,
is
or what?
availability.
Is that what it comes down to?
Absolutely
I got you.
availability. I mean, we even, at one point in time, if we had to, we'd go back to a Dodge Charger. Of course, they don't make them anymore.
Right.
But it's not like the private sector. You can't just walk on the lot and pick out 5 or 6. It's about availability. And we've talked about looking at GM products to see how it,
and my thing would be not necessarily price, obviously would be the price, but more of how they hold up on these dirt roads and things of that nature, how the chassis and things like that would hold up for the, the torture sometimes they go through.
Honestly, Commissioner Hale, it's all about availability.
Gotcha.
And again, we were looking for a specialty vehicle on another grant that we're looking at, and you'd be surprised that you can't get them, or all of now 26 models are not there. You got to wait on the 27s, and it's just availability is basically what it is. Because when you need the car, you need the car.
Sure.
And that's just, but we're doing everything we can to try to help some of that stuff. We've even went to 3,000-mile oil changes instead of 5, hoping that would work. You know, we've looked at the option of fully synthetic oil where you can get 10,000 miles on one or not, but idle hours are just as bad on that vehicle as running hours, and that's what we're really trying to focus on, and making them turn the cars off when they're on the call, et cetera, et cetera. Then you run into the problem, 108-degree feels-like temperature on every computer component in that car, then you've got a whole nother issue. So we're doing the best we can with what we got.
Did I hear you right? It's $18,000 a vehicle to swap them out, just for the radios and lights?
Yes,
and
and not every piece of equipment fits in the new vehicles that come out. It's about $18,000. Now, you can do, you know, $5,000 just for a radio in those things. Of course, those are reusable, but again, it's super expensive. Now, it just blows my mind, but that's where we're at. At least we're not in that COVID phase where you could only buy a car from them if they equipped your car, you know, because it's not what we require now. But again, that has been a very cognizant effort on our behalf by putting in the monitoring system so we can keep up with the maintenance and what's going on with our vehicles.
So as I'm looking at this law enforcement budget under machinery and equipment is a $525,000 ask, you're replacing 5 vehicles
Yes,
with
sir.
part of that?
Yes, sir.
That's $105,000 a car.
But that's also everything over $1,000 included in that line item.
It's not just cars.
It's the $18,000 for the equipment, lights, radios,
Correct.
whatever.
Yes, sir.
Average of $47,000 per vehicle and then $18,000 to equip.
60, around 65,000 a pop.
Yeah, 47 and 18, 65. So I'm trying to figure out at 525, that's 5 vehicles, that's 105,000. I'm still short the difference between 105 and 65.
The 105,000 at 5 of them?
Well, 525,000 is machinery
Didn't you say
and
about
equipment.
fuel and all
But that includes anything
No,
over
no.
$1,000.
65,000 times 5 is not 105,000.
She's
No,
not-
I'm
5,000 short.
I
I'm
took
sorry, I'm sorry.
525,000 divided by 5, but what I'm missing is that machinery equipment is anything that y'all buy over 1,000.
Yes,
That's not
yes,
just
I
vehicles.
personally budgeted for 6, so that could have been a little bit of miscommunication there.
Yes, I'm thinking
I
that's just
budgeted for
vehicles,
6.
but it's other stuff too that's anything over $1,000, whether that be guns or anything over
It is,
$1,000.
yes, sir.
Yes, that's right.
It is.
Yeah.
But I personally budgeted for 6 instead of 5 vehicles.
Yeah, it's just not vehicles,
I got you.
Mr. Land.
And under this professional service, now I'm moving on down to corrections. I'm sorry, my eyes, I can't even focus this morning. Professional service, what's included in that line?
Our health care, so whenever the nurses come in, our doctors, I can't speak fully on that because I don't know everything that's part of professional services. I do know that we pay for our evaluations through that, for physical, mental evaluations, would you like to?
Yeah, go ahead. You're right.
So I know that the professional services is decreasing in corrections as well for as many employees we have because of the life scan cost. So there will be a decrease there for it. But ultimately, it is the cost to run it health-wise for the jail.
Okay. Well,
Because it's a contractual service, but we do it as a professional
well, like
service.
Commissioner Land said, I want to commend you on the way you done it
Thank
this
you.
time.
A lot better.
Lot
Much easier
better.
to understand.
Thank y'all.
Yes.
And then and it's not a guessing game then, you know?
Yes, sir. I
We can
totally
be
agree.
honest with y'all can be honest with us,
Totally.
and we like I said, it ain't personal. It's just, we can move on from that.
And keep in mind on that medical side, if y'all remember 2 years ago, we contracted all the medical out, then they come back the following year with a 100% increase. We're still using local services now to cover mental health, dental, all of that stuff. And also, another thing I forgot to mention, we did mention that we're saving a little money for dental work and stuff like that, but our jail staff works hard if there's a huge medical issue there to get those jokers medically furloughed out of our jail, because in reality, one major health incident there blows through our entire line item there.
Trust me, we see it on the health insurance side.
yeah.
We'd like to just send you all the health or the bills to the board instead, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I got to commend Captain Carver. She, when she'll call me when we have someone that has medical issues and all, and then and thank God the judges work with us, and we get them medically furloughed out and all. If not, we wouldn't be able to afford it. They bankrupt us.
I get it. I mean,
Yeah.
that health insurance
Yeah,
thing is
yeah,
a
it kill us, but
problem.
we try to stay on top of that too.
Commissioner Land?
Sheriff, I'm just going to ask, you got and it's not like, this ain't just Suwannee County, this is every county in the state, but the sheriff's office historically has the largest budget of all constitutional officers due to the amount of employees and equipment, overhead you got. No wrongdoing, so don't interpret what I'm saying as criticism, but your 6.5% increase is a lot more money than anybody else's 6.5% increase. That's constitutional because of the amount of dollars that's in your budget. You're asking for $952,580 increase, which is almost $1 million over last year's budget, and the 6.5%. And I haven't ran all of them as far as department heads go, because Public Works has a big budget too. Theirs is very large as well. But that's a lot of money. Is there anything else in here? I think most of our department heads and constitutionals are at anywhere between 2 and 3% increases on their budgets, and their budgets are significantly lower than yours. You're asking for 6.5%, and you got probably the top 2 largest budgets in all of the county. And I know some of it you're going to say is FRS and the mandated type stuff, but is there anything else in here
That's our number.
that we could tighten our belts on? I'm sure y'all are pretty tight already, but it's just the percentages, your numbers are bigger because your budget's bigger.
The biggest problem we have, Commissioner Land, is the here again we have no control is retirement and the insurance. That's $775,000. If that stayed the same, our increase would be 1.86%. But you add the retirement and the insurance, and it brings it up to that 6.5. So if that would stay the same, we would be at 1.86. Also, I was telling the chairman, this retirement thing, I just recently found this out, that we pay, like, for all the high risk, like what, 37%. but the employees only get like 17%. The rest of it goes to the pension to keep that afloat. So we're paying not only for our employees for their retirement, but we're keeping the pension afloat. And a dang thing that I can do about that, or y'all, we just like say we're sitting here eating this.
I understand.
But it's like if it wasn't for them to increase so much, we'd be at 1.86%. Because we have whittled it down from that meeting we had with the chairman and all. We have whittled it down into where, I mean, we do the best we can. I mean, but it might be a little bit here, but it won't be a whole lot. Commissioner Land?
Yes, sir. No, I understand. I had to ask.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's our job sitting up here
like I say,
to make policy and watch over the money.
It blew my mind how much this retirement went up, and like I say, we got email they've increased it and all for the contributions. So that means we just like I say, we put more money in, but the employee doesn't get that benefit.
Right. That's right. I understand.
You're correct in that.
Yeah.
I've been screaming it for a long time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, it's kind of a racket.
It is. I mean, it's.
It kinda is.
I mean, it's. They're just taking away from us, and I don't know what we can legally do about it.
You can't. It's statute.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
Yeah.
contributing. Local communities are contributing
To the state's
FRS
retirement
system that doesn't benefit any of those local.
Exactly.
employees.
Yes. Exactly. That's what's going on. Yes, sir.
What'd you say that increase in the retirement was to what?
2.55.
2.55?
Yes, sir. I have our actual numbers too.
Yeah, can I, that's
Yep,
what I'm
no
trying to
problem.
get to. Yeah.
So for let me grab the budgeted number. Budgeted was $1,987,296 for last fiscal year. Budgeted for this year is $2,500,664, and that is with the corrections that we've made to the budget. So the one that y'all don't have yet,
That's strictly retirement you're talking
strictly
about.
retirement.
Hey, will you say those again, please?
Yes, sir.
Gracious.
Budgeted for 25-26 was $1,987,296. Budgeted for 26-27 was $2,500,664. And our actuals I have 2-year actuals actually. So 24-25, we spent $2,032,427. This year we're already with 2 months left, but I did budget for the last 2 months at an estimate, $2,262,195. Employer cost.
This is for 26-27
budgeted.
This budget.
So for 25-26, since we have 2 months left, that's how much I anticipate us to spend in this budget. So that's why I budgeted the 2.5.
I understand.
I can repeat any of that if necessary.
No,
That's your employee cost?
Employer cost.
Yeah.
That's not including the employee.
the state's contribution on the pay increases, I noticed that went up a lot this year, did it not? From like $750 to almost $1 million? Didn't we approve that the other night?
What's that?
The part the state pays you for the pay raises
they have
they
the early
give.
money, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
It was.
It went up. You're right, Commissioner Chairman. It did go up, but it wasn't last year. It was like, I'm sorry. It was 7 and then it went up to 9. But I think it's the same as this time here.
This is the same as it was last year,
Right,
the
yes,
same
yes,
deal we
yes,
got
yes.
from the state?
Yes, yes.
So there was no increase in that this year?
That's right.
So I don't know how to get set.
That was like a year or two ago. It went up. Yes, sir.
Miss Kayla, I'm trying to back into the numbers. I can't figure out how you got to $775,000 in retirement and insurance.
725.
725.
So that is a total between 513 in retirement and 212 in health.
What do you have those?
I do.
With your line
Our
item?
actual increase is 513,368 for retirement, and our increase for health insurance is 212,250.
So that's that 750,000 number you're coming up with?
725.
725.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 725.
So that's, that's something there, just like I said, we can't know. I wish there was some way we could.
So those two numbers that I gave you, Chairman, or
Yes.
Commissioner Land,
ma'am.
is the $1,987,000 for retirement that I budgeted last year, that was budgeted last year, and the $2,500,000, that's the $500,000 difference there from last year to this year for retirement.
So it's in line, I'm looking at the lines, which I really like, so that's in line 2,200 in law enforcement and 2,200 in all of your departments, meaning dispatch,
Correct.
and then your insurance is a line 2,300?
It is,
Life
and
health.
again, this has been updated since we had our meeting. We looked at some things, did some tightening up. The life and health, you see that there's no increase, right, to the one you have?
I see 1.47% for
Okay.
Leo's.
Okay, so the life and health, that was not updated in the one that I originally submitted. So I had to do some really number crunching to get to where we are now because I didn't have the life and health numbers originally when I submitted.
I understand. Obviously this format is so much better because it's more broken out than what we've gotten in the past. There might have been 10 lines on the previous budget. This is much more like every other department, so it kind of flows for us because it's not unique. My only request would be next year when you have to go back in and refigure, get those to Keith or someone so they can just disperse them amongst us so we don't have to kind of go back, because you have better numbers now because they're
I do,
lower than
yes.
what I got, but we're asking questions and my numbers aren't matching your numbers, and they're only off by a little bit, but
Right.
it'd
I'm
be-
learning too, so.
It'd
I
be
definitely
easier
will.
if then I wouldn't have. We'd probably all have a few less questions because, like, wait a minute, that ain't what this says in here.
Yes,
When
sir.
we updated it, it got lower. So
So I actually used the projected column as my new total, and the requested was what we originally requested. So I updated my projections. Like I said, I had 3 days, so I didn't really get my projections as good as I.
I understand.
You did a good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is.
Appreciate it.
This is.
Nobody complaining.
This is refreshing.
Only thing I'd ask, and I know we asked for it last year, is I'd like to see the salaries and wage sheets.
Okay. No problem.
Any other questions for the sheriff? What are we doing on his budget? What say the board? Or is there any more questions? Let's go there first.
I don't have anything right at the moment.
I don't have any questions.
So as I see it now, you're asking $14,399,524 from the board.
That is after everything.
Okay, I'm not sure how, and Keith might answer this here, is that, our actual ask is this 15,989 or 980, but then you subtract
Number you have, right.
you subtract the FDLE, the 911, the contract from Branford, and the school contract, which brings it down to this 14,493. So I'm not sure how that would.
14,399, 524, right?
Well, he's got 14,493,000. He's correct in that, 14,493,843. But Kayla said she'd done some cutting since this came out, and the
So.
ask was for $14,399,524. I'm
So-
just trying to clarify.
Right, yes, sir. So you have on your sheet, because we have not given you the corrected one yet, or the one that I've made adjustments to, you have $14,493,843.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
so after the adjustments, I have $14,399,524.
what I
That is
got
the
here.
bottom line, and so that is before, like Sheriff said, the funding that we get.
Yeah.
So the ask is for $15,886,669.
Correct.
That's the
Total
one.
budget.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what everybody else paying.
But you subtract all the ones the money that comes in, and then you get that 14. Yes.
This is the check the county's got to write to the
Yes,
sheriff.
yes.
That's what I'm getting
So what
at.
happens is the FDLE grant and the 911 funding, that's a
Comes-
pass-through that goes directly to y'all. So that's not included with the request from the board. The original request was 14,966,843 because those other two, those come into fine and forfeiture and help to fund the sheriff's office. So those are included with that, the request, because those numbers are included with the 14,966,843. So I think you said you're adjusting it down to the 14,872.
Correct, yes.
542, which is a $94,000.
Yes, sir.
Just-
So the middle line item is the check we get from y'all every month.
Yes.
So the middle line item was last year at $13,919,944. That was a check we got from y'all every month. And then this year it's actually $14,872,524.
So that's the bottom line that they're asking for, the 14,872, 540.
I don't know, man.
Y'all got me confused now.
I don't know whether
down.
I'm up, down, or sideways.
Yeah.
So the pass-through money is what we were also including in that bottom dollar, that bottom figure. And I can redo this next year. I can get with Keith and we can get it more broken down to a better total. But the check that you're...
I mean, I know you had a short time period here. I get it. I'm just trying to figure out, are we all on the same page and we all talking about the same amount of money?
Yes, sir. So if you do the $725,000 and the $276,000, we're asking for $900,000 instead of $1 million, roundabout. So I can get you that exact number. We're asking for actually a total of $1,002,580 after I've made the adjustments. So it's a little over the. Yeah, a little over the. So those two numbers added together, 725 and 276 is right over the million.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Land.
would it be helpful if we give the sheriff's office some time to go back and maybe print off one of these that matches? I mean, I got notes written all around here.
I do, too. I got 3 pages.
I would be happy to.
I've written down in the wrong spot.
And
I've crossed through it. Like, now I got a whole mess over here.
We can do
I'd be
that.
happy to print it.
With the new numbers and a clean summary?
Yeah.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you do that
I'd be
for us?
happy to.
That would be nice.
Can I bring that right back here shortly?
there you
Okay.
go. Take your time. I mean, we
Okay.
got a.
We can skip. We can just hit pause button here. And
Yeah,
come
we're
and
just going to hit pause here
That
and
sounds
and
great.
go to the airport.
move on to the next deal.
Did you say,
and-
airport?
The airport's
Speaking
up
of
next.
airport, I have to get to an airport, so.
Oh, today?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So have you
we'll
got
get there.
somebody that can do that for you?
Yes, sir. No, I'm going to get it before I do head out.
You
so
sure?
It'll be this afternoon. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank y'all so
We
much.
appreciate it.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
You just want our revised edition.
I just
to all
want-
That they see.
Clean numbers.
Like,
numbers, okay.
like she sees it now today.
Okay. We'll take care of that for
And
you guys.
as soon as y'all get that printed and want to come back, I mean, I'm not the chairman, but I think he'll insert
Yeah.
y'all back and we'll pick this back up, and I think we'll all be on the same page then. 'Cause
Absolutely.
when you're jumping around and you say the 172, like, I don't see 172. That's the number that you see that I don't see. Like, where's
Okay.
that at?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just clarification, that's what we're looking for. So we'll move on, we'll put pause on the sheriff's budget, revisit that when they come back, and moving on to the airport.
All the ugliest officers they can bring in here. Look at it.
So, Mr. Chairman, John's not here today. He had
Yeah, you had told me
An
before the
appointment, a
meeting,
doctor's
so you were
appointment.
going to handle that.
yeah, if y'all have any questions, just, we'll do the best
That's
we
item
can.
tab number 15, correct?
Number 15, yes, sir.
Well,
Really, just on his budget, it looks like property and casualty insurance had increased. I think we've been updating our lists, our property and asset lists, and so there were some things that were left off that got added back on, so that's a new, truer number. We increased the fuel cost. The runway's back open now, so we'll have a whole year of expense and revenue for fuel out there. And then I think his contingency increased a little bit. He's got to require now, I think FAA and DOT have a match to some of their grants, so we got to set aside some money for that. But he is bringing in $700,000 in revenue at the same time, so overall I don't really have any issues or questions with his budget, but if you guys do, we can make note and have him follow up with us.
So let me get this correct. On the fuel, airplane fuel I'm discussing here, it went from $205,000 to $320,000. That's just a projected price increase in the fuel that you got to put in the tank, or what?
Not really a price increase. That will fluctuate some. It was because the runway was shut down this year. He didn't budget, and he only budgeted 6 months of fuel, say, in the current year, $200,000. Next year, it'll be a full year of purchasing fuel.
I got you. Just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill?
I do want to mention, and I spoke briefly with John about it. I don't know if I talked to you, Jason, about it or not, but with some of the things we got going on out there with commercial hangars and things like that, I didn't see where he built anything in for increasing hangars.
The number of hangars or the rate?
Just the number of hangars, and then maybe foreseeing what the demand is out there. And I guess I'll just throw this out to the board. Do we want to entertain building some new hangars? I don't know where the grant monies are for that. I know they're years away, but I know that demand's growing out there.
Well, I had a discussion with Jason over the airport and the hangars, and apparently there, for a minute, we had some conflict there about hangars, somebody wanting one, we didn't have one, whatever the case was. But I'm a full believer, if you build the hangar and rent it out, it'll rent. You'll have no problem. But my thing with that is we don't want to lease somebody land and let them build their hangar on it. I would rather see the county borrow the money, build the hangar, and lease it out and pay for it that way.
Absolutely.
Versus any other way. So
I agree with that.
Just a
100%.
clarification for that. But
I think he does have a grant in here for some new T hangars.
I
But
see
as
the
far
grant,
as
but
the
I mean-
corporate hangars, yeah, we would probably have to plan for that separately and not wait on a grant and just budget for that.
I don't know what that costs, but I would like to have, as we're going through this, have some of those discussions, maybe building one more.
commercial hangar you talking
Yeah,
about?
because I mean, as soon as we build it, it'll be rented out before, once we,
He's got a
The word.
waiting list.
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lane.
Mr. Furry, the only question that I had on his budget is he's doubling his contingency. Is there something that he's anticipating repairs or something, like why the double?
That was for the matches for the FAA and the DOT requirement now. It used to be the ready counties, the Rayos, we didn't have to pay the match, but they've changed that. So I think he's got a $120,000 match that we set some money aside for, but he's got to add to $30,000 out of that contingency this year. And then coming up this year, he's got another match to make. I can't remember the grant, but that's for the match. That's set aside for the match.
I understand.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Everything look good to everybody on that?
Are y'all up for having the discussion of what it would cost to add into that budget, maybe for a new commercial hangar?
Well, I would ask staff to come up with
Give it a number.
on that and
We'll
bring
have
it
John
back.
and Bill, our airport engineer, look at some construction costs and bring that back.
But I think from hearing everybody talk up here that would be something that, as long as it cash flowed out and it paid for itself, we wouldn't have an issue with it. So,
Okay. No, it's an
Answer your
economic
question.
development
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Yep.
opportunity. So.
Number 6, economic development. Mr. Norris, denied.
Well,
That's item, he's doing tourist development as well. That's tab 30 and 37.
Yeah, which one you want to start with?
30.
30? Good morning, good to be here. Obviously, we've had discussions with Administrator Furry and then with the chairman about what this budget looks like, because we've continued to move some things out of general revenue over to my budget, like you see at the top, the land acquisition and site development, those things. So those things initially weren't in my budget, and last year we started moving some of it over, and then I don't know if you want to speak to that, Mr. Furry, or doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just think through conversation over the course of the year with developers and projects coming in, that the board was interested in putting that money in the economic development budget so that we could, when the opportunity presents itself, at any moment, we don't know when it's coming, that way we'll be able to move, nimbly and have that money for a project when that comes before us. So,
And so far
took it out
this-
of the board and put it in economic development.
Yeah, and so far this year, we haven't acquired any land, obviously, as y'all see, and site development as well. So, but we do want to continue to build on that, correct, is kind of what we talked about. That in our economic initiatives is continue, what we're not using is carry that forward so we can continue to build those categories. That's
yes.
my understanding from you
That's
guys, right?
My understanding on it, and I'm totally in favor of it. So
Okay, very good.
I don't know how the rest of them feel, but that's how I feel.
I'm in support.
I mean, that's basically everything else is pretty much the same. A couple little increases on little, like everybody else, on the cost of living, so to speak. But if there's any particular questions on the economic development budget.
Did you happen to do the math on this just for an increase or decrease in your budget outside of the additional items that we added to your budget? Did you happen to run the math on that?
I did not. We added in there what we moved over. And you can see, just like on land acquisition, it says 200% increase. Well, it was moved over into my budget.
Well, that's why it shows a 17.76.
Yeah, that's not
About
real.
a $50,000 increase, it looks like, is all.
Yeah, that's
Take
not.
out that money we transferred.
Yeah, that's not real.
Okay.
I mean, it's real, but it's not. I didn't increase my budget that much.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land.
Commissioner Norris, your economic initiatives,
Yes, sir.
that is our development agreements that we do with the various companies.
No, sir. That would be, if you look on the very end, the second page, you will see those companies listed.
Okay.
You'll see the ones that have zeroed out as they run forward and the ones that are still current. That initiative line was something the board started years ago, and we didn't have anything in there when we got down to the finish line to help these projects get across the line. So we started each year. It was tied to that. So what happens is if the companies don't qualify, we've been moving that money back into that initiative line. And then also adding $25,000 a year, which is what the board wanted to do back several years ago. So we just keep building it. And if I don't use it, I can tell you this year that line made a huge difference in bringing a project across the finish line. So it's very important to get, there's some little things we can do to incentivize and help things with, permitting and other things. But the direction of the board way back then was to try to kind of keep saving what we don't use and building that line. So if we're right there making the difference on delivering a project or not. So, and then carrying that forward. So.
Any other questions on that particular one? 37.
Yeah, 37, as you guys know, that's tourism. That no money comes out of general revenue at all. So that's really nothing to do with the BOCC. It's the tourism tax. So it's what comes in is what we have to live off of. Luckily, we're under budget every single year. We're budgeting $360, which is the same exact amount we did last year. Just because early on this year we saw a little bit of fluctuation in some of the tourism numbers. Happy to report the last couple months have been back up though. So we do anticipate that number being pushed back over 400, but we've been trying to budget at least 10% under what we projected to come in. And of course, Commissioner White sits on that board as well. So.
Well, hopefully with the new hotel coming, that budget, the income in that budget will significantly increase.
Absolutely, and I know we're the budget hearings, but to tell you what a difference something like that would make, that one hotel, the new Hampton Inn and Suites, when it comes online, just nothing else but the tourism tax will increase that budget about 35%, just one hotel. So it's a big deal when we get a new hotel or campground or anybody online that's paying that tourism tax. So now again,
and that's money for y'all that don't know. When you go stay at a hotel and they charge you that what's called bed tax.
Yes.
That's usually not from our local people. That's people that's came here to stay in a hotel, and that tax money is derived from those folks, and that goes into our tourist development budget. That's why nothing comes out of general revenue on that budget. So
now it is restricted. We can only use it for advertising, marketing, promotion of events. There is some things you can do with civic centers and things like that, which we may be looking at moving forward. But so you have to use it within certain guidelines. But yes, that's all money coming from the outside, coming into our community. Nothing the community's putting into that pot.
And there was no increase in the budget in that?
No, same exact as last year.
Any questions? No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Emergency Management, Ms. Hinkson, and that's tab 35.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, the majority of our department is grant funded. The EMPA, you will actually have that at the next board meeting presented to you, the 105-806. The EMPA federal portion, EMPG, Last year, it was 52,268. We don't know what that'll be yet. We do know it's coming. We just don't know. It fluctuates from year to year. So
Well, there was some talk of them doing away with one of those grants. Did they not do that?
They have not. They have not. So far. So far, so good. We've still got it. But you can see that I have substantially decreased.
I did see that.
And we are actually working meeting with vendors to go over our different accounts to see what we can do to decrease as well. So we continue to work in that area. As you can also see, I am asking for a forklift, but that will not just be an emergency management forklift. That will be a county asset. There were actually 3 or 4 different departments that were looking at requesting a forklift. This will be a shared asset.
And that's not in the budget, that's in the ask
Correct.
portion that'll come
Yes,
later.
sir.
Well, I just got a question, and it's a good question, but let me find it.
Are there any bad questions?
Well, not on hers. It's good because I've seen this one line item that decreased so much.
That's right.
And I was wondering why did that decrease so much? What did you find that was different?
What I could tell you is I went line by line and calculated the expenditures to the best of my ability with the records that I had. And I cannot tell you where that was previously spent, but I can tell you from our calculations what I am requesting should be what we need. Sorry, I really can't answer.
Understood. Just curiosity.
Yes. I didn't
Just
find
for the
anything.
public,
I just
she
know that
had
what we're asking is.
$139,506 decrease
Yes, sir.
in her budget, and that's for emergency management. So.
Yes, like I said, I just went line by line, looked online from the state grants, the budgets that I was able to find and calculate communications in each line, and that was the reduction.
Do you feel safe there?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I feel comfortable. Now, next year, I will have a, more precise budget, but I do feel safe.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, what is, on the forklift ask, what did you perceive the type of forklift? And the only reason I'm asking is,
It's a little on the high
I'm
side.
going to say, I hope it's not something that's just for driving on concrete.
No, sir.
Okay.
Now, when I did, I went with the highest because I wasn't sure, once I get it approved, if the prices would change. It's probably going to be around $35,000.
Cover what she needs for driving on
Depends on
dirt?
whether you buy a new one or a used one.
But I will, before we purchase it, I will get with the professionals. I'll get with COG, those that
Yeah.
have brought their forklift over. As a matter of fact, I've already spoke with him on where they purchased theirs. So I won't just go purchase one. I'll talk to them before we do.
I was trying to think. She wouldn't even know like a Moffat or nothing like that. No, just a regular. I just know. Gets,
It'd probably work,
yeah,
and it's all terrain.
that's what I was kind of thinking.
You don't want one just for concrete because
Yeah.
No.
it'd be useless, really.
Right.
Correct.
I know. Ask me how I know that.
Yeah, and I mean, just since I've been there, COG's had to bring his forklift over to offload the swamp coolers that we used on July 4th.
Yep.
So it'll definitely get used between Parks and Rec, myself, and Fire Rescue. So.
I just want to make sure you get the right thing. Like
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The chairman said sometimes we think we know what we need and they don't operate.
Well, I do
appropriately.
not, so that's
Yeah.
where I seek the professionals.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
Ms. Hinkson, has emergency management never had a forklift before?
We had an asset that was through the Division of Forestry. It was one of theirs. It was returned prior to my arrival. And then the forklift that we did have there, we've returned because it was not functional.
These were all forestry assets you're
Yes, sir.
talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So, I mean, I would second what Commissioner Hale and Commissioner White said is talk to the other departments, talk to maintenance or whatnot, and get a forklift that could be more all-terrain that we could use all year, whether it be emergency management
I definitely
or
will.
other departments, and that we, share that assets versus buying one that just sits there until we are activated. And then
I'm very much about sharing our assets.
All right, good deal.
We are working on putting trackers on all of our assets, though. through Verizon to where we'll be able to know where they're at all times.
Good.
Good, I need to do that on my own stuff.
Cost about $8 a month per item.
Your wife's already tracking you.
That is a fact. Lord.
Mine's tracking me too, don't worry.
We're all being tracked. We just don't realize it
I don't
sometimes.
care.
That's the truth.
Anything else for Ms. Hinkson?
Nope.
No, sir.
Thank you, and we
Thank you.
appreciate you
Thank you.
cutting that budget. Thank
I'm working on it.
Thank you.
you. Extension Office, Ms. Katie. Item tab 13.
Good morning. Questions?
I thought you was just going to lay it all out. for me.
Nope. I'm here to answer any questions you have.
So you got a 5.11% increase?
Yes, sir. So when I did the math, it's actually a 13% decrease to everything except for salary and human resources concerns that all kind of went up because of the class and compensation change out as well. Ms. Saft, her salary has not been adjusted in any capacity because the executive salary is not being paid currently from the county side. So that when this position is hired permanently, that piece will have to be split between whoever is in this role permanently, and then you'll also have to pay for whoever comes in as the new agent if that position is rehired with someone outside. So I left it in the budget the way it was at the rate she was being paid, with the understanding that there may be some adjustment that goes on in where that is housed later on.
And just for the public, that's a shared deal
It is
with
a
the
shared
University of
responsibility
Florida?
with the university.
And they kind of dictate that whole deal?
UF pays 60%, the county pays 40% of our agent salaries. Our staff salaries are completely county. And so the staff salaries were adjusted based on the class and compensation, so there was an increase there. We had kind of looked at how to prepare for that previously, so when we were asked to adjust and make some cuts to the budget, I'd already had identified areas that we could make some cuts and still take those cuts without it changing our programming in any capacity.
Any questions, Scott?
No, sir, I'm good. Looks like you did a pretty good job, Ms. Jones. Your budget's pretty skinny.
Thank you.
Looks like just the biggest increases, things, insurance, retirement, and things like that. I mean, that's
Something you ain't got no control over.
something you got no control over.
So
yeah.
there are two items on the ask list, if you want to ask questions about them at this point in time, or if you want to do it later.
Well,
I'm
while
okay
you're
with
there
that
on
either way.
that, did anybody go to the conservation office and ask on that grain drill?
So they don't have any, we did. We've looked at multiple grant programs to try to locate it. We don't have anything currently that they're able to apply for to get it that way. And we came up with the higher end number of what it would cost. We do have some savings in our budget this year, and we do have budgeted in for the special ag projects next year that if it's something that maybe that helps us get to that number, to get that, we would like to be able to put forward towards that. But the size of this drill is smaller, so that a smaller producer, like, you're not going to get, unless you know the right person, large producers don't have a drill this size. And so for a new producer or a small, like a landowner that's trying to use some of these conservation efforts to get access to this, we've got to have something available in the community. They've also looked at buying one that is used. So trying to find it that way. We're looking for it however we can get it. We just put it on the ask list because.
Do you have a lot of ask for it?
So I think they're looking to do more programming with it. I think if we had it, there is the ability for them to, because they would have to come through programming and get trained on how to utilize it and the natural resources. benefits of it prior to getting access to it. So I think there have been several people who have asked for it. I also know that there's other counties that have been able to do this. But like our center doesn't have one that's this size, because this one will fit behind a regular sized vehicle so that anybody could get access to it and utilize it for the benefits of it.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question.
Commissioner Fleming?
I see we got 2 vacancies down here.
So one of those vacancies is Miss Saff's position, and that position is kind of being held in limbo right this minute until we find out what happens in November. Like the rest of us, the university is reluctant to make big hires right this minute, and so we're waiting to see what happens there, because that one is a permanent status accruing one for UF, so they're kind of anywhere that they're at a good spot, they're holding until they know what's going to happen there. The other one is a part-time position, and we actually have interviews scheduled for that. We had it filled in the spring. We have interviews scheduled for that next week for that position, and that's a really part-time position trying to get some help.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mobley.
Is there a salary split on some of the employees?
Yes, sir. So all of the agents are a 60-40 salary split. So that's just the county portion of those salaries. So that doesn't include the agent's other portion from UF. The county employees, however, that is 100% county.
I'm glad he asked, because I saw one here that looked like statutorily was below minimum wage, but I was like, surely that must be there.
It actually might be mine, because it's right there at it. So,
but if there's a split,
there's a split, which is what? Yeah, there's a split. There's several of them that look like they're below statutory minimum wage, and it's because it is that split. Mine's right there at it.
Oh, I see that. No, I see what you're looking at, Travis. I see that. Yeah.
Commissioner Mobley, I think, is what he was looking at.
That's what Mobley pays his people.
That's more than I get paid. Anything else?
No, and it looks good. I like the detail in the budget. Thank you.
So,
Appreciate you.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fire rescue.
Sheriff, Miss Kayla's back.
Oh, you're back?
And
Come
she's
on
got
back.
I think she's trying to get out of town. So
Yep.
Thank you.
I didn't see you come in.
we'll hold off on you, Fire Chief.
Does someone like to submit or to disperse these, or do y'all?
You just,
I didn't need so.
Going back to
man, you was quick on that. You really need, what time's that plane leave?
You need one? Does she need one?
I think she's trying to go on vacation. Sounds like you're ready to go.
Will you need one?
Visiting family.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. This will help.
You need one?
She will, yes, sir.
She needs one right here. And this is it right here, right?
Which one was yours? This one?
I don't
So, yeah, this
if
is
she
the
can
one
work a
that-
spreadsheet that quick, she's got to teach me how to do this stuff.
So I didn't have time to do the percent change of the new on each line item, but I did get it at the very end, and the highlighted is our request.
Okay.
14,966,843. That's what you got highlighted.
That's what we had in the book.
That was the original. The highlighted, the middle is the projected. So like I said, in the first time I was up, sorry, I still haven't caught my breath.
It's all right.
So the requested column is what we originally sent. So it is kind of backwards, but that's what made sense to me. So the middle column projected is my true actuals on what I'm requesting now. So if you circle the middle highlighted,
Okay,
that is our actual ask.
okay.
The middle highlighted.
I understand that projected requested whole deal there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I get it.
Sorry. So that's what made sense
No,
to me.
it's
I
confusing
did not
for me,
get any
too.
direction on this new
Yeah.
spreadsheet, but I made it my own. I kind of worked with it how I could and tried to.
And
Can I
that,
say something?
yes, sir, Commissioner Fleming.
I didn't want to say anything the first time, but I had my head spinning. These numbers and everything that I just scratched over, but this look a whole lot better, where I can understand some of it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and Commissioner Fleming, we're sorry about it. We should have got y'all the new one. We just we were just trying to, trying to get our numbers down and get everything together and all, but I apologize for that. Yes, sir.
We definitely were not withholding. I just did not know to
Yeah.
even bring it. So now I know.
Yeah, I apologize for not getting y'all the update.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Relax. You're doing
Much
fine.
better, yeah.
Really good.
Good.
So the 14,872, and then you go below that, the service contract with Brantford, SRO contract, those are deductions away from that to come down to 14,399,524. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? And am I seeing this right, Keith?
Well, the request would be the 14,872. That includes those, the money from Branford and the.
Because that goes
resource
through the
officer.
county to go to
Goes into our
him?
fine and forfeiture, and as a fund in there, and
We don't
fund
see
the
that.
14,872. Oh no.
So the money that they get from these other things, that goes in general fund for the county and then gets distributed to the sheriff, or how does that work?
It goes in the fine and forfeiture fund, then it's distributed.
I got you.
As a one-time payment. Instead
I
of
got you.
treating it separately. The other two, the grant for the FDLE and the 911 go directly to them.
Okay.
So that's why it's not incorporated in that.
I got you.
14,872.
It's just a pass-through, basically.
Right.
We would have to ask for $15,886,000 if we didn't get those two grants. So
Okay.
And that's your bottom line.
Yes, sir.
Are you giving any money back?
let me get there, please.
Yeah,
Let me get there. I've been here 2 months.
I check with her pretty much every day, but answer your question, yes, we are, but I can't tell you a dollar figure just yet, but that's what my plans are, yes, sir.
Any guess? Give me a round number.
You set Buddy on fire right now.
You have to come to the podium to speak, sir.
I'll speak. We're not sure. We'll get you a number.
Well, how you want me to do this if you can't tell me?
We're going to spend every
You
dime.
want me to guess?
Can we spend every dime?
Well, no, but you can put it in your building fund. That was the agreement.
Yes, sir. And I've been informed about that. Again, still not got the full picture of everything, but I'm getting there.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Me too. Good job.
Thank you.
She might have saved your life, sure.
I know. I need someone to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We're
Commissioner
going
Lane.
to do all the ask later. We kind of been jumping back and forth on some. We're going to handle them at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
That
I
was
speak
the
on one of
plan.
the asks, just to speak on
Yeah.
it before I do head out? So it was talked about in an admin meeting yesterday that we had internally, that out of those officers we're requesting positions for, one of those needs to be for court services. We're kind of shorthanded when it comes to having court specifically. I don't know all of the details again, but if that number could include someone for court services, they're not just all for law enforcement. So that, or we could ask for another on top of what we're asking for court services. But again, it would be a very, very big help, and the guys can speak on having court when there's court in session and all the things. So
Is that because there's more court now, or
Yes, sir.
what?
Yeah. So there's more court. We've got three full 3-time officers up there now, and then one part-time. But it's getting to where we need the fourth personnel. We're making do. We're having overtime for the deputies or the correction officers to help us out. But it's getting to the point where because of more court, we need more personnel up there.
While you're hearing it, don't have nothing to do with this budget thing, but I talked to you the other day when we met. These flock cameras, as you know, I'm getting wore out over these flock cameras.
Well,
I see the benefit in them. I don't like to be tracked either, but I see some benefit in them. And I've been caught by one of these flock cameras, so I know all about it. They read my tag and said my license was expired and run me down. And that's the part I got a problem with is I don't mind, I get it when we got somebody running with a kid and you can track them on those flock cameras. I get all that, but when it gets down to we're just micromanaging people I seem to have an issue.
Do you
with
have a
that.
specific question on the flock?
Well, I get it. How many agencies has got flock cameras out there? It's not just the sheriff's department, I'm sure.
No, you're talking about in our county?
In our county. I'm speaking specifically to our county.
You would have the sheriff's office, the Live Oak Police Department, Florida Department of Agriculture, FDLE. That's the ones that I can think of on the top of my head. Full disclosure, we have 8 that are fixed flock cameras, and we have 1 that's a portable flock camera. The portable flock would be used, say if your neighborhood's being a rash of burglaries, it would be placed down there. We've got 9 total, 8 that are fixed and 1 that is just a portable. But, you know, like I said, you've got DOT, Department of Ag, FDLE, Live Oak Police Department, and us. Yes, sir.
Well, the Department of Ag's the one that got mine. So
yeah, and they've got them at all ag stations, whether it be interstate or county.
Well, I just wanted y'all to clarify that because I get asked a lot. We are just putting them things up everywhere, and then when you go to asking people, well, it's not just the sheriff's department; it's every law enforcement agency is getting them put up.
Nationwide.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted, just for everybody that's here, and just kind of, you know.
And also, just to clarify a little bit of it, some of our officers' parameters on their flock is just for felonies only. I mean, you know, and I get it that there's a lot of unanswered questions on the flock system. This is not quite the forum to try to debate whether it's good or not,
I just.
But we have a total of 9 cameras.
Thank you.
Let me know about that meeting.
There is a community meeting I'd have to give you back the right date at the public library with the community so we can discuss to give the real facts about flock. And in fact, we're going to try to have a flock representative there as well to talk about retention, to talk about where this machinery is made, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Flock is an American-based company out of Atlanta. Retention periods are 30 days. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered that we need to try to get out to the public, and we need to campaign towards what the benefit of it is.
Great.
I think that's the whole key criteria is people are not informed about, because they hear all these rumors about they do this and they do that. If they want, and we'll put the message out about when this meeting is. And we encourage everybody to come there to get the real story about how these work and how we do here. Plus, if one of my officers goes back and tries to track a vehicle, they've got to have a case number, and log into it and all. So it's not just, hey, I want to know where my girlfriend went to. It's not. You can't do that. You got to have the actual case you're working for to go back on. If not, then the officer gets in a bind. So there's a lot of safeguards to this. But anyway, we encourage everybody to come to this meeting so they'll know exactly what's going on, how it works, and what it does and what it doesn't do.
I won't belabor it. If y'all are doing that, that's all I can ask for, and that's great.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, while we're talking about flock and not its use, not its use at all, but can you tell us exactly who pays for those and how? Is that a subscription y'all pay for? Is that something that the taxpayers of Suwannee County paying for? Has FDLE? I think I know the answer, but I'm not going to guess. I'd rather you tell me.
Okay. The original placement of flock was through North Star Drug Task Force and Department of Ag, which come from a DOJ grant. The 8 cameras, 9, if you include the portable one, is we pay for that. What we did is last year we had an initial cost of $32,500 for those 9 cameras. Then it's $3,000 a year per camera, which we just paid $27,000, I believe, in April for this year's subscription. It's a subscription, yes.
And that $32,500 or $3,000 a year would be in your equipment line because it's over $1,000.
That is correct. Or it could be in contractual services. I don't know how she's got that keyed in there, Commissioner Land, because it's a contractual agreement.
It's in one of those.
Yes, sir.
It's in your budget.
Yes, sir. It's in our budget.
9 times 3.
It's $27,000 a year. Yes, sir. The $32,500 was the initial setup and software.
One-time purchase.
Yes, sir.
And now you just paid the $3,000 per camera as a subscription.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Fleming?
Who monitors that? Who monitors that over? You said it's out of Atlanta, Georgia. So who monitored that other than when the officers pull?
We do our own internal audits. If I want to pull up, say, Deputy Clyde Fleming, I go in there, and again, every inquiry has to have a CAD note. or a CAD number and a case number, and then notes in the bottom of it. What was this stop for? It could be a drug investigation, a kidnapping, or whatever. But again, it's a 30-day purge period on that data on the flock system.
So to understand that, you getting pulled over for a tag, they must have had it programmed in for expired license or tag.
Correct.
And it picked him up.
Yes, and that's exactly why they pulled him over. But it didn't take a picture of Commissioner White or anything like that. But
Right.
It is, your license information is attached to your tag information. So that's how that works.
Gotcha.
And I didn't have a problem with it, but my license wasn't expired.
Well, that's going to be a DHSMV problem then.
But it was just aggravating, you know.
Of course. Of course.
It's fine. I get it.
When I renewed my license, the number, everything changed on my driver's license.
Yeah, well, yes, if you didn't request to keep your number until the new numbers come out, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Right.
But I'm glad y'all were having the meeting to explain.
Yes,
to
sir.
the public.
We have a big community meeting coming up. We'd love everybody to come out and let's talk about the pros and cons. I feel the same way as every other American does. But oddly enough, everything we do anymore has some form of map of where I've been or what I do or et cetera.
I can't even buy toilet paper at Walmart without that camera looking at me.
You're right. And it's definitely a lot better quality than what Flock is. It's facial rec now.
Yeah.
Date and time of that meeting? Do y'all got that set?
I'll email each one of you as commissioners, and we'll put it on our Facebook page. I want to say it's like the 14th, Commissioner Land, but I can't quite just swear to that. 17th. There you go. Thank you. There you go. Thank you,
17th,
Moses.
5:30 at the library.
I mean, Mr. Klepper will be there.
Thank y'all so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, we ain't discussing money yet.
That it? All right.
Well, I thought Flock was the last
But
business item.
we're good with you. Our beef will probably be with the sheriff from here on
I'll
this.
stick around another minute if y'all need.
She's learning quick, ain't she?
She is. I'm impressed. All right, guys, what are we doing here? Are we going as is? Is there any?
So as I understand it, Ms. Kayla and the Sheriff, you're asking for 952 and I'm looking at both my notes.
Yeah, and 725 was the other, where it is, I jumped off to.
So our new ask is $1,280,000. Sorry,
$48.
$1,002,580 from last year.
Plus what you've got on the ask list.
Yes, sir. From Vicky.
We'll take a couple of the others as well.
What did she say it was,
$1,202,580.
It's 725 of that is retirement and insurance.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Yep.
And then y'all do the 1% 50 cent an hour
That's included.
increase as well?
That's included.
Do you know what that number is in dollar figures of?
I can get that to you.
It's fine.
I know you feel like we got a lot of questions, but you got one
I
of the biggest
appreciate it.
budgets in the whole
I
county, so there's a lot more
definitely
moving
appreciate
parts than. So by my math, Ms. Kayla, is $277,580 increase outside of the 725.
Yes, sir. I had 276, but that's close.
Okay.
At a 1.86. So everyone else has around a 2% increase. The reason ours is so big is because no one has the number of high-risk, special risk employees that we do. I budgeted for 95 of them because we do have some of the part-time employees. And if you work for an agency for 6 months or more of the year, you have to get FRS. So you're subject to FRS if you work for an agency more than 6 months out of the year.
Trust me, I've looked at it. I've tried to figure every way I can to get out.
So we technically, our full-time is not at 95 employees that are high risk, but there are a few of the part-time that I had to include in that 95. But they're sworn in, so they are certified deputies that work part-time. So
So you added in there for that, didn't you?
Did you know that the payouts are subject to FRS as well?
Yes.
Leave payouts? Yes. We had a big hit with those this past year.
And what was the ask, Miss Vicki said, 90, 95? How much was that
92.
ask for the other?
92.
92,000?
Total, yep. I got 92 here.
Instead of the 250.
Well, here's what I was
100?
thinking of asking. We give you what you want. Can you cover that ask of hers in your budget?
With the cost of everything that has increased, that's going to be really difficult. Just because
Come on now.
we did not ask for much compared to a $14 million budget. We only really asked for $200,000. So 1.86 is our number.
5She's pretty tough, too.
That's why I hired her.
She's learning way too quick.
I learned too
She
quick.
don't back down. All right, guys, we got to move on here. What do we need to do?
Well, what was the, forgive me, what was that court services increase?
What was the reason it was so high?
No, what is the actual increase? I mean, just one, are we looking for just one extra?
So
It's got an ask for 3.
But did we discuss
No,
just
we're-
one, or what?
No, we didn't ask for none.
right here in our extra list.
No, we're
Okay.
not, it's not in the, that was just kind of an ask.
That's right.
So it's not in the budget, no.
But I was
So
just,
4 law enforcement deputies at $681,000.
Yeah,
So
that's on the wish list there.
wish list.
I get it, but I mean, it sounds like you need at least one, is what I'm getting to. I mean,
One
Yeah.
of the 4.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to have, if you want to add that one in there, but it's not in the budget, though.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lamb.
here's where I'm at, is, and I'll say this, I think everybody's nervous about November. I mean, everybody's nervous. And when we just heard Ms. Jones say UF is reluctant to add new hires right now, everybody's scared of November. So when it comes to new positions, I'm going to be very reluctant because nobody wants to fire anybody either. So if we put 10 new people on the payroll, some use, some maintenance, some, I think fire's asking for some, nobody wants to fire anybody. So, and we got November staring us in the face, and I'm not trying to be fear-mongering, but I'm just saying reality is nobody wants to fire anybody. So we go load the wagon with new employees, and this thing passes in November, and the county loses $3 million, $2.5 million year one, I think it's $4 million year two.
Hopefully
The reality of it is that money's not going to fall out of the sky. So kind of to get back to where I was going, is where I'm at, Mr. Chairman. I got them at 277, 580 is your request outside of the FRS and the insurance. You're asking for 92 for the computer stuff. That's 369, 580. I got you at 325, asking you to come up with the difference of the 92 cut in half. You come up with half of it, we fund half of it, you get everything you want. And we kind of hold tight in this pattern until, and be a little tight on our end, in fear of what might happen in November.
Not to mention we're saving the county money with our jail updates too.
Commissioner Lamb,
I'm glad you're a team player.
Me too.
we can do that.
I mean, I got to ask
So
the board.
what's
That's
the
kinda,
total number there, Travis? Or Commissioner Lamb, I'm sorry.
325.
I had well, I don't know the total number, but I was giving them the 276, 277, plus half of the 92.
Yeah.
For the computers.
Yes, sir.
And if you can find the other half within your budget, we'll fund the half of the computers. You get the computers and you get everything you asked for in your budget.
We can do that, yes, sir.
Now, I will say this, I don't see $3 million happening for a new CD building this year. Not, again, we're talking about November.
It's going to be way more than $3 million.
I don't see $3 million happening, much less 7. But I got an idea for that, and we'll talk about that when we get to the ask.
Okay.
I think you'll like it, but
Yes,
you
sir.
might not, but I think you will.
Okay, sounds good.
So
That's kinda where
I
I'm
got
at.
to have a number here for the clerk. So
So that, now they're already reducing their request by 94,319. Are you saying add, where are you getting the 277?
So she was asking for a total of $1,002,580, and I subtracted 725. And Ms. Kayla, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I subtracted 725, which was their retirement and FRS increases, which is out of their control. That gave me 277,580, and I may be off. I rounded some. So that's where I got the 277. So they're asking for 277,000 in equipment, supplies, and whatever.
Operating,
Operating,
salaries.
whatever. They're asking for 277,000 more than they got last year that they could control. FRS and retirement, they cannot. And then they're asking, they have an ask for a new computer of 92.
Right, yes.
So I took half of that 92 and I added it to the 277, and that's where I got the 325. I mean, I'm rounding. I'm
Yes,
within
sir.
a couple thousand bucks.
We can work that, Commissioner Land.
So if you do half the computer thing plus the $1,002,580 she was asking for, that's $1,047,580 by my math. I kind of rounded that. I just did 90,000 and split it in half, 45,000.
I had 46, so yeah, I mean, we're rounding.
So really, we just need to take that 14,872,524 and add 45,000 to it.
Sounds
Yeah,
good. We were originally asking for 1,096,000, so I feel like that's a good take. Because I did do some hard work to get our actuals to where we presented a lower budget to you guys today. You have the new budget we presented. So we were originally asking for 1,096,000. I got it down to 1,002,000. So that's the 88 that Keith spoke on.
And so when we
98.
get back to the wish list, we're going to fund half of the, or 45,000 of that IT ask
Yes, sir.
for Miss Vicki.
Yes, sir.
And so that gives you, can you do that, Keith, add that, the 14,872,524 and add 45,000 to it?
Like the 14.8.
14,872,524.
Plus the 45,000.
Correct.
46.
40, well, she's,
Nine.
man,
Sorry.
she's really down to the penny on this.
Half of 92,000 is 46. I'm making sure I'm correct too because I rattled that off quick. Half of 92 is 46.
Oh, I get it.
I'm asking.
It's just easier in your head to take half of 90.
At
so I know
90,
what
so
you-
that's
Oh,
why
yeah.
I said 45.
Oh yeah, I need that extra 1,000.
It's that Branford math.
Are you married?
I am.
Man, I bet your husband has a very small slush fund.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. It's yeah. I gotta get him wrangled in a little better. We're
So
working
did you
on
do
that.
45 or
Working on,
46?
he's in training?
He's next.
Okay.
So that's the 14,872,524 plus the 46,000.
Correct.
Comes to a total ask of 14,918,524.
14,918 what?
524.
Is everybody in agreement on that? Is that what you got?
918, 524.
46 back to this, right?
I mean, that was just my recommendation. Just
I'm good with
Just
that.
trying to
I mean,
compromise.
there's
So
things.
without the extra employee, we will still continue to do the overtime. We're bringing over someone from corrections to, help out at the court services level for bailiffs. We're still doing that now, so just keep on with it, maybe next year.
And so on the option list, you're funding half
Half,
of that server,
right.
not the 4 new employees.
Not, we'll get to that
We'll
when
talk
we get
about that
to
later
it.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't,
I'm just trying to get a number here so she can leave.
the
and-
IT's only asked what number that I was
Yeah.
knocking out. We'll come back to the employees and the CD requests later.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good trip.
Is everybody happy?
Thank you very much.
Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Hey, thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much.
Hey, guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Fire Rescue, Chief Miller.
Good morning.
That's section 12, 33, and 34. He's got a bunch of them.
All right.
Where you want to start? Start 12?
Start with 12, right? That's the
Okay.
general fund side. So like I said when I first got here, this is my third actual budget process, but only the second that was technically my budget. It was done before me the first year. My goal was to try to get as much as I could out of the general fund and moved it over to the fire fund, right? So I want less money out of the general fund. So if you look through the numbers, you can see we all had the same insurance and retirement went up, but the overall, I got the budget down out of the general fund as a 0.2%, almost couple $100,000. I have no asks for the 2610, the general fund side at all. So If you have any specific questions for this side, I'll be happy to answer. I threw in the 3 extra people just as a discussion point if we wanted to talk about reducing overtime expenses, but that's not a big deal either.
That's on the wish list.
That's on the wish list. We don't even have to. I know some of the numbers that kind of probably jump out is that overtime line. You know, we were way over last year. We're way over this year, but that's because we don't have any floaters, is what I call them. You know, we allow one position off every day, costs $185,000 a year in overtime, and we allow 3 people off a day. So we're spending overtime like crazy, and then again, no extra hire, no overhire. So we either shut an ambulance or shut a fire truck down, or we hire overtime. So I've had 2 employees out on long-term health, like 6-7 months now, shoulder surgery, knee surgery, things like that. So that's an overtime spot every day. So that was why I just threw in the ask for those 3 extra positions. I could put an extra person on every day and kind of move them around to cut some overtime if we wanted to. But I agree with, you know, what Commissioner Land was saying earlier about it stinks to hire somebody and then just turn right around in November, fire them or something. So.
Well, that overtime line includes the built-in overtime that they already
It includes the built-in overtime, any discretionary overtime, any standby time. So there is recoup. So like the stuff we do out when we do Halloween or things like that out Spirit of Suwannee, we get money back for that. And I brought that right. We returned $81,000 from that. So it shows we go way over, but there is money comes back to kind of offset that. But
I guess, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
I mean, that's kind of my thing. I mean, and we've talked about overtime for years up here. I mean, where do we finally draw the line on that and just hire those folks, or just, I mean, some of these numbers get very high.
Oh yeah, it's in public safety, like with the sheriff's office and with us. You know, you got to have them, so you got to hire the overtime. Like I said, 3 people, because you know. That's $261,000 to hire 3 people. That's gonna
all in.
All in, yeah. That's 1 person per shift. And then, like I said,
what was that number?
261. Okay. I just did 3 people at $87,000. That includes everything.
Well, if we hired the 3 people, and are you going to save $261,000 in overtime?
No, you only save about $185,000 in overtime. So you got to get to a point where you got to hire enough people to where you're making an actual dent or at least breaking even. And then historically, what I figured in my, or you know, what I've seen in my, is you're not beating your employees up by mandatoring them all the time.
And you're providing covering the service areas too.
Right.
I think.
It really helps. What really helps, those overhires really help on like injuries. Like I said, I've had a guy out shoulder surgery 6 months. So. Because until he is 100%, he's not allowed to come back to work. And I have to fill his spot every third day.
I had to go back to work next day.
Yeah.
Body cast and all, right?
Oh, you've seen me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why I threw that in there. Like I said, it was just more of a topic of discussion, because I know last year we talked about overtime. So
you're saying for $261,000 in extra positions, we were going to save how much?
We're not going to, I wouldn't say save.
Cut down on overtime.
Cut down on the overtime expense.
That's what I'm getting
right.
at.
That 1 position, if there was 1 person off every single day for all 365 days, costs $185,000 in overtime. So basically, you're spending $261,000 in positions to save $185,000 in overtime. It still costs you more. But where you make up is like if you were to have probably, you know, there's a calculation we can do. But like, let's say you had 2 or 3 extra people per day, and then you can eliminate all 3 of your vacancies, basically your people who are on vacation and all that.
Do you have any vacancies in here?
We are fully staffed as of yesterday, or maybe we're interviewing the last person today. So all the positions are funded, so they're all going to be filled with people. So all the expenses there. Yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. All the positions that are in the budget that you see have somebody going to be to them.
Okay.
But to Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
But on the heels of his question, though, I see what you're saying. We're too funded, but are we adequately staffed, I guess, is the question.
I've spent the last 2 years kind of moving things around and moving some assets around and getting us to a point where Suwannee County Fire Rescue, Suwannee County citizens, that we're protected pretty darn good. No, we're not great. We're not the best. We don't have, 10 guys on every truck, but we could handle 90% of anything that comes down in this county. So I'm comfortable with it as the fire chief. The part I get not comfortable with is the constant mandatory, hey, you've already been here for 2 days, you're not allowed to go home, you got to stay on the third day because this guy's off, this guy's sick, this guy, is hurt.
I mean, I get it.
Chairman.
So,
Commissioner Fleming?
And with the new fire station coming on, that's going to be fully staffed?
it's already fully staffed. That was done last year. We did that in last year's budget. Those positions are all in here. They're already hired.
Did we get a grant on any of that yet?
No. So the grants that we're waiting on, which we should hopefully hear next month, I would say, is what we put in for positions was the federal SAFER grant, which is the staffing grant. And I put in for 9 positions, and that was in discussion. If we get it, we'll have to come back and have a big discussion. But my thought was, I know we talked about staffing the Lurelville station finally, full time, and getting people there. So
you don't know.
But that would be, I could do 2, and that third person could be a floater, could be somebody to help reduce some of the overtime.
So when will you know on that?
The federal government's budget ends September 30th, too, so they have to have the decisions made, I think, before September. We should start getting notifications. Remember, the FEMA people...
Do you have any insight on it? Do you have any
nothing yet.
on it? Nothing?
No, they're pretty tight-lipped on all that.
Any questions, guys, on that section?
I got one. And Chief, I don't want to discuss anybody's names because it's not personal and it's irrelevant, but you have one employee that costs the county $29,000 more than you cost the county.
Yes.
How does that happen?
He's been here 32 years. He's gotten every 5 cent, 1%. I've gone back and looked at every year he got an adjustment. And he used to be the fire chief. Then the county apparently hired somebody and they made him go back to firefighter. But guess what they didn't do? They didn't take any money. So he went back to firefighter at what he was making. And then every time he got promoted throughout the years, 5%, 10%, whatever it was.
Well, I mean, I was just looking at, and I didn't even look at names. I was just looking over here to the right, and I see the fire chiefs, and this is public record. So, I mean, your employee cost to the total cost to the county is $163,000 rounded, and then I'm scrolling and it jumps down here and I see an employee at $192,000. Like, whoa, how does that happen? And I was just curious, like, how do you get there? How do you make more $30,000 more? You don't make $30,000 more. That's incorrect. But how do you cost the county $30,000 more than the fire chief's costing you?
That's it.
That makes sense.
Started when he was 18 years old and has never left and has.
Well, and we appreciate long-time employee. I mean, I'm not knocking anybody.
Good employee. He does a lot of work and earns the promotions.
I was just curious on how
that's exactly how. I've had many people ask me that question.
Like, how does that happen?
Anything else on that?
I didn't know if he was splitting it with you or what.
That was all done. I've only been here 2 years. Well, 2 years. So that was all done before me.
Tab 33 then.
All right.
This one's a little bit easier. This is the fire fund, so that money kind of all is just in there. It's already budgeted. It's already balanced. So let me get over to it. And like I say, you'll probably see those giant jumps in percentages that probably scare you, but that's because I'm not taking it out of the general side, the first one anymore. I'm moving it all out of this one. There is a $750,000 appropriation we received in this budget and a large FEMA reimbursement finally for the hurricanes. That's why some of these buildings are pretty high. My goal now is I'm going to start building. I'm looking for some infrastructure for the future for the county. Replace the double-wide mobile home with a real fire station. Maybe move some of the Beachville station, the South End station. It needs to be moved. It's an old forestry house that is, from the 40s or 50s or something like that. So, trying to build in some phases of moving some infrastructure around and start building for the future. So, Suwannee County can have some buildings that are going to last 50, 60 years from now.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chief,
Yeah.
you got a FEMA reimbursement of $990,000.
Yes.
Have you heard anything from FEMA? I mean, is that going to happen, or have you gotten that
We already,
yet?
the cash
You already
money's
got-
in the
okay.
bank.
Okay. I've just heard horror stories of
Yeah.
some expecting 990 and getting 700.
No,
because of
no,
documentation
this
or
is
whatever.
actually here. The only thing that's going on, and Ms. Flanagan helps us a lot, is sometimes they'll ask us to, they'll audit it and they'll be like, oh, you were off by $5,000, you owe us $5,000. Or what they've been doing now is like instead of the next fund, they'll just reduce the money they're going to give us out of the next one.
So you got more coming?
Yes.
How much?
I don't know. Where's that lady at? No.
Hey, ask you a
I
question.
plead the fifth. Isn't that right? Is that right? Under advice from my attorney, I plead the fifth.
We don't know.
No.
I guess. Not a super amount.
No.
Right now, how many times you do that? That's one.
That's one.
Yeah.
What's the record? What do I got to beat?
111.
Okay.
He has provided me a breakdown of what's in his machinery and equipment line, which I haven't given you all a copy of that, but
Yeah,
it's
and on the,
140,000.
the fire side, I can if you want to knock that out real quick. Like I said, this is in the fire budget. It's already money there. It was balanced forward, so.
This is in the wish list we're talking about here? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I guess it would kind of be a wish list, but it's in.
It's included.
Kind of like the
in it.
tourism money, I guess. It stays in this budget.
So
it's
he
just-
took his wish list and put it in his
It's
budget.
already in here. Substantially reduced. It's the things that we approved last year, the brush truck replacement program, and finally getting some better boats for some high water stuff instead of using those old.
Do you use those boats?
A ton.
Really?
A ton. We have had close to a dozen water calls this year alone on the river. And those boats you've seen them, those little 10-foot John boats. So what I'm looking at replacing those with is with like real rubber Zodiacs, quick deployable, what the USAR teams have. So. And just for fun numbers, last year the combined wish list asked between the 2610 and 2210 was 1.2 billion, and this year it's only 140,000. So
above this.
No. Just
this is including this.
This is it. Yep. Yeah, I'm only asking for these couple little things. And like I said,
Any
nothing
questions
out of the general fund.
on tab 33?
So
Is that, go ahead, Travis, I'm sorry.
you're asking for a skid, a truck, and 2 boats?
Yeah, on the fire side, yeah. Which it's already budgeted in there for.
$140,000?
That's
Is
it.
that per boat or is that total?
No, that's total. That's both boats, both trailers, both motors, both.
Oh, that was my
turnkey.
question.
Everything.
Okay.
And that's included in your budget?
It's in that fire budget already, balanced and all. So it
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lane.
I mean, does it matter to y'all that stuff's already in there, or should it be on the wish list? Because everybody else kind of puts it on the wish list, and I mean, I don't know if that there's any.
I get where you're coming from.
It's like, wait a minute.
Muddies it a little bit, yeah.
It kind of confuses me because everybody else is kind of asking for stuff and not building it in there. Then you build it in there, and it's like, well, wait a minute, where's that at? I don't see that. I can't track where that boat's at. On what line item is that boat in versus, well, it's just in there. Like, well, where?
Yeah, it's confusing to me too because I like the money has to stay over there. It's not like it can go anywhere else. So I kind of get confused when I build it. Like I said, I guess my opinion would be in that particular budget, there shouldn't even be a wish list
So that's
line.
part of that 19% increase on Machinery and equipment?
Correct. That 140,500, yeah, the 140,500 is the wish list.
That's it, yeah. If you said, no, you can't have that stuff, okay, then you just got to put that 140,500 in one of those other lines.
It's just only, to me,
I
it's the
know-
only budget that I look at
Yes.
that's already got it built in there. So
I
you
know.
throw me a curveball when I was like, no, it's already in here. Like, all right, well, where the hell's it at? Like,
No, yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, he does have.
Like you're trying to pull a fast one. Like this is a card game.
No. I've asked Keith a couple times, is there another way we can do it? Is there another way that,
No, we could put it on the wish list, but that is restricted money. If you take it off of his line there, then just go into his contingency for fire.
Yeah.
That's a fire request.
I'm just talking about consistency in the way that we're doing it. Like this is the only.
We'll
one that
keep
we
it
do
standardized in the future, just like all the
We'll
other
talk about it
departments.
tomorrow.
I mean, I get where Commissioner Land's coming from. If you do some of it gets done this way and some of it gets done that, it's hard for us to keep track of up here because we're not in your fire department every day.
I get it.
So
Yeah, like Mr. Forrest said, we'll do it differently going forward.
We'll fill out a
just
form.
listed them on the wish list.
Yeah.
Said, hey, these are the wish list items. These are already built into line 6,400 inside of his
Okay, we
budget
can do
because
that.
the funds are restricted, so you can't really use them for much of anyway because they're coming out of fire funds. But these are his wish list items. He's built them into line 6,400 in tab number, whatever tab we're on now, 33.
33.
And that would be transparent.
Understood. Which last year we did have them on the request list, but they're also in the budget too. So
yeah, I think that's the way to go is to put them over there and say that they're already built into the budget.
All right.
Well, I mean, it's confusing for us, but I mean, I see some folks sitting in this room that might be sitting up here one day, and I know when you're year one and you're sitting up here, you're like, what, wait, we're doing this one different? Like, why is this one different? It would just be consistency.
Any other questions on tab 33?
No,
Not in a moment, no, sir.
34.
Is that me too?
Sir?
Is that mine also?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that medical director?
No, it's EMS
the EMS grant.
grant.
Oh.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I don't even have
I
it in
just
my
have to
book.
go through the motion here.
Okay.
No questions on that one, sorry.
Nothing there, sir.
I don't either, so. Anything else for the chief?
Not at the moment.
Chairman, let me ask a question. I think I did hear you say something about medical director.
Yeah.
We still have medical director?
Yeah, we got a new medical director last year. He's not an employee anymore, it's a contract.
Okay.
So there's, it has, we have a budget for that. I'm not sure if that
It's
moving
in
forward,
here.
you still want to do it that way, or it could just be a professional services addition, but either way, it's a flat fee contract for the year.
Is the medical director included in his budget?
It is.
Okay.
Well, it's in a different budget.
It's in under
2615.
previous tab, the EMS.
34,
33.
33?
No, wait.
It's 2615. Lon.
12 on the tab 12.
12.
It's at the back of that. So I think it's just the one line, right?
Yeah, it's let me see. Contract services, 2615, 526, 3400.
It's the third page back on tab 12. Just that one line item.
And that's something you got to have. Okay. Anything else for the chief?
I'm good.
Everybody good? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Does anybody need a bathroom break, or you want to just wait till lunch? So you know we'll move on. Maintenance department. Mr. Marcus, how are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
Good, that's item tab 10, 9, and 10. We'll start with 9. waiting on you.
Any questions? It's pretty cut and dried, so, I mean, you got
This is
questions?
custodial, correct, that
Yes,
we're
sir.
looking at here?
Yes, sir.
And this doesn't include any new positions that you've got on the wish list?
No, sir.
And I know we're adding a bunch of buildings,
Yes, sir.
so just give us an overview of that. and-
Well, on the wish list, so that since you want to go there, actually in maintenance and custodial, I've requested 2 positions in each. We've had a shortfall for several years, and I've got some data, especially on maintenance, because I track those work orders. We are fixing to add 35,000 square foot of building within the next few months. And those buildings need to be taken care of. They're your assets. If we don't take care of our assets, we won't have them. And God forbid when the regional shelter goes online, because there's going to be a ton of square footage out there also.
Well, that's a whole different beast in
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
Mr. Durham, the 22% increase on salaries, I know you said that's not new positions. Is that minimum wage that's causing that increase, or is that pay raises? Like, on the
Well,
salaries?
I don't do that. Finance does that side of it, but it's the increases in the 5% and the 1% and insurance, best I can tell.
Well, that
was the bring to-
Commissioner Land, they deleted a line here for $12,000.
Y'all see that?
So did that get moved up to salaries and wages? Is that causing that increase?
I don't see a deletable line on mine. Well,
What?
It's still requested, but it says delete. Huh?
They're not projecting to spend that this year, but it's still in the budget. The 0 is the projected for this
Like
current
part-time
year.
or something.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, the increase was due to the salary study, the bring to minimums. That was the biggest hit department. They were
yeah.
dragging way behind the prevailing wages around in their industry.
I gotcha. That makes sense.
Any other questions on tab 9?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Tab 10. So if there's that big an increase on the other section, this one's only 6.8%. So
Right. Well, like Mr. Furry said, that was due to the fact that a lot of those custodians were under the minimum, and they had to be brought up. Maintenance personnel were above that.
I got you.
That threshold.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
Mr. Durham, on your operating supplies, you got basically a 17% decrease from 300,000 to 250,000.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason? I mean, very few things go down in the world we live in.
Right.
Cutting it by 50,000, I commend you for that, but I just don't want to cut your throat.
Don't get too good on my behalf. Mr. Furry and I looked at that. Traditionally, what I try to do is I bring you a budget that I return you money at the end of the year, because we never know what we're going to spend to repair a building. And we have, for the last 2 years, have had a surplus, so we reduced it down and kept some surplus. But we didn't, we didn't try to cut our throat, but we also tried to be cognitive of the fact that, yes, November's coming. So we tried to turn that back as much as we could.
So do you feel comfortable you can make that work?
Yes, sir. We will make it work. How's that?
That'll work.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
Mr. Durham, on your on our economic development building, can you just update us on where you're at on that project as far as completion and what's next?
Actually, that project, we're going to change the name of it, is that right? Isn't that what we're going to, the name of the line?
We changed it to admin economic building.
Right. So what we're doing is we're trying to give a facelift to the county in the eyes of the public and those who are coming to do business with us. The 220 Pine Avenue building, which you're talking about, it's like 99% done right now, and we're going to shift over into the 224, which is the county office building, and tying those awnings and all into each other and deal with some of that outdated look up front that was not just outdated, it's obsolete and it's going downhill. So we're trying to upgrade all that, and that's why we're keeping those funds.
You're going to make those buildings kind of match, like you said,
Yes, sir.
kind of flow
Yes,
better?
sir. The awnings will match the one that we currently have on the economic development building. We'll tie all that in across the front.
So you're requesting 140,000 more for that?
Yes. Yes, sir. Well, actually, we're requesting 70,000. We're going to carry over 70,000.
Okay, that's kind of where I was getting.
Yes, sir. We're just going to carry over 70. We don't think we'll spend that this year, and we're just going to carry it over. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 11, rec department. Alden? That's tab 6, 18, and 41. We'll start with 6.
Well, 6 is just the
Is that just the
South County.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
the
we
only
don't
thing
need to talk about
That's
that.
the only thing in that tab.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I know if you're, the most obvious thing that'll jump out is the most obvious thing that'll jump out is the cost of utilities and some operating expenses for all of the new community centers that'll be coming online. So there's some increases in there that are kind of hard to predict at this point in time. But any other questions, I'm ready to answer.
Tab 18, Coliseum.
18. Next. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Just Commissioner Lamb.
Mr. Rosner, on average, let's say per month, how many times per month is the county leasing out, say, the Coliseum and X2?
I couldn't tell you on average. I'd have to look at our rental history. We have a varying number of events throughout the year. Sometimes things pop up last second. We have several recurring events out there as well. I don't know that exact average. I could tell you at this point in time off the top of my head.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lamb, go
It
ahead.
gets old saying that, Mr.
I
Chairman.
know it.
Mr.
Just
Chairman.
spout it out.
Mr. Rosner, your 20% increase on your utilities, I mean, I guess I'm correlating that into maybe your increase in the cost of utilities, which the community's been very vocal about recently, but also, does that correlate with the amount of rentals that you do have on the usage of your utilities? You got a 20% increase there, which is not a lot of money, $64,000 to $72,000.
So which utilities are we looking at? In the Coliseum. So that increase there was for the expected opening of the new show barn facility. Our current budget covers basically our operating costs for all our rentals and everything throughout the year. But we anticipate with the current construction timeline that we would be operating the new show barn facility for approximately 6 months of next budget year. Not sure what that total number will ultimately be. And of course, we'll have to adjust year by year as we start getting used to that building. But that's what that increase would go to reflect.
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Rosner and Keith, maybe, did we also add the Jefferson Smith Civic Center into the Coliseum utility line?
I believe that was in the recreation line for utilities.
Oh, that's in the recreation line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm good on 18.
I am too. Anybody else?
I'm good.
41. All the new community centers that's fixing to come online, the new building out here by the Coliseum that's fixing to come online, is all that Parks and Rec watching that, managing that? How are we going to do that?
So we will be responsible for the rentals of those facilities, the billing, that utility billing, things of that nature that come to this facility. So we would be overseeing that side of it.
Maintenance and all that, I guess would fall anymore.
Under March.
Yeah.
Any questions, fellows?
Mr. Rosner, I see you're expecting a 50% decrease in the spring entry fees.
That's correct, sir. We have a current grant with water management for an erosion control at Little River Springs to do a bank restabilization project. We are currently in the permitting phase of that project. So once that permitting phase is done, we would go out to bid for that. I don't know an anticipated timeline that work would be done, but we would need to close Little River Springs during that time. And hopefully that would be during the winter time when it's slower, so it wouldn't affect our revenues coming in as much as during the spring and the summer times, but it's all kind of unknown at this point in time. But I just anticipate a closure of Little River for a while.
Yeah, I would encourage, I'm sure you are, but I would encourage you to try to do that, say, October to March.
Yeah.
During poor weather or something, because I know
It's all river levels, weather. I mean, there's a lot of things.
I get it,
that are
but
out of
if you
control.
close that spring when school's out, the 5 of us are going to get chewed up and down one side and the other. So I would encourage you to either postpone that to the following winter, or please do it during.
Yeah, the good news is that grant does have like a 4-year timeline, but once we go through permitting process, construction selection, I'm not sure how the timeline falls just yet. I'd love to have it closed during the slowest time of the year because we get.
Well, it just makes sense because usually during the wintertime the river's down anyway, and y'all can get more work accomplished.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think Little River's in District 5, so when you do that, if you do it in the summer, I'll just deflect all calls to Commissioner.
I'm just going to give you my phone, so I don't. You do whatever you want. But no, I'm like Commissioner Land. If we have to postpone it to keep the springs open during the summertime, whatever that looks like, I get it. We don't know yet, but yeah, we don't need to be closing that in summertime.
We should be able to coordinate that in with the scope of work with the contractor and the solicitation, and just let them know ahead of time. That's going to be the expectation.
I'm figuring we can make that work. Any other questions?
Okay, I had to have one item that I wanted to bring up, and we had discussed this regarding the investment line, the $100,000 investment line. I had mentioned it to Mr. Furry yesterday, and I haven't spoken with Mr. Rosner regarding that, but we had on the revenue side the annual park improvement investment of $100,000. And I think somebody thought we were building on that line year to year, but we have not been building any escrow or anything in that, and also there was no money being transferred from general. So what we were planning on doing, and like I said, I haven't talked with Mr. Rosner regarding this, but I mentioned it to Ms. Furry yesterday about keeping that money into general until we get ready to do whatever project that they're planning on doing. And if you want to build that up $100,000 a year, put it on the reserve line and on the general side, and then we can move it over when you're ready to use that money. So we're bring that to y'all and make sure that was okay with you.
That was on what now, Keith?
On that investment line.
It's on the revenue side page.
On the revenue side?
Yeah, there's $100,000 in there for the current year, but no money was ever transferred over.
So there's no 100,000 sitting somewhere.
Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, that, I think it started maybe when Mr. Scott, right before he left Parks and Rec. The intent was to put aside, I think it was $50,000 at the time, and then we increased it to 100, but to develop that property to the south of the sports complex. The property where now we're talking about the anonymous donor money could go to a project over there. The intent was to have some money in there for grant matching in the future, and to, when we're ready to build something over there, the soccer fields or the dog park or pickleball, whatever it is, that we would have a head start on that. And so we thought we were escrowing that, but we really weren't. I guess the question is, are you guys good with starting that now with that intent in mind to put with the donation, the donor's money, because it'll never be enough. But that's kind of the history on it, was the intent to start setting money aside for the development of that future sports complex expansion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
I mean, if we haven't been using it, I'm not a fan of holding line items with 6 figures in it in any department. But with that being said, anybody that uses the sportsplex knows on a Saturday that place is busting at the seams, and there's nowhere to park. The baseball fields are used for football and soccer, so we don't really have any one-use fields. At some point, I mean, I forget, Mr. Gamble was here and told us how many, we had 400-something kids, I think, playing one of the sports, soccer, baseball.
We are like at 496 for soccer this past
500,
year.
you got 500 kids out there times hopefully 2 parents. That's 1,000 people on a Saturday morning, plus some grandparents. I mean, you're talking, there's 2,000 people out there. And
once your season starts, it's all games, and you can't practice anymore because we don't have any available space.
I get it. So where I'm going with that is we did get the anonymous donor. I mean, I think it's about time we start seriously talking about what are we going to do on that acreage on the back side of the tennis courts. Like, it's time to start either creating just some grass pasture that could be used for open space for soccer, football, so you can run multiple sports. I mean, I think their seasons clash now because there's nowhere to do it. So back to the budget, I think that if we're going to get serious about it, there needs to be a home for it in the budget. But if we're not going to get serious about it, then I say we take it out and put it in general like we talked about.
And it doesn't have to be in the department, the rec budget, I don't think, Keith. I mean, he can keep it on the balance sheet or in the general somewhere, and just in 2 years from now when we're ready for it, they can pull it out at the time. But
I mean, it's the pleasure of the board. It's a project that at some point we got to.
Do we have a site plan on that, or a master plan on what we're going to do?
We have a conceptual plan on the site for right now, yes, sir.
Has anybody started putting any numbers together on it? Do we have any ideas?
They were too high to we're working on it.
Well, I mean,
it was so bad we didn't want to say.
That's what
I mean, that was kind of my thought process. If we go in there and hair it up and drag it and level it and plant, coastal or Bermuda or something, at least we have open green fields that could be laid off for soccer. Yeah, we don't have the money to put up lights and build concession stands and restrooms, but there is one of those facilities are across the street. So, right now we got waist-high weeds. So if we can get to flat, good grass with maybe minimal irrigation or something, at least that's a start. I mean, to start using overflow for practice fields for the kids on soccer, or, I mean, you got open grass, you can play baseball practice or football practice or whatever it is. But, I mean, I know we're wearing the staff out.
I can't remember. All the trees are cut, all the stumps are gone, everything's done. It's just okay.
We just need to figure out how to get the grass and how to keep the grass alive, in my opinion, for now, and then figure out what we're going to do about sidewalks and concession stands and lights and fencing. But I mean,
so you're just talking about getting that site ready.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think Commissioner Land, getting the grass ready, whatever you want to call it, but probably fencing would be the next important thing, I guess, for liability reasons once you have it.
I realize there's a lot of conversations to be had over that yet. But I'm like Commissioner Land. If we're going to do something over there, we need to get. I mean, I know you got a lot going on right now, but I would like to see that move forward. I would personally, anyway. So
I agree. So, with that being said, I say I don't know if we need to leave that line where it's at, and I mean, if you put that, it's not in the budget now. So if you put 20,000 back in there. I mean, it holds its
Yeah,
spot.
there's no transfer from the general right now. It's just, it's actually being used as a revenue line and sort of what.
Well, can we add that to the wish list discussion? Yeah. Like funds for, and then that way we're not moving money right now?
Yeah.
So can we add a?
We're just going to look at it as is, and we're going to look at that in the wish list deal.
So can you add that to the wish list, just discussion about monies for development of Sportsplex? Does that make sense?
So we're just looking at the budget as is, how he's got it presented right now.
Because if we add money to it, we're going to pull out a contingency, and I don't really want to pull contingency until we start talking about wish list.
Correct. So we're looking at his budget as is. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Everybody good with it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Man, we're going to get through this before lunch. We're just going to hold y'all over. Y'all ain't getting nothing to eat today. Item 13, Mr. Meeks.
12. Libraries.
I'm sorry, 12, Suwannee River Regional Libraries. Miss Betty. I was about to skip over you, Miss Betty.
Mr. Chairman, while she's coming up, if you're thinking about lunch and the rest of the day or whatever, whenever we're going to talk about the insurance, if we can kind of ballpark a time, we're going to call Paula and JD and have them come over. So if it will be after lunch, we can call them and let them know. If we're going to do it before lunch, if you'll let me know, then we'll text them.
Is it something we need to know while we're doing this?
Just if you have questions during discussion over the insurance, we were going to talk about insurance again today.
I'm pretty clear on it. The rest of these guys are the one.
If we have a question, we can call them or text them then at the time. That's fine.
Okay.
And Chairman, on that, I understand it. I guess my biggest, and I can't remember, one of you guys spoke to it last night about just letting the employees know what are really only two options. That's it.
That's fine. And we can talk about it during the board budget or something. I was just trying to coordinate a time with them if we needed them here. So that's fine. We'll address it then. But
unless, do you guys need him here to explain any of that on the health insurance?
I mean, it depends on how far we're going to chase the rabbit down the hole. I mean, if we get into the fine print, then he's probably going to need to be here. But if not, I mean, the way I understood it, and again, we're fixing to dive off into a conversation about insurance if we keep talking about it. So, I would say if we could prepare for him to be here, it'd be better to have him and not need it than need it and not have it. So,
is his schedule open or what?
It is. I was just trying to determine if you were going to have a lunch break or not.
We're going to have to take one.
You seen the size of this boy right here?
Stomach growling?
He going to eat. He about to eat my arm over here.
You said he wasn't going to eat. You want to see the pie looks like a squirrel's been up here with all the candy wrappers.
That's fine. When we break, I'll let him know, and that'll be plenty of time for him to get here. Sorry, Miss Betty. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, Miss Betty. We got you now. Tab 40.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start off by talking a little bit about the system because we're funded in various ways. We're a 3-county library system. Most of you already know that. But I want to let you know also, or remind you rather, that each county is responsible for their own library budgets. So Suwannee County is only responsible for Suwannee County's budget. We have 4 entities, that's Hamilton County, Madison County, Suwannee County, and the regional wing, which is primarily funded by the state. And the regional wing consists of library administration, our technical services and cataloging departments, and the funding that comes in include the equalization grant from the state of $350,000, and we apply for that each year via grant application, and also a stipend from each county. And in this case, for Suwannee, it would be $65,000, and that's annually. Basically, our income comes from 4 different entities. That's the local board, which is your board, the state aid, which I apply for each year, the federal government, who takes care of all of our E-rate, internet, computer services, and also what they call a multi-county grant, which is the $350,000 that they give us for combining services for all 3 counties. So, local funding and revenue for Suwannee County, you'll find on the second page of the revenue sheet. Transfer in for BCC, general funds. That figure includes your local funding that you actually provide in dollars, which is about $850,000, and that covers both Bradford, Live Oak, and Darling Park libraries. The remainder of that amount is money that your county departments provide services for us. Like, I think that every department in the county somehow touched the library. And so, with that being said, I keep a running tally, or approximate running tally, of how many times we have to call the police, how many times fire and rescue show up. This past year, zoning because of the Branford Library. Emergency management, anybody that touched the library, I'm allowed to use that as local funding expense. So that's why you see that number. Parks and Rec, anybody that touched the library in terms of some kind of services, especially maintenance. The clerks, finance office, county administration, human resources, anybody that provides a service to the library, the state allows me to count that as local funding. And by counting that as local funding, what they do is match when I apply for the grant. 25 cents on the dollar for operating expenses, 25 cents on the dollar for what they call equalization, and that has to do with our status as Red Eye County, and also the $350,000 because we cooperate in 3 counties. So I like to start off by letting you know that I don't think that I have anything that stands out to you, but there is one event that happened with the library this year that I think is very important for me to share with you, and that is how we purchase our resources and books. This past year, one of the major vendors that provide that all of a sudden went bankrupt. And when they went bankrupt, what happened is that we have to find other vendors to supply those resources. So we have not spent as much as we usually spend by the end of the fiscal year because we've had to stockpile, and then we'll order as soon as we secure another major vendor. The vendor was Baker & Taylor, and they provided something like between 75% and 80% of the resources that we have. As a result of that, all of the libraries, especially public libraries in the state of Florida and all over the country really, had to try and find another major vendor. And what happened is that because we were all trying to find another major vendor, some of them had to refuse to take on new people, new libraries. So what we've been doing is using some smaller vendors. We're working on getting a major vendor. They provide the best discounts, so that's why we go with them. And then we'll catch up for those orders that we've had to since the middle, I guess maybe September 2025, when they bellied up. We have to order those resources, those that we think we really should have in our libraries that we missed. So,
I got
that
one
confusion. And I also need to let you know that the way that the spending goes for the library budget is that all the local funds are spent first. If there is any funds that's left over, those are state funds. And by law, they have to be spent on the library. If I don't want to say this because you haven't said that I have to cut anything yet. But if the local funding, I'll just put it this way. Your local funding determines the state aid match that you get. State aid cannot be matched again, so you don't have that as a match. Construction funds are not matched again. The only match that you'll have is that $850,000 that your local funding entity provides. The repercussions for that, if it goes down, and you may choose to do so, but in 2 years out, you don't have that as a match with the state, so you lose that percentage of state aid. Given the formula is still the same.
On your revenue sheet, it says Madison County's revenue was down 30.94%.
Madison County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me get to that. And that's probably because of some major things that they've had to have done over there. A lot of carpeting had to be done. The Greenville Public Library, which is now being built, we lost 90% of the collection over there. And we have not been stocking that particular entity until I anticipate November of this year. So Madison County, down 30%.
This is on the revenue side.
On the revenue side.
That money that's what Madison County, clarify it for me. That's to
Madison
provide their
County's-
services for their
people, and that include Madison County Commissioners funds, that include the state funds that they receive, and that also include any donations that they receive in their county.
Well, it was about a $500,000 hit, wasn't it?
Well, I had to close the library.
Oh, did you?
Hey, motor fuels.
Okay.
Yep.
Lee.
Well, Lee was closed down for some months too, but the Greenville Library is the library that had to turn the page.
Okay.
We anticipate that library being.
So did they close the library and then cut the funding, or did they cut the funding and you had to close the library?
No. We closed the library, which meant that expense was not there.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with that.
Right. And the reason why we closed that library is because we received a construction grant for the Greenville Library. At first, we designated a particular building for renovation for it, but then we had to choose 3 other sites before we really got to the one that they're now renovating. And so the staff for that particular entity, I had some resignations and I did not refill. And also what that meant is the maintenance and upkeep of the building was no longer there. Utilities, no longer a problem, so it
Well, I
was
was just,
basically closing.
the reason I'm going into that and asking you about that is I was just curious, is that because of the upcoming vote on property taxes and they're scaling back ahead of it, or?
No.
So it has nothing to do with any
It
of
has
that?
nothing to do with that.
Good.
And any of the libraries, because we don't really know what that's going to mean for.
And that's why I was asking.
Yeah. But customarily, when we have vacancies, I try to use the vacancy factor for a little while to offset other expenses. But in this case, that's what happened in Madison County with Greenville. We just had to close the library, and the library has been closed for more than a year now.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land?
Ms. Betty, I don't really have a question about your budget, but I do have a question about, in general, are the libraries seeing less and less, book rentals with the emergence of Kindles and online ebooks and that kind of stuff? Are actually people coming to the library to rent books? Is that a decreasing trend with the ebooks and stuff?
Actually, it is. But what we do now is for those resources like online books is skyrocketing. And all of our automated databases, most of them can be accessed via off-site. So in terms of the hard book and circulation, that has decreased. But when you see book on this line in the budget, what that translates to are online books, databases, library of things, any resource that we have that we allow the public to use. So it's not just the hard books.
Okay, so you have a program to where I didn't know you had online books. So how does someone check out do they pay a subscription? How do they get an online book through the library?
They go online. We have an app for it.
I don't know how this works.
I'm sorry. Did I?
I'm not a reader. I'm like, how do you get an online book
Kindle,
through the
laptop,
library?
Ask Commissioner Hale. He uses it.
They have two good apps. You use your library card, and you put your library card.
That was great.
And it downloads it to your phone while you're using it. It has a 2-week window as well. And then it sends it back to them at the end of those 2 weeks. If you buy
I learned something.
books, it is a phenomenal service that we're offering because buying audio books is very expensive. It's as expensive as buying a paper, regular books in your hand. But the audio books from the library, that's a free service as well. So it is a valuable service that they are offering, and they have 2 platforms that you can utilize, and all you have to do is go get a library card to do it.
I feel like everybody's laughing at me.
Thank you. I rest my case.
I'm sorry, I don't read online books.
Actually,
I don't read any
we have a
books.
couple of
I didn't know
resources. We do have a couple of resources that
That's what I was laughing about.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that a public library had. You could go through the app to rent an online book instead of buying it off of Amazon and your Kindle. I'm gonna tell my wife quit buying them books, and you need to go to the library.
You should.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman.
And if they have a preference in titles, we still accept that input.
Well, does it work with your Kindle, or you got to use your phone?
You can use it.
Either.
It uses either. I mean,
Just an app you download.
It's just an app on your phone.
Yeah.
Finna cut that line budget out of my wife's budget. She's going to the library.
Let me know how that works for you.
Ms. Betty, modern technology is taking over. And an older person like me, I'd stay away from that. But I want to ask you.
Well, don't stay away from it because we have a computer class specifically for people like
Old
you.
people, what you mean to say.
And they love it.
Okay. How about the library in White Springs and Jasper in that area? They still
Those
open, operating?
They're open and operating, and they are Hamilton County public libraries.
Okay. Now.
But I think I'm anticipating your. If you walk into Live Oak and want a book that's in Jennings,
yes,
you get that book.
Okay.
So any place in the system that you walk into, if you want to use the resources of the library, you do it and we get it to you. Which brings me to another point, and I know we did say that you're not talking about those items in this. Jason is looking away. A truck, a library truck. We we have 3, but we're down almost 2 now. One of them we've been down for quite a while, and we use those trucks to take our items and resources to share amongst ourselves, and also for training. So that, my understanding was that the items, that was an item, the items that need to go
on the wish list,
to be saved for the wish list, are those items that you're asking for additional funds for. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's
but
how
I'm
it
not
is.
asking for additional funds for that truck. I did build it in my equipment budget, and it'll be paid for via state and local funds.
So it's already incorporated in your budget,
Yes,
but you got it on the list to just say, just kind of like the fire chief's
for
got here.
information. Just to inform you that that's a big ticket item, I guess, there.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, now, the libraries that closed, that you shut down, are some of those employees able to come to Suwannee County to work or do that?
Actually, when we close a library in a particular county, the first approach we take is sending them to libraries in their particular county. So, for instance, the one employee at the Greenville Library, which is in Madison County, she serves as she's the manager for that one, but she will work at the Lee and Madison Library, need be. But we also have what we call outreach services over there. Technology does a lot for us. She can take care of a lot of the citizens in Greenville via technology, and she does that. And we also get books to them if they request it. We work out of the town center sometime, so we're making it happen until the building is finished, and I hope that that will be by November.
Well, I hate to rush.
Bradford Public Library is completed, and we are now waiting for the check from the state.
Let's get close to lunch, so we need to wrap this one up.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, if I can, I'm sorry.
Yes,
We're
sir.
talking about machinery and equipment. Ms. Betty, just clarify for us if you can.
Okay.
You have $65,000 in the machinery and equipment line item. And then
33.
on the wish list, it was 33 for the truck. So I just didn't know, is there something else in there, or
Well, actually,
what number?
in terms of just regular library operations,
In the machinery and equipment line item, the $65,000, what else is in that besides the truck for 33?
well, what's included in that is if we need fax machines, if we need copy machines, if we need additional computers, it's just a regular.
Okay.
And my understanding is that's considered equipment. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'll ask Keith if it's supposed to be over $1,000 or not. I don't. Five.
So the 33 is in the 65?
Yeah.
For
I
the
believe
truck?
so, yeah.
And the need for the truck is what?
33.
What's the need for the truck?
Approximate.
Are we replacing one, or you need another truck, or
We're replacing
a truck?
We're replacing one.
Okay.
And that one has already been, I think, the acquisition. So,
Any other questions for Miss Betty?
No.
Nope. Mr. Lamb?
No, sir.
Mr. Marble? Thank you, Miss Betty.
thank you. Want to remind everybody, don't forget to come to the library. We probably have a lot more than what you really think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Later.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're going to recess for lunch. Hour. Everybody?
At least.
Be back at 1 o'clock.
1:15.
Huh? 1:15. 1:15. We'll resume. We're in recess till then.
Thank you. All right, let me go put out all these fires.
Yeah, me too. I got to blow it up.
Ton of them.
The meeting. Moving on to item 13, Ron Meeks, Development Services Director, will be covering 911 addressing, building department, code enforcement, planning and zoning, and we'll start with tab 27. Mr. Meeks.
So the first one will be for 911s. Anybody have any questions or find out what we can spend Jennifer's money on? Or no?
Well, I was just asking her about that earlier. And
I ask every year.
And she
Doesn't hurt to
informed me
ask.
that they're still funding the dispatch portion of that, and that's in here. Any questions?
Cutting it up.
Move on. Tab 29, Building Department.
So moving into the building department, building department is a little bit more unique than other departments in that this board will remember the building department doesn't receive any money from general revenue. Building department is self-supporting and funds itself. So budgets are built around the permits that are sold. We were in a good situation last year with the budget. Moving forward, we're still in a great situation. We're continually ahead of our expenditures. Is there anything that you have any specific questions on, we'll try to address them.
Is building permit still ramped up? You still issuing a lot?
Yes, sir. We're stay steady on those. I think we had a revenue sheet as of yesterday. I think we were somewhere around $565,000 this year in permit revenue.
Still a lot of single-family stuff coming, or?
Yes, sir. We do get the single-family stuff is continuing. Mobile homes are always constant. The single-family stuff peaks and valleys, but it's stayed steady this year. There's new construction happening.
Any questions?
No, sir. I appreciate what they do.
Yes, sir. We appreciate y'all.
I do got to say, I haven't had, well, I can't even remember the last time I got a building department complaint. So
Well, that's
hats
good.
off. Good job. I don't know if anybody else has, but that's been my case.
Well, we knew that transitioning from the older permitting system that we used to be on into the new one was it's going to be some bumps in the road, but I think we've got most of the kinks worked out on those, and we've become a lot more efficient in the process and the speed at which we can turn permits around. It's increased our turnaround on inspections top to bottom. Top to bottom has done a lot, but we appreciate that.
Anybody any questions on that last tab, or moving on to code enforcement, 29?
Yes, sir.
The code enforcement itself is funded out of general revenue, so we do capture revenues from fines and fees and stuff associated with code violations. We've had probably one of the most noticeable increases in some of the legal fees for code enforcement. That's due to the frequency of the code enforcement hearings now, so we are having a steady hearing process with prosecution of those code violations, but the cost associated with that is shown as an expense, but is captured in the assessed fines and fees that are associated with the violation. So those revenues come back into that department.
Any questions, guys, on that?
Yes, sir. Overall decrease in change there.
Code, planning and zoning.
Let me just go back and touch on code enforcement real quick. And I went over this with Robin. We do have a contingency amount in there that was captured from some previous fines. There is a $5,000 amount that is shown in the machinery and equipment. There was a $22,000. We decreased it to $5,000. We can zero that out. Any of the equipment that's needed for that department, we can capture through the contingency that's there. So if we want to take that $5,000 out, we can do that as well.
Board, what do you say to that? Take it out, leave it in, what you want to do?
Thank you there, Mr. Meeks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Try to do our part, man. Try to do our part.
Y'all adding that back?
To the regular contingency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we do planning and zoning yet?
That's where we're at now.
31.
I think we had an overall increase of, I think, just a little over 2%, maybe under 3% on the total budget itself. If you have any specific questions, we'll address those. Through this permitting process that we have, our reviews have gotten much better, so we've been actually able in the past 2 years to capture revenues in the zoning department we haven't been able to capture in previous years. I think we had like a projected revenue of over $60,000 this year, and in years past it's been around 15 to 20, so we're increasing revenues as well, so we're capturing those back into the general fund too.
And that's attributed to more.
It's a way that we can actually track the zoning approvals that we give and flood reviews for every permit that comes in. So that those fees are able to be captured now.
Any questions?
We're going to come back at some of the
wish list stuff? Yeah, we'll catch that in our wish list.
Okay.
Anybody? Thank you, sir.
All right, appreciate it.
Ms. Flanagan, Road and Bridge, solid waste.
All the good stuff.
Tab 38.
Yes, ma'am, tab 38.
Yes, sir. There's so many line items, I thought that I would only mention a couple and then just to address any questions you may have, if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
So I wanted you to notice line item 140-4110, 541, 3400-04. It's right-of-way maintenance. And previously, we've had $250,000 at that line item. This year, we went more than double that whenever we went with a contractor to mow and pick up trash. What we had in the contract this year was 4 mowing cycles at $101,000 per cycle, and then we added 2 cycles of trash pickup, somewhere around $36,000 each time during the off season of when they weren't mowing. What I'd like to do is actually up that to $680,000. That would allow us to have 6 mowing cycles. And I'm sorry, I did not give that to you.
We have it at 680.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my bad. I've already got it included.
See, now you done spilt the beans.
I know, right? I'm second guessing myself evidently, but that's just the details on that increase. That's the biggest increase that we've got.
Does the board, while we on that, does the board have any input into that? You okay with that?
I will say that we are finally at a point where we're not getting complaints about trash in the ditches, and we're not getting all the complaints about lack of mowing.
I've actually had 2 or 3 attaboys over that.
We have 2, and it's a nice change. So I feel like they're doing a really good job for us.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Flanagan, will you just clarify for me, and I'm sorry I missed it, how many mowing cycles and pickup cycles is that with the 680?
The new number would be 6 mowing cycles and then 2 cycles of picking up trash during the off-growing season.
All right, thank you.
So the 6 mowings, that includes trash pickup, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So we'd be getting 6 mowings and 8
Trash.
garbage pickup
That is correct.
for the 600 and,
Yes, 680.
I don't have a problem with it.
I have had some requests from residents about us weed eating around signs, those kind of things. We haven't been addressing that. And I hated to ask for more for that with us not knowing how things were going to look.
You talking about every sign or?
Like intersections,
Well,
those kind of things.
I kind of see you need to do that. It's stop signs, intersections.
I already know the number for that. It'd be another $36,000 per cycle.
Is that for our employees to do that, or
That would be the contractor.
do we not have employees that could do that?
That's who's doing it now. All I would be able to do is shift. They're doing it. They're not doing it this many cycles. And they're basically just going wherever the complaints are.
And this 36,000 would cover it every round they mowed. They would do that as well.
That is correct. So you're talking about another $170,000 or another $180,000 a
That's
year.
per cycle, 36,000.
That is correct.
And, Mr. Chairman, that's every sign or
That's
just intersection
500.
signs?
That's all 550 miles. That's the quote that he gave us. So
That's every sign.
that would be everything. And actually, that would be signs, that would be cross drains, the ends of the culverts. I mean, that's a lot of things. But I could go back and get a different quote should we need to. And again, I did not fill out that on a wish list, and I did not include it in here. Just
Mr.
wanted to
Chairman.
throw it out.
Commissioner Land?
Ms. Flanagan, what are all the employees, because prior to us hiring the contractor, we did that ourselves with our equipment, our employees. What did the employees that used to do that transition over to?
So, 2 things. We used to have more inmates. That we don't have very many now. A lot of times, instead of having a crew, we have 1. But the other thing we've done is we've shifted gears from mowing to trimming. Trying to actually now work on some of the things you guys mentioned about trying to get the vegetation back. So that was the push with the Mower Max machines. We now have 3. So we're working on that now. Those folks have transitioned.
Do we have to do it every mowing, or could we break that up?
It's a per unit. We have a per unit price, so we could do it as often or as rarely as we want to. So even if we just did it a couple of times a year, I think it would be beneficial.
It's $36,000 per trip.
Yes, sir, for 550 miles.
But they don't mow the dirt roads, do they?
No, sir. This is all
Paved
paved.
roads.
Yes,
It's 530 miles of all paved roads.
550.
550.
There's over 800 of dirt.
Wow.
There's how many miles of dirt?
800.
And I'm sorry, I was daydreaming there, looking at something. That 36,000 is per trip or
per trip?
Per cycle.
Good gracious.
But that's
You
everything.
can get Dawn
That's-
on the weekends
Yeah.
for free.
Be glad to. All volunteers welcome. Not really. Adam would not be happy with that.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Fleming?
I do buy on the road a lot, and I saw him picking up paper the other day, and then the more was coming behind. But with all this rain, it's almost impossible to, especially with water still being in some of those ditches, to cut all of it down. And I did have a question about that, and I talked with one of the supervisors, and he told me the commission is, and I said, I know because I'm in the same boat. But I appreciate everything that's been done, and it's kind of a pretty hard hard situation to where, to keep everybody happy. I do know that. But I had some, there wasn't bad complaints because I kind of explained it to them.
Well, this year that we're in now, we only arranged for 4 cycles. And actually, next commission meeting, I'm going to ask for another cycle to be added. It's just growing so fast.
So that would give
that would be up to 5 for this year, but our next year, starting in October, that would be 6 cycles for this money.
Well, I do like to keep grass mowed. I do.
It makes a difference. Yes, sir.
Well, the inmate labor contract that's in here for $17,000, what's that? Is that
we have to have the contract, but it doesn't guarantee us a certain number of folks. They can go to pick some up, and they may have 1 they pick up, they may have 2, 3. I mean, it just varies. It's not consistent, I'll say that.
Can we, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Land?
Can we add the $36,000 per pass for weed eating to the wish list and then decide that when we go into the contingency?
Yep. Any other questions on the road and bridge part?
Okay, so the 402 collection side, I don't have any major changes, but we did decrease the budget by over 5%.
Hang on, I'm still trying to get to the right page.
I'm sorry, tab 44.
And this has got
This has the compactors.
Yeah, that's what I was
$780,000. That will buy the remainder of the compactors for all of the sites would then be covered. And just so everyone knows, the compactors should last us at least 10 years. Some entities are using them after they've had them 15, 20 years. Same goes with the roll-off trucks that we have. So making this expenditure is going to then eliminate that yearly lease of the front-load garbage trucks. Those trucks, the latest quote, was $140,000 per vehicle.
Per year.
Per year. And, it was just going to continue to go. So even though this is a hefty expenditure, last year, this year's budget was at $500,000. We're going up 280, but again, it'll be a one-time expenditure for quite a number of years.
But we already have all the roll-off trucks now.
We have the roll-off trucks, that is correct. And we have all of the collection sites improvements made, except for one that is a renovation, and then the Welborn site. So that means that we have 12 that are completely ready for these compactors to arrive. So if this budget is approved October 1, I'm going to probably say, hey, can I have permission to purchase these? There's a waiting period. It'll take a little while to get them. And that way, hopefully by the end of the calendar year, we would be able to get rid of the second front load truck. So that's the push, is trying to get them done as quickly as possible. We already know we're going to do it, so the quicker we do it, the quicker that we can let the front load trucks go back.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lane.
Ms. Flanagan, are we completely out of the commercial can business?
So we have 51 cans that are with Fire Rescue, Parks Rec, and the Commission. So those 51 cans will need to be handled by a contract with somebody besides us. Just some rough numbers that we've been looking at. You're looking at maybe $100,000, but then we would also charge them to take it to the transfer station. So you'd recoup some of that. Plus, you're not having employees tied up with that either. So
And that requires a front load garbage truck.
that is correct. The other thing we're looking at is there are some really small versions of compactors that are completely self-contained that are a lot smaller. And I don't have numbers on those yet, good numbers, but it's something that we might want to entertain the idea of at the Coliseum or some of these other places that have frequent events.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lane.
Is there not a way that we maybe purchase some smaller, because I know some of our coastal communities, they just set out a roll-off. And, they don't have front-load garbage trucks, but, by the boat ramp, they'll have a roll-off for 4-day weekend. And then that roll-off goes to maybe their transfer station. And it's not compacted, but I think I see other counties doing that. I think what they're doing is say, hey, we don't have front-load garbage trucks either. We got out of that, but we can go. We got little roll-offs. We can go set a little roll-off at the Coliseum, and it's not getting compacted, but you throw it in a roll-off container. We take it to the collection site, and we don't need to sub out to a private sector front-load dumpsters. We'll just set a little roll-off out there for 2 or 3 days, take it to the collection site, and use our own trucks. I mean, is that an option to purchase some of the smaller instead of the? I mean, what are the big ones?
I think it is. I don't know enough about those.
What are the big roll-offs?
Yeah, 20. I think there's some 30-yard.
But could we get a couple of the? I mean, would it be an option to get some of the smaller roll-offs that aren't compactors? Make more sense to me than subbing out for $100,000.
Yeah. And then charge back our folks ourselves for that.
I mean, it seems like you're left-hand, right-hand. If we could figure out a way to do it with our roll-offs and get some.
We would need another roll-off truck. The situation we've got now is geared for our number of sites and our number of compactors. So we would potentially need one more roll-off truck if we're going to do that. I don't know the details yet. We're still noodling through that.
I'm just trying to figure out how do we one, Coliseum events handle that garbage, and then two, if our facilities have the green cans, how do we not lease that out, have to sub it out and incur an expense with the private sector? How do we navigate? Are there smaller? What are the options in the private sector to buy some type of container that's not a compactor to set off and handle them with a roll-off truck?
Just those roll-off bins like you see them use at construction.
I mean, I don't know why we couldn't do that for temporary versus.
But
do you know if they use the same size roll-off?
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah. We're looking at all those. Dennis is actually the one looking at those, and he is not here this week. Had to leave last week. His mom is not doing well. Don't know if she's going to make it, but he's definitely the one with the more knowledge on the different sizes. I'll be glad to get you some additional information.
Did we have a decrease in overtime by going to these compactors that we were having to provide?
So all the truck drivers that have been working weekends, that will be eliminated. The guys that had been working a lot of extra overtime at the transfer station, that will be almost completely eliminated. So a good $80,000 to $100,000.
But I'm fine with that. I mean,
think it
we
makes
just
more sense.
task Ms. Flanagan with looking at that and bringing back some numbers.
I'll bring you some options for us to pursue.
And just so we're clear, bring us options of a contracted deal to pick up those cans and the roll-off, whatever containers you need for that. And can we do it with the roll-off trucks we got, or do we have to have another one? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I mean, my only concern on that will be is if we got to go buy 51 roll-off 20-yard containers, the 20-yard container roll-offs are going to be overkill and probably be a lot of money. I don't know what's out there. I've never looked at buying those. I don't know what the options are. If they got minis, and they're a third the price, then we should get minis, because all we're trying to do is replace a green can and get away from a $400,000 front-load garbage truck. So, but if we put that out to the private sector and they say, hey, you got 51 cans at your facilities that are front load, we're going to charge $125,000 a year. Well, I don't know that we're going forward, probably going backwards in that case.
The ones that you've seen in other places, are they on a concrete pad and rails?
No, I mean, they dump them on grass.
You just dump them on the ground.
They got wheels on them. You can put them anywhere. I mean, I'm talking about like the roll-offs you see at construction sites. I mean, they dump those on anything. I just know if they have smaller sizes.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
My question is, I mean, why can't we leave the green dumpsters there? You don't have to have a front loader to go get them. I see the city of Valdosta every day has a trailer. You back up to it, sticks in it, tilts it forward, and they take them off. That's how they do them. I mean, you don't have to have a truck to go pick up all 51. Just
only took them one at a time.
One at a time, yeah.
The front load's multiple dumps.
I get it, but I mean, they're not going to all fill up at the same time.
How about this? Do we have to go out for bid to get a private company to pick up the remaining county cans that's sitting now?
If it would be over $50,000.
Yeah, if it's over $50,000, otherwise we can get quotes.
But we've just been having casual conversations. I don't have any hard estimates. We've just been accumulating data. That's where we are.
But just to be, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, I think the question one of y'all asked, commercial can business, when you're saying commercial, you're just saying for our county entities.
Correct. We are no longer have customers.
Any business or anything like that. Was that you, Travis?
That is correct.
Travis did, yeah.
So, I mean, I guess you can consider that commercial, but I just consider that our own responsibility,
Well, I think I'd like, just me personally thinking, the way to go about this would be to go out for a bid on it to see what the private sector would charge to do that in place of the county doing it. And then if we didn't like that, well, we could be doing two things at the same time, and then pricing this other alternative to that as well, and come back with some information on that. But the goal being to have zero front load garbage trucks.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, Ms. Flanagan, does the city of Live Oak, do they dump their own cans, green? I'm just thinking about downtown at our office. I don't want to roll off behind the parking lot where the public just pulls up and fills that up. So if we had a few in certain locations, maybe in town, is the city an option to pick up on their route?
I haven't had a discussion with them.
I'm
sure
the city would let us be a customer.
I'm sure,
An account and have the city pay the city to come.
I was just thinking about that one location as far as a roll-off, but I understand your point.
Okay.
I mean, I know what they charge me at my business to do that, but I'm just thinking at 51 cans, maybe there's a cheaper price for that in bulk. I don't know. I'm just saying, let's put it out there and see.
Just the casual conversation that I've had has been them charging by an estimated tonnage of what they would receive from our different locations. So then we would have to get that information, what is it going to look like at different park locations? What is it going to look like at different fire department locations? Just a rough guess. But again, we've just sort of started having these conversations, so we're not there yet.
Because like mine, they just charge me so much a month.
A flat fee?
It doesn't matter. It's either once or twice a week pickup. You pay accordingly for how many times you get it dumped in a week. What size can you got at each site is a different price. So you probably need to know what size cans you need at each location to get that figure from somebody.
Makes sense, yeah.
But this estimated tonnage thing, I don't know that I'd want to go that route. I'd want a flat
That's
rate
how-
per month.
They wouldn't run a tonnage on you each time they dumped. What they would do is they would estimate what type of facility they are picking up from, and they would set their rate on that.
Well,
And then
I
it
know
would
the
remain
school ran
flat.
into it because of the lunchrooms was so heavy with all that food waste that
Mm-hmm.
they had to charge. It was expensive, as I remember, for the schools because of the weight issue. Because they got to pay us for that what comes across the scales, don't they? In that deal.
Yes, unless we negotiate otherwise, but I don't want to give that up.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Lynn?
Yes, sir.
The paving budget, is that in the one we're in now?
The paving.
We're in collections. Never mind. We know what me and you discussed that before anyhow, so.
That's 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5 million.
Yes, sir, it was.
That's the one we need to increase.
We did increase it.
Yes.
More.
We increased it by 100,000.
Before we move on with this, just going back to that for just a minute, the $1.5 million that we've got in that item for paving for our crews to pave our roads, is putting any more money in there of any value, or are we tapping out our crews on the $1.5 million? Could we pave more roads if we had more money, or are we?
If we leave the budget like we have it, we have that line item, and then we have another line item that has 500,000 in it, and another line item that has 115,000 in it. We can actually use all three of those line items for paving our roads. One of them is specifically for if we have some major small areas along the road, Mike can come out, scoop those areas out and do that. So one of them's like that. One of them is just asphalt only. So that one actually can roll into the line item that we've been using. So we have actually used all the money in the major line item, the 1.4. We're past that. So I think that our guys are maxed out, because not only are we doing these, this year they've done 12 collection site renovations. We do things for Parks and Rec, Fire and Rescue, whoever. So we need to still be able to have some flexibility to fit some of those in should we need to. If we don't do that, then we could up the budget a little bit.
Yeah, somebody said on Facebook that my driveway got paved. Do you know when they're going to get to that?
I think maybe I should put it at the top of the list.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I know. We hear a lot of things about what we do.
Just wondering.
Well, we'll address that, I guess, in the
I guess when we get into see what our reserves are, what's in our contingency. But Mr. Chairman, just on the heels of that, I'd love to see it increase. I'd love to see us be able to do more roads. I don't know if staffing is the problem or equipment or both, having time to do it. But, I mean, I'm going to tell you, paving roads makes people happy.
Yes, sir, it does.
It does. So.
That is typically the only compliment we get. We have received a few compliments of some of the tree trimming and comments about the ditches and things looking better, but the majority of the time it's the roads.
In which I've had, there's a one-off here and there, but
Sure.
most people are even happy with the dirt roads that we have. So, it gets bad when it rains or it gets real dry. They complain, but for the most part, I've even had some people say, "Hey, y'all do a good job with that." So,
I do, since you mentioned dirt roads, it made me think of something. So the dirt roads that we are contracting with people, the private dirt roads that we have contracted with folks, I will say that work effort is basically done on overtime. Our guys are max, so I'm concerned about getting too many of those happening because
I was about to talk to you about one of those.
we will
after the
have to have, I just want you to know, if we start doing more of those, I need to have more graders and more people.
meeting. Interesting.
That's why they got the private sector.
Well, I just wanted to share that, just put it out there, that right now we're doing it on overtime.
Is that getting figured into the price of doing that?
Yes, sir, we did.
At the overtime wage?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We knew that we were already maxed out.
Okay.
People are already complaining that we don't
Okay.
grade enough. We're basically on about a 3-week cycle. That varies, you know, depending on what the weather is and all those things, but
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need to stop doing the ones you've already committed to doing, but I think that, I mean, I'm always against us taking work from the private sector because you're taking food away from somebody. I mean, the county's not in the business of subcontracting, grading private roads, even though if the folks are paying for it. Like now you're directly competing with the private sector, and that's taxpayers that are paying taxes, and then we're out here taking business from them. Like I don't think that's.
and they cannot compete with us.
And I don't think that needs to be a practice that we need to get into doing.
I agree.
On the solid waste collection, is there any other questions on that?
I don't have nothing for this one.
Solid waste disposal. 45.
So I will mention that the disposal of tires is continuing to escalate. So that's an increase. And that's something we can't really control. We have limited number of vendors that we can access. We're down to one, aren't we?
You said on tires, Ms. Brenda?
Yes, sir.
Is that a line item in here itself?
I think it's actually in, I think it actually has its own, I thought it had its own page.
I thought so too. I was looking for it.
Okay, it does have its own page. It's back behind contamination and closed landfill, all of those. It's the second to the last sheet of 45.
Tire shredding. Is that tire shredding?
Yes, sir, tire shredding and hauling.
Oh, there we go. Good.
So we've busted the budget on that this year by 32,000. Or will. So this year's budget has $100,000 in it, and I'm requesting $140,000.
And each resident can, refresh my memory, can dispose of how many tires a year? Is it 4 or 5, or I don't know?
I want to say it's 4. I could be wrong, but
You the residents?
Yeah.
I think 4. Might be some misconception. I don't know if it's 4 a trip or 4 times a year.
I can't remember what the rule is on
Well, Mr. Chairman,
it. Mr.
who currently, we using the local people here in town that do that, or
no, sir.
no?
We're not.
I mean, don't we have a place out there in the old backup building, and that's what they do?
They don't shred them there. They take in the shredded material.
Right. We did some of that at one time, but
that was my question. There was I can't remember the guy's name, John something, down in the Chiefland area, but that's his business. He comes and sets up a shredder on site for you and shreds them, and then he can haul them, or you can do whatever you want to with them. Can't think of that boy's name, but anyhow, I don't know if that's an option.
Because that freight bill on that's more than the tire shredding is.
Yeah, John Bishop is his name. I don't know the name of his company, but that's his name.
John Bishop, can you give me his information?
Oh, yeah, I can get that number for you. Yep.
And the same company does that. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I get it, but it's separated out. And the problem with tires is you're hauling a lot of air.
Yes, sir.
If they were shredded, you could load the wagon when you were hauling them.
And like I say, I think his option is he can haul them for you, or you can haul them yourself, but I know he's got the shredder and the,
So we could just have him come a certain cycle or a certain number of
Yeah.
months apart and him.
yep.
Come in and do it.
That would be great.
Yep. Make myself a note of that. Just
Yeah,
send
I
that
would love
you.
to have his phone number.
Okay.
Any other questions on disposal? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am.
Chairman, I would like to say that this is balanced on the new assessment, the preliminary, the 275. So if that is reduced, I mean, there will have to be a transfer like from disposal to collection to cover the shortage, but there's no money coming in from general fund right now to cover anything.
At 275?
Yeah.
But yeah, if y'all change that down, it will be an adjustment.
Gotcha. Item 15, Mr. Furry. I guess we'll start with the Board of County Commissioners, tab 5.
Cut that budget. Flip way around. All these grant pages. I guess we'll just mention too that on the revenue side, we still don't have the state figures, right?
Right.
So none
of the estimates that come in from the state.
That'll come in and we'll adjust. Are those typically same as last year, up or down, or both?
Last year, it was a mixed bag.
Okay.
Usually up, but with the new tax laws.
You let us know. Don't let Nina hide it.
Nobody knows.
Looks could kill, you might need a graveside. Call Travis.
I conflict out.
No, you have it there in front of you. I don't, any questions that you guys have as you go through? I do know, the county cans are in there, so that, that's where that line will come out of whenever we look at that with Ms. Brenda. The chiller generator for the jail, we should complete that project this year out of this money, so that 1.2 million would not be in next year's budget under that project. There may be another project, but that will go away.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lane.
Mr. Gentry, on the revenue side, on line 361, interest earned, down 78%. Is there any certain activity that's tied to?
I couldn't hear you.
The interest earned on line 361 is down 78% from current at 200 to projected at 302, and you requested 43. What would cause that interest? I know we pulled some out of reserve, but I didn't realize we pulled that much. I know rates are decreasing some too, but is that interest earned? Is that at funds held in local banks?
Those are held in local banks. That should probably be up from the 43 that's there. I'll have to go back and look at my notes. I don't know why it had so much less than last year.
It just jumped out at me on.
Because we got a better interest rate on our bank, so. I'll make a note, go back and look at that.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like it may be a typo. I'll have to go back and look at that. It's the same figure as a couple of lines down.
The GIS thing, Jason, it's under 6400-56. It's next to the last page.
For our Esri, that's for the license, the software licensing.
So we do have GIS now?
We don't have a position. I mean, we have an account where we can get on and play around with however you do it. We're using, we're using a consultant right now, Fire and Public Works, instead of having a position, a county employee.
So we are making use of it?
We are. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if you could read that.
I think they were pretty instrumental in the roadmap for Ms. Brenda and staff and working with Chief on some things as well. And when they get done, we'll need to consider again, do we want to have our own employee take over from there? Do we want to continue with the consultants? But yeah, we're using the software, the license.
And under that GIS, I know during the hurricanes, that was a big deal to use that for, I don't know what they were using it for, but is that?
It was like a real-time mapping of where the debris and the trees and the lines were down.
I mean, I always thought that was pretty handy to have.
Yeah, we're trying to steal Paul from water management. But
don't tell everybody.
Everybody knows. Everybody's trying to steal him. It's a bidding war right now. Yeah, I don't know if we have our own person in the EOC, but we talked about it. I mean, that's a position that potentially could be funded out of Jennifer's office.
Just tell AI to do it.
Tell AI to. We got to have a data center to store it in. Just kidding, Mr. Boat. Just kidding.
Next.
But no, but seriously, on the GIS position, that's something could be funded out of Jennifer's 911 addressing budget and shared amongst her department and the other departments.
That'd be great.
And EOC during a storm could, be their main focus. So
it's a lot of information that you could gather there, and a lot of time saving.
I don't know how to use it all and how we actually practicality, how it comes together, but they do. And I think we've talked about that position in the past and have just never pulled the trigger on it. So kind of the plan was to talk to Brenda and Chief after using these consultants and kind of get the consultants' guess of how we take the next step. So, yeah, we may bring that back.
I mean, you couldn't, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Land.
You couldn't combine funding sources. I mean, I don't know, where's Jennifer here? Combine Jennifer and Fire and maybe Sheriff and Public Works to all contribute and hire. I mean, because those folks that are qualified to run that, I mean, they're not cheap.
Yeah, correct.
You're not going to get one for $40,000. I mean, if everybody kind of pitched in and said, "Hey, we're going to pitch in and pay this salary," or maybe Jennifer had. I mean, Jennifer's got a bunch of restricted funds. Maybe she could, but I don't know. I don't know that she could do the heavy lifting forever with the pay, but.
I think it's a great idea.
I think it's something we need to look at. And I mean, the sheriff's here, fire chief's here, Public Works would use it. I know when we had the storms, they downloaded on a lot of our phones that quick capture app.
Yeah, I love
So if
that.
I was riding around in my vehicle, all I had to do was take a picture of the tree. It dropped a pin where I took the picture at. It sent the picture to the GIS trailer at EOC. They knew, if it was a power line, I just got out my phone, went to the app, took a picture, put power line. They knew right where I was at, because a lot of these folks that come to help us, they didn't know our road numbers. And you say, "Hey, it's out here on where that." They had a pin and they went straight to it and they fixed it, or they put up a barricade. And I mean, and everybody benefited. Sheriff's office benefited, Public Works, Fire. Everybody was benefiting from that because they knew, well, there's a hot power line. I better send a deputy out there. Oh no, this is not a deputy situation. This is a guy with a chainsaw. So
I think it's a great idea. I think maybe like your point earlier, after property tax comes around in November, we'll be finishing up with our consultants maybe, and we can kind of see, we'll get the sheriff and the chief and everybody together and talk about it again. If the property tax doesn't pass and we want to move forward, and, you know, if it does pass, and maybe we wait. But
Well, in my opinion, that's one of those positions, like you say, you keep kicking the can and then something happens, like, golly, I wish we'd have had that person. We'd have had all this data there and it just been go.
Well, and we're trying to be frugal, like, because we don't want them sitting there in the office with nothing to do either. And not that there isn't, but I don't know how to fully utilize the GIS. So I just want to make sure we have enough departments and enough uses to practically use it and put it to use. So, no, I think it's a great idea.
We'll just go online.
I'm out.
He said go online.
Does it come in an ebook?
I saw Don lean over and tell Franklin to say that.
You see how that goes, don't you?
Yeah,
You're
we'll
a
say-
bad guy. You go over there and slap him in the face.
He's blind. He can't read anyway.
I had to get my jab in where I could.
You need to lower them glasses a little bit.
That's right.
Any other questions? Any questions on this particular tab? Seeing none. County Administration, tab 11. Cut.
Cut it. It's pretty lean. We decreased it. I don't know. We get rid of some staff, I guess. We start at the top.
You don't get off that easy.
Top line. What's that about?
Top line.
In expenses, 161% increase.
Oh, so that's 3 salaries. That's myself, Mandy, and the assistant county administrator position that we haven't filled. I don't have any plans to fill that right this second. So that's 3 positions there. Before, it wasn't.
I had recategorized those.
Yeah.
That's why that's the big difference.
They weren't under the
They weren't
executive.
regular.
Mhm.
So, because they're the senior management.
It's just a shift around from the regular to the executive, I guess. But
So miles to 47.22% from the 161, and that's your real increase. Okay.
increase some travel. You know, we're a believer in traveling and conference and education and training, so we did increase that a little bit. It's pretty bare bones. I tell Mandy all the time, we don't have no money. I used to have some money at Parks. I don't have any money over here.
It's all in your payroll.
I'll just be quiet for now. I'll stop while I'm ahead.
Any other questions on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I got a question on that.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
You don't want to know.
The canvassing's supposed to start at 1:30. They don't have a quorum. Mr. Hale makes their quorum. So I don't know if y'all want to take a few
When
minute
does it start?
recess and just let them get the meeting started and he can rejoin y'all. But she says she needs you to get it started.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
You're excused.
I'll be back.
Do we need to?
Yeah, now's the time we cut District 1 funding.
You do realize we're not stopping, all right?
I don't know if we need to.
We're on, all we got left is IT, utilities, and veteran services. I mean,
Well, we can
ain't no
do
real conflict.
We can do veteran. We were going to talk about the utility, the water rates.
Yeah.
And then the insurance. So.
Well, can we just, while he's gone, we
Yeah.
move through these other few
Yeah.
things that's here, and then maybe you'll be back by then.
Sure.
22. Was there any more questions on admin? IT 22.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we transitioned from having our own IT department. We're using the clerk and their staff now, and We put a lot of money into it this past year to get our servers upgraded and secure and all that stuff Vicki talks about that we don't understand. It's in the cloud. But overall, I think it's a savings to us by having, the clerk staff come and do it for us, and it's been great.
And it works.
We do on the bottom, the $45,000, I think, in the technology upgrades, I think the intent is we need to escrow, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Vicki, but is she still back there?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay. If
the money.
we're trying to escrow that because we're going to need in the future to buy those servers, it won't be a big chunk at one time, that we go ahead and put that money away each year. Knowing
Is that included in here? Or?
Yeah, it's $45,000 right now. We just need to remember to do it again, to add to it next year, however Keith does that on his end.
And that is a rollover deal that'll keep rolling over? Because I know there were some questions on some other lines that we were thinking we were doing that.
Remember to add it on to it when we build the next budget.
I got you, but it will
Keep
carry
that line
forward.
building up.
So next year, it'd just be $90,000
Right,
we would put there.
90,000 next
Okay.
Any questions on IT?
That 118.5, what is that? For professional services, security?
Yeah, it's some backup security. I don't know, email, the G5 or G3, or it's the Microsoft. If Miss Vicki, you want to bail me out here? It's professional services security, 118,000, and that professional.
Obviously, if it's IT and online, you got me.
Miss Mandy chose to put everything all together in one hole because it's pretty much we're giving you services. You're going to be paying Microsoft for your email suites. You went to G5 this year. We have bringing on a online in-house backup solution that creates a what I considered. It's encapsulated, so it can't be unencrypted or anything until one of us becomes involved in it. That way, if we ever have another outage somewhere, we can put their data back pretty quick. So all of that's going to add up throughout the year. And then Brother Barry and us came up with a price for our services, like we charge the sheriff and everybody $45,000 a year for us. And there's 4 of us.
It's a deal.
We're 24/7. Pretty good deal.
It has. It's been a good move. We appreciate the service we get for sure, and the guidance.
Without a doubt.
All good?
All good.
All
I
good.
am. Anybody else? Any more questions on IT? Utilities, tab 46.
You want to do VSO first on 17 and wait and see if Don makes it back?
Yeah,
to the
we can do
utilities
that.
real quick.
Yes, yep,
Maybe
that's right.
Maybe he'll run. I don't know.
We'll do 17. Ain't a whole lot there.
Again, it's not a whole lot there. It's salary for a position. It is a little decrease. He has been traveling to Mayo. There will be a little bit of income. We have an agreement for Lafayette County, so they're in need right now. He's going down there one day a week or every Tuesday, going out to Dowling Park. So getting out in the community, having a good turnout in Dowling Park with the residents out there at the village. Yeah, he's in Brantford for half a day on, I think maybe Friday. I can't remember.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
I don't have anything on it.
No,
Anybody else?
I don't have anything.
We're just time out till Baldy gets back. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hale.
If I could, it's where that earlier Travis had quoted a number from the, it's the reduction and stuff that we're looking at from the state. And he was using some old numbers that Ricky and I had tried to put together at the time. And I think Ricky would, he's looked over these. These are the numbers from the state. And it's where he is also in agreement with that. But I wanted to, if you look on the next to the last page, it'll have what it is for Suwannee County about the reduction. It's where they're looking at the part for Suwannee County would be a loss of about $6.1 million for the first year, and the second year would be about $8.4.
Dang, that number keeps moving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's the first estimate that we had, that I think Travis is working off of, is where that it did not include it's where whenever they dropped it's the amount that you could raise the non-homestead properties for both your businesses as well as your second homes. So it's where that was not included in the first part, but it is in this part. So
That's that 3% deal, or 5%, I think.
5. It went from 10 to 5. So if you like, I'll give you that, and at least y'all have it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you do.
Yeah, so my numbers were the old numbers, and I guess the state's come out with more predictions for Suwannee County through the Department of Revenue. And if the amendment passes in November, $6.1 million less, and year 2 would be 8.4.
I mean, I don't even know how you do that.
They said something about cutting District 1. I had to cut that one short.
We just, for Commissioner Hale's information, we just kind of breezed through the county IT and the veteran services.
Okay.
And Mr. Berry brought us
Yes, what I have here.
projections
Yep.
on if the amendment passes in November.
Okay.
And I don't know if you heard the numbers, but it's a lot more than what we even thought in the beginning, if that passes. So, moving on to the utilities, we wanted to wait on that until you got here because that
Okay.
includes the water utility. So, we'll move on to item 40, tab 46.
So on the revenue side there, it's most on the black tab. It's mostly just our grants, and then that's showing where I guess that's I don't know why that's on the revenue side. If that's is that what we're sending out to the utility authority, Keith? That one?
That's what's coming in from general, and then it's going to the utilities board.
Okay.
From the water.
Transfer out from there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and this is just where the utility budget is our contribution to the authority. And this is where Mr. Roberts wanted us to look at the rates and decide, do we want to increase our contribution to lower the rate, the commercial customer rates, or do we want to decrease our contribution and then that raises their rates? And he has put together to the utility, and Mr. Mobley and Mr. White, Chairman, can speak to it, but the initial proposal had a reduction in our contribution down, I think, from 520 to 496, and that had the commercial rates pretty high up there. So they came back with an alternative proposal. It increased our contribution back to our original 520, which is what we started with the authority originally, and then that reduced the commercial rates for the customers out there at the Catalyst site. So
Pretty much what it did was we could go with the rates as they came back on the study, which was super sky high for the customers that are on our utilities. And then the other option was to hold our funding at the county level steady at the 500, 520, whatever the rate was, same as last year, or maybe it might be 20,000 more, I'm not sure. But to do that, that would cut that rate in half to the end user from where it was going to be. It's still an increase to the end user. We just kind of balance between the two. Half on our side, half on the end user side. So that's how that number is what it is.
we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by having too high rates out there because we still want to recruit some customers out there.
Well, the whole problem is, and I don't know if everybody's aware of it, I'm sure the board is, we don't have any customers. That's just the simple facts of it. We had to bring the utilities to bring the businesses, and to do that, it's an investment. That's the way I've looked at it. And without that, you can't bring the new businesses. They will not come if you don't have it. And so we don't have enough customers. That will change over time. But at this point, it is it is county funded. I mean, it pretty much, that's just the way it is. Whether we do it on our own, do it through the utility, it doesn't matter. It's still an expense to the county, no matter how you slice the pie. But with the utility authority, we're paying one director, not each county paying a director. There's some cost savings in it, and that will manifest over time as well, the savings in that. So that's my position on it, and I deal with it, and Commissioner Mobley does. We both sit on that board, and I know it's been a little contentious here of late, but I think we'll work through all that. And if not, it'll go away and it'll come back to the county anyway. So either way, we still got to deal with the utilities. There's still a cost to deal with the utilities, and it's going to be a cost for the foreseeable future. I can't put a timeline on it. It depends on how many companies come here and how many customers we hook up and what transpires in that whole deal as to how quick the county doesn't have to fund that anymore. So I'm just being open and honest with the people. That's where it's at. There's some grants out there that's been applied for. There's some ideas out there to increase the customer base. We're nowhere close to that yet. It looks like it might be on the horizon. I can't say for sure one way or the other, but there is some effort there to increase that customer base to offset some of these utilities. We're not just sitting there waiting with a handout from the county to fund this. We are actively seeking ways to increase that customer base. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fleming.
How many customers, how many counties are Suwannee, Columbia?
It's Suwannee and Columbia at this point, and I had a meeting with the water management, or the county did. I was in on the meeting with the water management district, and apparently the state has passed some new statutes as far as water use, water consumption use permits.
Use for use sake.
Yeah. So I think that's going to bode well for a utility, and in the coming future, I think that's going to be the way you have to do it. But we'll just have to see. But from their vantage point at the water management district, they were still encouraging the regional utility.
So we currently have $500,000 in the budget, so we'll adjust that. Keith just have to remind me that after we won't approve this until whatever, the 18th meeting, but we'll have to adjust that, and then we need to replenish the emergency repair fund back to $50,000, which I think will take $22,000 to replenish that. So just remind me about that.
So we're leaving it as is?
I would leave it as is until and we'll adjust. I mean, that's the board's decision, but yeah, I would think.
So as the board, do y'all have any more questions on the utility authority, or?
No.
Any other questions on the utilities at all? Seeing none, I think that wraps us up. Do we want to do the wish list today?
You want to, insurance, you want to talk about it? We have JD and Paula here.
Yes.
Did y'all want to kind of dive into the insurance a little bit?
We can do that. We went over it at the board meeting last night, and I don't know if y'all still got your paperwork.
I brought it.
I don't think I brought mine in. I think it's still in the truck, but JD, come bail me out here and explain what we're doing and how we got to where we are.
It wasn't clear as mud last night.
This is what happens when you do farmer math, man.
Listen, I was doing some farmer math back there just a minute ago. So, all right, what do we want clarification on?
I think just start with,
why is it so expensive?
Let's just do this,
I can
JD.
give you part of that answer.
Just start with the county went out for bid. We got 3 proposals. If you've got the numbers with you, you can spit those out. And just
Okay.
kind of a 20,000-foot view of how we got to where we are.
Okay. So a couple of months ago, we started with an insurance committee meeting with the county and kind of gave them an overview of what we're seeing in the market right now with insurance. And part of your question, Don, or joke about it being so expensive, I will touch on that for a second, is back in the summer and fall of 2024, UHC, and I'm going to cover all of them, even though it's not Florida Blue, but it's going to explain why some of this is happening. Okay. UHC and UF Health were in contract negotiations. Florida Blue and Baptist over in Jacksonville were in contract negotiations. HCA and Aetna were in contract negotiations. And Cigna and I believe Orlando Health were in contract negotiations. While that happens about every 5 years with these particular ones were extremely contentious. And the reason is because they were asking, the hospital systems were asking for about an 80% increase over a 5-year period. Okay, well, we all know you can't stand an 80% increase. The insurance company said, no, we can't do that. We're not going to be able to sustain that. They go into negotiations. Some of them got extremely contentious to the point where CEOs were taking out full-page ads against the other CEOs. It was brutal. Some of the hospital systems came out of network for a while. I'm sure people heard about in 25, early 25, UF Health was not in UHC's network, and that affected a bunch of teachers and everything and anybody that have UHC. And it was like that for about 9 months. So they finally landed on everything, and all of these started about 80%. The best estimate that we can figure is they landed somewhere in the 35 to 50% increase, okay, over a 5-year period. But the problem with that is they were front-loaded, from what we understand. Whether that front-loading might be 20% or 25% or whatever it was, they were all front-loaded, so there was an increase of that. So what that relates to is when the hospital wants more money, that's more money coming out of the claims dollars. So claims dollars are now costing more. So if, let's just say it was a 20% increase this year, or 25% increase over that first year, and say you had a $100,000 claim in 2024, you move forward a year, now that same claim is now costing $125,000. So what's happened is all of those took effect kind of in the late 24, early 25. What we're seeing now is that's hitting all of the claims dollars onto the insurance companies now. So to answer your question why it's so expensive, that's a small portion of why there's been the increases that we've been seeing this year that I kind of alluded to the other night, or last night. So that's a portion of the story that we were telling to the insurance committee to say what's going on. Also, what we were seeing in the market coming in already, to let the insurance committee know to be prepared for a sizable increase this year. I didn't bring it with me. I've shared it in the past. Since you did an RFP, which was, I believe, 11 years ago, the highest increase that you've received was last year, and it was at 7.5%, okay? Not including this year, the 15. But when you factor in the pro-share agreements that you get every 2 years, which is the money that comes back to the county on a 50% basis, plus you factor in wellness dollars and things like that, your actual increase has been about a 3% increase, over average. Because there's been a few years in there where there was a decrease or a flat renewal, or maybe a 3 or 4 or 5% renewal, which is that's good. Flat and decreases are great, but as time progresses, it's harder to do that. So. But with what we were seeing, we talked to the insurance committee, and they decided that they were going to go to an RFP because we were really anticipating about a 27 to 30% increase based off of the claims that we were seeing. And so we talked to them. They decided to go to RFP. We put that out. We ran it for the time frame. We ended up getting 3 responses back. We got one from Florida Blue. Their RFP response was basically their renewal with the pencil, tightening the pencil up a little bit. The second that we got to was from UHC. They came in. They were about 3% higher. They were at 18%, if I remember right. Let me pull my numbers real quick to make sure. They were about 18.6%. Then the third was from a company that's new in the market called Curative. And Curative did come in at a much lower percentage, but the issue is Curative is still building their network, and the 2 main hospital systems in this area
are not in network. They have a cash card system, and I'm not going to get into all that, but they have a way to pay for it, for the employees to pay for it. But the biggest issue was they were not in network. We have had news in the past month that they have an agreement, Florida pricing, with HCA, but they do not have a written agreement and a written thing like that. So the scoring committee looked over everything and decided, with all of those factors and with the money and everything and the service that Florida Blue has provided over the years, the Florida Blue proposal also included $25,000 in wellness that comes back to the county, and the other, UHC did not include anything. So after all that, they decided to choose Florida Blue at the 15%. Okay, that's keeping the plans exactly the same. What then the insurance committee asked us to do after the scoring had been done, because that means they chose Florida Blue to work with. At that point, we could go back to Florida Blue and ask for some alternative plans. The alternative plans is what y'all were presented with last night. Okay, so we came back to them. They said, give us some alternative plans to what we have here to see if we could move that number down a little bit, which we did. It did. If you'll look on there, the alternative plans come in at a 9.2% increase. Well, what that does is that waters down the benefit to the employee when they go to utilize the insurance. And that's kind of the numbers that I was going over last night, where I threw a lot of numbers out last night, I realize that, but it makes it where the employees don't get near as good a benefit, and it actually, on some of the plans, it's going to cost the county more money for that particular plan. So for the example, biggest example is the HSA plan, which is the center plan on the renewal options. It increases the rate and decreases the benefit to the employee. So meaning that their deductibles and their out-of-pockets go higher, but the cost of insurance also goes higher. And so all around it costs more money. Now, there is one plan where it did decrease it, by 1%. But when you take that into consideration, it's going to cost the employee significantly more to utilize that plan over time, okay, throughout the year. So what they decided to do, the insurance committee kind of said, well, let's figure out a way we don't want the employees to have to pay for insurance. If we do that, we're going to have to move to these watered down plans. Or I say watered down, just not as good a benefit. So we call them watered down or diluted. How do we get that, and how do we be able to keep the plans that we have, but at that point, we're going to have to shift some of the costs to the employees. So, and how we arrived at the $26 is it's the difference between the increase of the 15%, which was $634,000, and the increase at the 9%, which is $388,000, which comes to about $245,000 difference. You take $245,000 and you divide it by the number of employees that are on the plan, that's where we arrived at $52 per month, or $26 per pay period. When you take that $26 per pay period, it comes out to about $624 a month, or excuse me, a year, for the employees to have their same plans that they're currently at. Okay. While that's not ideal, there's a reason why. So if we were to move to the renewal option 2, which is the watered down plans, for an example, it's going to take that Blue Care, the first HMO plan, to a $1,500 deductible, where it's currently $0, and move to a $6,000 max out of pocket, which is currently at $3,000. I talked to Travis about this a little bit. I can only talk in extreme examples. So if someone utilizes their plan to the fullest, that's the only way to get a true picture of what you're looking at. The person that doesn't use it, obviously that's different. But in extreme cases where you have to utilize everything, that's where you have to look at this. If you have someone that utilizes that plan, they're going to pay $624 a year. If we were to keep that at zero, it's going to be an additional $3,000 per year. If they pay $624, it would be $2,376. So it would cost the employee more money to move to a plan that they could keep at a $0 cost share in their per pay period than it would if they were, than they would to be paying.
Paying the 626.
If they paid $624, it's saving them $2,376 versus on that particular plan versus what the other plans were the new plans. The other ones weren't quite as extreme. It was about $876 for that FAR plan to the right, the 5771 plan, and then the HSA plan in the center, it was about $900. You know, that the employee would be costing them more money to get a $0 per pay period plan. So the insurance committee decided to make the recommendation that the employee-only cost share move to $52 a month or $26 a pay period to go forward there. Now, when it comes out on the employee plans, you know, when they see the contributions, the Blue Care 68 plan, which is the HMO plan, and the PPO plan are both going to come in at the $26 per pay period. The committee decided to keep the HSA plan at a $0 cost share, but reduce the HSA contribution by $56 or by the $52 per month. So it would bring it, so everybody gets the same adjustment. One just is coming in the per pay period, and the other is coming in the cost for the HSA contribution. Did I hit that pretty good, Franklin?
Absolutely.
And I just, again, I appreciate you breaking it down because I know you were looking and talking at me, but
I was talking to all of them. I was just looking at you.
No, but you were truly talking to every employee.
Absolutely.
And that's what I wanted them to hear. And that was a great breakdown of it.
And I will, you know, I want to give the insurance committee, you know, props. They toiled over this greatly to decide what to do, and it was not an easy decision for them to decide to make this recommendation. But at some point, you know, with all of the constraints that are coming or possibly coming, they're trying to look to be able to keep the employees with the best benefits that they possibly can offer. Yep. And one of the things we like to, you know, we tell everyone, and we told the insurance committee this numerous times, you have very good plans, and the employees, you know, you're very generous with these plans, and to keep them, even to be able to keep these plans is great on the insurance committee in the county.
And the county's still getting an increase.
Sure.
We just put some of that increase off on the employee. County's still paying a 9 point what?
It's about 9.2%.
9.2% increase above last year.
But when we say we put that cost off on the employee, the point, I'm glad you broke it down the way you did. Yes, we're putting that cost on, but we're still able to offer them the same
plans. There's no benefit changes.
Yeah.
And that's
right.
important.
That's the important part, right.
Because if we did make the benefit changes, it would, like I've repeated this numerous times, but it would cost the employees a lot more to keep a $0 plan and change the benefits than it would be if they had to pay the $26 per pay period.
Right.
And I'm not discounting that that's not a lot of money. That's, you know, it's still cost. It's still a cost to them. But I will also add to this, the $0 cost share for employees it's not very common anymore in private and public entity. It's not a common thing anymore. There's a cost share usually generally across the board, and a lot of times it's not near this low.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you broke it down the way you did, because I know we're all going to get questions on it, and we can refer them to watch the video and see the complete breakdown, because it's going to be hard for us to get that message to all of them.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, so but, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anybody got any questions?
No.
All right.
So do we move on to the wish list now? Is that where we're at? Let's knock it out.
Where are you starting? Who with who?
Wish list. In front.
Yeah, heading back to it.
Do you want to address the contingency?
Yeah, we're just going to start at the top there, and
I'm talking about our amount that we have.
Yeah.
Some of the adjustments that I made.
oh yeah. If you won't mind.
Okay.
Hang on, let me get this stupid book to the right. page here. I'm finding it. Okay, I'm there, Keith. The page after tab 1.
Okay, so we started off with a contingency of $6,908,125, and
125?
6,908, 125.
125.
And I informed you earlier about the adjustment that I had to make for the Fisher property that we purchased. I did not remove that money from the CARES reserve line, so that's actually an adjustment up on that contingency to the $1,179,028 that we used to purchase that. And so once I take that out of the CARES reserve line, that moves the contingency up by that amount. Mr. Berry also reduced his IT portion by $2,000, and his ask for the board finance he reduced that by $9,000. The sheriff's office reduced his request first off by $94,319, and then I need clarification. For his server, y'all.
We were paying half.
You're
He
just
was
paying half of the
That's
92,
right.
and that's it. So that take the 46,000 out of contingency on that one, and then Mr. Meeks removed the $5,000 from his code enforcement of $5,000. So I can give you the new number that I have at this point is $8,151,472.
Okay.
CARES money is now reduced, right? What is the CARES money reduced to?
It's on the next page.
Okay, all right.
I've got it here.
Should be 2.358495. 2,358,495. Am I right?
Yeah, I wrote it down in English. Yeah, $2,358,495.
But, Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to he just increased our contingency by that Fisher property, which we took out of reserves. And that's the reason why it's kind of why I had that number, because I already met with Keith about that. I think we need to take that money right back off the top. We used it to buy the property down there across the street from the library. We took it out of reserves. I mean, we're starting at 8.1 million, which is extremely high for us. So hats off to the department heads and the constitutionals for coming in low. I think we need to take that 1.1 that we took out of reserve to buy that property on short notice, and we put it right back into reserves where it came from, in my opinion.
So what was that figure, Keith, that you took out of CARES? What was the exact figure?
That I took out of CARES?
For the Fisher property.
It was $1,179,028.
So is it the consensus of the board to put that money back into CARES at that exact figure to compensate for taking it out? We're all good on that?
I'm good with that, yes.
So if you will, make that change and give us a new number.
Right. So I'll take that back out of the $8 million. All right, so that brings us back to an amount of $6,972,444.
444, okay.
And also to remind you that you had also pledged money, you pledged a line of credit for that water utility and any remainder from the CARES and ARPA reserves as well. So I don't know what the figure on that was, but it's going to be. But just keep that in mind if you start.
Hey,
Talking about the waste,
On the
I'm sorry.
reserve.
The wastewater treatment plant, not the utility. Okay. What we're going to get the bond for.
But we haven't done anything on that
Correct.
yet.
Right.
Will that need to be considered in this budget year coming up, that we're going to have to deal with that?
Yes, we will definitely have to have the bond before the springtime when the grant money runs out to continue construction. So that it's not reflected in anything here because we don't know the terms yet, but yes, we will.
And that's how much are we shortfall on that?
It's $8 million on the treatment plant itself, and then There's potentially a few million that we could put in there if we want to extend water lines across 90 and around the catalyst site
So
to
10
potential
million.
further development.
Potential $10 million.
8 to 12 million, yeah, 8 to 10 million. Mhm.
And the grant's what? 5.3? What's it?
The wastewater treatment
No,
plant,
I'm talking about water tower.
the water tower that's not figured into the bond, but at this point,
Okay.
We're just working on.
but it is
grant
about
funds.
5.3 for construction.
Back on the
yes.
wastewater, how much are we short? Do we know, really?
Wastewater treatment plant, we're short about 8. It's 23, and I think we have 15 in grants. And then
But-
there's some,
But we're not going to burn through $15 million in 12 months.
No.
well, no, we've already burned through 9, almost 10 million now.
He's talking about the shortfall, I think is what he's referring to.
No, I've got to spend another 5 million in grants before we're going to need any of the bond,
And when we spend
anything out of reserves.
And will we spend the $5 million in the next fiscal year?
What did he say? Yeah, I think we will spend that in this fiscal year. It's going to be right around the end of 27. It'll be close. Probably
When-
not. It'll probably be
When's the projected startup on the plant?
first of 28, end of 27,
We
December
can do
of
it in next
27.
year's budget if we
Yeah.
have to.
I just don't want to, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't want to get crazy sticking a bunch of money in a spot that we're not going to use it. And it's sitting there and we're not going to burn through it. And then we,
Well, let me just expand on that a little bit since I sit on the Water Utility Authority. If this all comes to fruition, and I'm not sure right now, and we transfer assets, the county borrows the money to fix the sewer or finish the sewer plant. At some point, we transfer those assets to the utility authority. The utility authority will have to pick up and pay for that difference, is how that should work.
That's the plan.
So,
But yes, we shouldn't have a payment on our bond note this fiscal year, I don't believe.
also, I'd like to, before we get into slicing and dicing on this contingency, there's a loan, and I'm not sure which tab it's under. It's for the
It's in tab 5.
tab 5 for the state's attorney building that's been financed for a while. The payoff on it is not that great anymore. And thinking ahead to this bond issue, borrow issue, whatever we've got to do for that plan out there was to free up this revenue as part of that by paying off this loan early.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Fleming?
I just got a question. I was off the board at least 3 years. That the state's attorney building, how much money they paying us?
I don't, it's on the revenue line there, I think, Commissioner Fleming.
What was the question?
How much is the state's attorney paying us for what?
For the building.
Their rent.
Where's that? 16.
I don't see it.
$16.
I think it was something like $250,000.
That might have been their all in, but he just talking about their monthly, what they pay us monthly now, because it's almost paid for.
state attorney rental income, $216,873.
216,000?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, for this year. Yeah, next year's 229, 930? 983.
I'm still trying to find it, Keith.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Is it two?
Third page of the revenue side?
On the tab 5?
On the revenue,
Yes, sir.
that's for what Mr. Fleming was asking for, or that's the
State
loan?
attorney rental income? No, that's the rental.
Which loan are you looking for? The 2 million? Is it?
$229,983.
No, I got the money. I'm hunting for the money we borrowed to do that with.
Okay, that's on the expense side. It's next to last page. At the bottom. $2 million construction loan.
Yeah, 12 out of 50.
Next year, we'll be,
$2 million construction loan. We owe a balance of $153,000.
no, that's what we'll be paying next year.
That's what we're paying.
Yeah, next year will be year 12 and 15, so we got 12, 13, 14. You got 4 more years on that, including next year.
So 600 grand.
Yeah, it's about including next year, it's about $668,000.
And that's just a thought of mine. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It's just me thinking, pay off some debt to occur and to get more debt. So
Yeah, it'll help with that analysis from
I mean, if that makes sense to
the
anybody.
FA on the bond, for sure.
So what would be the number on that total? It says this one's 12 of 15, so that would make it, if you paid it off now, would make it 11 of 15, so it'd be 4 payments. Is that what you're saying? Is that right?
Well, we have 4 more years, including next year.
At 100,
4 times 150.
27, 28.
at roughly 150,000
Yes, sir.
times 4,
Plus the
It's-
interest, so it's about $668,000. At this point.
668.
Yeah, before any further payments.
So that's 6 more years.
Sir?
That's probably 6 more years, huh?
4 more.
4 more years?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. 2030, I think, would be the last year.
But in my way of thinking, if you free up, if you pay that loan off, cost you $668,000 to pay the loan off, and you had a $2 million loan in the beginning, and my way of thinking, when you go to borrow money for that sewer plant, does that not give you that $2 million back as revenue to offset the loan? Barry says you got to show where you're going to get the money from when you go out to borrow this money. You've got to have dedicated money to pay the loan back with, and that's my thinking on this. That's why I'm going down this rabbit hole, is to free up that money in case we got to have it.
And turn around next year and put the bond payment in there.
That's what I'm saying.
Free up that debt.
And that's just a thought of mine. I may be crazy.
That's a good idea, I think.
I don't think it's crazy. I mean, what's the interest on that versus what we're gonna pay on that bond?
We don't know
We don't
yet.
know. We're about to engage the financial advisor on that to start looking at what the security looks like, where does it come from, a line like this, and what the terms are going to, we're still months ahead of knowing what the terms will be.
Oh, boy.
And the end objective, take this in for what it is, but the end objective is for the county not to own that sewer plant and to get our money back at some point. When that happens, I don't know yet, but that's kind of the plan going forward. So just throwing it out there,
You talking about taking it out of this?
out of the
$6 million?
contingency and paying the loan off and freeing up that capital.
I'll need a consensus if y'all want to move forward with that.
And I'm open to any ideas, thoughts. Yes, sir.
Question, how far away, time-wise, is utility, what are utility authority trying to get gas, or are y'all thinking about getting transferred?
As soon as we can. I don't really know, Mr. Bowe, to be honest with you. We've had two new board members seated at the table that we haven't even had a meeting with yet. As you know, Columbia County replaced their commissioners with private sector people on that board. I don't know yet. Our first meeting's coming up here pretty quick with the 2 new board members. So I just don't have an honest, clear answer yet.
I'm just wondering if you could speed up the transfer and let the utility authority build sewer.
That would be ideal, yes, but I don't know that it can happen that quick, is my only, and it's all fluid right now. I mean, we don't know how long it's going to take to finish the sewer plant. I don't know how long before we're going to get to borrowing money to finish it with. I don't know what the utility authority is going to do at this point, so I don't have a real good answer.
I'm just trying to think out loud.
And I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, yes, sir, I've thought about that too. I just don't know if it can happen that quick. It'd make things a lot simpler, that's for sure. So if we did that for kicks and grins, your 6.972 would drop to roughly 6.6.
You got the real number there? We'll write it down.
6.972 minus 668 is what?
It'd be 6304444.
6,003,304. 6,304,000. $444 if we so choose to do that. You would still have that contingency left. So you'd be taking care of replenishing the CARES Act money back to where it belonged and reducing the debt of the county as well.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lamb?
two things. One, I think that we should pay that off. I agree with you. I mean, that leaves us, we're still at 6.3. I think last year I took a note, we started at 2.5 million with contingency last year. And we can put almost 1.2 back in reserves. We can pay off $668,000 loan, and we're still at 6.3. But the second thing is I think that the board, I mean, we need to have we can't vote on it, but we've set the tentative millage rate at 8.8, and we have our assessments, we had the budget balanced with the assessments at the tentative numbers, the 275, as Keith already told us. If the board backs up and decides to go to anything other than those, that's going to take out of that 6.3 that's left. So just be mindful that if the board decides to go to something less than what we've already proposed, that's going to come right out of contingency. So, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable where we're at right now with everything, but we don't need that next month say, hey, I think we're going to go to something a whole lot different. Well, that's going to come out of that number, so be mindful of that, all I'm saying.
Well, I'll just speak for me personally. I don't intend on changing it, not this year, because we don't know what's going to happen in November.
I agree. I just planting that seed with you guys.
If it wasn't for that factor, yeah, we'd probably be looking at lowering the millage rate, or I would think so.
Yeah.
In light of what we know right now, me personally, I would not vote to lower that millage rate at this point.
Me either. I agree. Just wanted y'all to be thinking about that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that up.
That's a valid point.
And also, by paying that loan off, then that revenue also comes to the general fund as well.
148, or that annual payment.
The annual payment plus the rent that the state's attorney's paying
is profit.
Profit at that point.
Offset by payment.
Yeah.
Well, let's just, if you're good with the board is, let's move forward with that proposed.
Yes, I'm good with that. But Commissioner, I mean,
well, let's go at it. If y'all don't mind, let's look at it this way. Just my way of thinking. What would be your let's have a bottom dollar contingency that we want to keep in contingency before we go down this wish list. If you've got any ideas of where you want to stop before you run out of contingency.
I ain't thought about it like that.
How about enough to hire another roof paving crew?
Just the thought of working backwards, I don't know. I like to have a goal to shoot for, but I can do it either way. So
consensus for that?
Consensus on this paying off the loan?
I'm good with that.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
So we'll start with
No, I'll just keep my note. What was that total on that loan, if you don't mind giving it to me again?
600.
668,000, rough estimate.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's roughly a $350,000 swing a year by paying off the loan, because you don't have the payment anymore. Plus you have the income from the rental going forward.
Yeah.
So it was roughly $200,000 in rental plus $150,000 saving on the payment.
Yeah, you can look at that way.
That's what you're looking at.
Who is that with? First Federal?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
You ain't gonna let that over.
No, because we done paid all the interest up front.
I got you.
So we're going to start with a $6,304,444 contingency. Is that correct, Keith?
That is correct.
All right. Moving over to the page that says these items are not in the budget.
Tab 2.
Yes. Tab 2. Emergency management forklift.
How much is that?
53,000. Now, she did say that would be shared amongst several different people.
I had a different number, Miss Sharon, when you were up here, but that's fine.
I've got 3 different quotes. That's the highest.
Oh, that's the highest of
That's the
them.
highest.
I got
Our
you.
number's 5 million left.
I'm good with that.
I don't expect it to be definitely.
That's my target.
Just for number's sakes, could we just make that like 50 or 1,000? I'm sure she can find something.
Commissioner Hale suggested just making it 50 grand even.
I'm good with that.
Make it an even number for us.
Yes, sir.
Is everybody else in agreement on that, or do you want to do that? Do you not want to buy one? What's the case?
I'm good. I just make sure that we talk to the other agencies and it can be multi-use and shared, and we buy the right one that everybody.
2 other people are in here right now, and I will talk with them.
So 50,000
50,000.
consensus?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have consensus on that?
Yep.
No-till grain drill for the extension office of $17,100.
Where's she at? Miss Katie, what would be the
There she is.
anticipated usage of that? How frequently?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I foresee it starting with programming, classes and stuff like that. And then as needed through the year, I think there's also some opportunities to use it. I'm sitting back here and you're talking about having plant grass. That's something that Parks and Rec doesn't need a specific tractor to hook up to plant grass. So I think we could find other uses for it as needed.
What about this store? I'm just skipping ahead one here. While we're talking about it, it's all in y'all's department. The storage building greenhouse area.
Johnny, come over there.
Yeah, come on up.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So we've been donated, gifted, however you want to call it, several pieces of equipment in the last year. A flatbed trailer, golf cart that needs a place to be stored, that is securable, and that is also not where you can actually access it. So the idea there was to have something out there in our greenhouse area that you could park that under. Again, that equipment would be placed there as well to keep it out of the weather. That's an estimate that we were quoted by like Elite Buildings.
So that's just one of those freestanding steel structures type things?
Yes. It's a steel structure with a lockable space on the end of it so that you can secure a couple of smaller items that we have that currently are stored inside rooms on the Coliseum and other spots around our building.
Does that include concrete?
It does not, that estimate does not include concrete.
Well, that just worries me, that you're going to spend that kind of money to put a building there that could blow away, because if you're just pinning it to the ground, that's exactly what's going to happen at some point, is you're going to lose it.
I don't think it does. I'll have to go back and look. That's the one I wasn't sure about.
I don't think that would include concrete.
No, it doesn't. I guarantee
No,
it.
I can look at that price and tell you, yeah. What size building was that?
It's a 10 by 40.
10 by
It's more like
40?
a carport size building is what it was. Carolyn
I
had
think you could
started that
probably get
process.
something a little better, maybe for that money or a little more, and have a way nicer structure than what you're going to get there. What do you think, Mr. Mama?
Yeah, I think so.
Board?
I mean, I agree. I don't know if it's something we want to fund, if we need to make it a little higher, like you say, to get something that's going to be there.
Well, can we do that? Can we? I'm not wanting to give you an answer right now.
I'm okay either way.
But we got something we're trying to shoot for here to save a contingency as much as we can. So we're going to kind of go through this list and see what we approve and don't approve, and then we'll come back and revisit this. How about that?
That's
Okay.
It's just for,
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
it's just for the greenhouse. Okay.
Public Works, 3,500 truck, $62,107.
Can I talk to you about what that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is basically the truck that we use for our sign installations. And
We put a new rear end in the old one 3 times, and it's just the weight of the pipes, the signage, all that Steve carries around. And so we're just wanting to get a new one to replace that, keep his, and then rotate it down to somebody else.
Do you know how many miles is on that truck?
Not off the top of my head.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Adel?
is the truck that you currently have as a sound truck just having differential issues?
Yes. So we would keep this truck, and this price actually includes it being outfitted on the back. There wouldn't be any additional prices. Excuse me, to get the back of the truck set up for what Steve needs. So this is an all-inclusive number for that.
The truck that we currently have, is it set up?
Yes, it is, and it's just not big enough as far, well, we're going up on the tonnage on this thing.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is if it's already got a bed on it that's set up the way you want it, is not buying a cabin chassis the better way to go in moving the bed?
We already
But I
have
get you're
a
going to
used
a heavier
plan.
duty truck, so different truck.
We need a heavier duty truck, plus we also have plans for this. We need another that type truck, but not one that's going to have that much weight.
Are we
to
getting
carry.
rid of any trucks?
We are getting rid of some trucks, and in fact, I would like to possibly change out my skid steer with mulch head to get more trucks. I failed to submit an item for you guys on that, but we have been auctioning some off.
So what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, just as for future reference, there are companies out there for like rear ends, transfer cases, motors, et cetera, to offer 3 and 4 year. Not me. I can hook y'all up with them, though, but 3 and 4 year unlimited mileage warranty on any product, rear end, transfer case, transmission, motor. I mean, those things are out there, and they target municipalities for those reasons. If that would help us keep a vehicle on the road longer and cost savings.
We will still use this. We will use the existing vehicle for another crew. But we needed a heavier duty truck for the sign guy.
I was going to ask, what do we have now? 2,500 that's trying to do that, and you're moving up to a 3,500?
Yes, sir.
My concern is, it's not giving you the truck, is are we going to get rid of a truck in place of this truck?
I think she said no.
No, I'm going to keep.
I get you're going to reuse the one you got, but is there something down the line that we're going to kick off
Yes, we
in
are.
place of?
Yes, we
In
are.
other words,
one
I
that's a
don't-
2002.
Yeah, I don't want to add vehicles. I want to keep it static.
No, and actually, we've decreased our number of vehicles.
Good.
We're about 6 less than what we had before.
And so what were you, so moving down to the next one, you were saying something about the mulch head on the skid steer. What would you want to
Yes,
do?
actually, in place of doing that, I would like to have money to get 4 more pickups. That would get us out of the trucks that are over 15 years old. At 45,000 mark. That range. A piece.
What kind of trucks? What kind of trucks are you buying, and what are we going to use them for?
So, the plan is it would be like a Ford F-150 or something compatible or comparable. And our supervisors actually put the most miles on the trucks. So I would like to continue to each year rotate those out. They'll put as many miles as they need to on them for that year. We'll rotate that truck to somebody else and then just keep pushing those down. So that is the plan. But I would like to be able to rotate out all of the cars and all of the trucks and vans that are the really old ones. We've got a van now that is about to croak on us too.
Mr. Chairman, we talked about this last year, but are the road grader operators, are they driving their personal vehicles to the shop to get county trucks and then go to work, or are they driving county trucks home
Most
and then
of them.
straight?
Most of them are doing that. Most of them are still
driving
doing
personal vehicles to the shop to get a county truck to drive
either brand, depending
back
on
where they might have already came from.
So we've got one that's parked at a volunteer fire department. That is close to their home. So they drive to that. We have another that the grader parks almost in their yard. So they just go right there. We have quite a few that grade further away from their homes. And I feel like if I all of a sudden start making them drive their personal vehicle to those graders, I'm taking money out of their pocket.
No, I understand that.
So I have not switched over completely where everybody has to drive their personal vehicle to a grader. But what we are trying to do is find locations. Been working with the chief. Some of the volunteer fire stations, we are probably going to have more of our guys. We have somebody doing that now where they can drive there. We're getting a timekeeping system in place over the next couple of months. We're about to have training this month so that we can actually have them sign in with their phone, and it drops a pin where they are whenever they sign in. So it's taking some time to get all these things in place. We've worked really hard to vet different companies and make sure that whatever company we go with, it will incorporate with other things that we need. We've worked with IT, we've worked with finance to make sure that being able to pull the payroll, all of those things can happen. So that's all in place. Me and Amber are going to have our formal training. Supervisors will have their formal training in the next couple of weeks. Then we'll start training all the individual users. We're going to start with a small set group, some of the folks in our road department, some of the folks at the transfer station. Make sure it goes well with a small group, and then after that we'll be able to incorporate it to everybody. The other thing, while we're talking about computer stuff, one of the things that we're doing is currently we have no way of me being able to quickly pull information on how much we spend on any of our owned vehicles, on any of our equipment, unless it's something with Caterpillar, and that's easy because they've got it all in their system even if we do it. So that's an easy thing. But we are about to use software that we already hasn't been utilized to its fullest potential. We will be getting training on that over the next few months too, so that I will be able to tell you whenever you ask me about the maintenance on a particular vehicle, I'll be able to tell you, should be able to tell you how much time, how much money, how many miles, all that by getting a report pulled, and be able to have that if you've got any questions about it. So we haven't had that before. I've had to ask questions, and people go find things out of files and look up different places. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but we're at a point now where we just need to be able to move forward. So we're trying really hard to make some logical steps forward, and it's been slow to make sure that it all incorporates and works together.
How about a compromise?
I'm good for compromise.
How about the 3,500 truck and 2 pickups, and that wipes out both of them lines?
I'm great.
Board?
I'm good with that. How much money you talking about?
So you're talking about
I'm talking about 90 plus
90,000?
the 62.
Okay.
That's 152,000.
You know you just made some people mad with getting rid of that mulch.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been hearing a bunch
I
about that.
brought it up, I didn't.
I'm willing.
You know, but with that being said, like, I wouldn't have been in favor of the mulch head anyway. I mean, those things are high maintenance. I mean, I think you're better off. I would have been more comfortable putting money in your budget to subcontract that out. I mean, I know Commissioner White's familiar with them, and maybe some of y'all are, but you got to sharpen them all the time. The teeth are expensive. I mean, they are a lot of wear and tear on the machine, and that's just something that once you get in that business, you're married to it. I mean, those are expensive things to operate.
But don't they make something like that, though, that would go on the back of one of the PTOs where you can back into?
It won't hold up.
It won't hold up.
When LT called me, the idea is to put this behind the mower max.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we've seen other entities doing that, and so we were going to try that this year, but
I would bet it'd be broke down more than it would be running.
If it was, well, without.
That's just my opinion.
If you want to try that, see if you can get somebody to demo you one of those heads.
okay.
You've got a skid steer, don't you?
Yes,
In
sir.
the road department?
Yes, sir.
If it's a high flow machine, if you can get them to demo that and try it behind the mower max to see how that works.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Before we
I'll
go
do that.
jump off.
I don't really know about the maintenance on them, but I got a friend of mine, he's got one. I'm gonna tell you, that thing makes light work of some.
It does, but
Yeah.
you can tear them up too.
But he said you get into some fence or something like that, you're in trouble.
So that would be my suggestion on that.
Okay.
That's just my personal.
So we have the sign truck and then $90,000 to go towards
Two
two
pickups.
pickups. Perfect, then I'll get information for
So that's 152,000. Keith, do we have consensus on that? Board?
Yes, sir.
So 62,000 for the 3,500, and then 2 trucks at 45,000 apiece.
Correct, 90,000.
That takes contingency to $6,102,444.
What's the new number?
And that's
All
getting
right.
rid of the,
6,102, 337.
Yeah. How much, sir?
6,102, 337.
337.
337.
We did a
Forklift, and then $668,000 for the loan.
We were at 6,972,444, right? We did 668,000, which took us to 6,304,444, minus 50,000 for the forklift, took us to 6,254,444, minus 152,000. Maybe my phone don't work as good as your calculator.
62,107. 152,107.
6,152,000.
I was telling him that the 3,500 truck and the 2 pickup trucks is 152.
I think you're wrong.
I was just rounding. I'm sure she can find the $100 in her budget, so.
Yeah, I didn't do the 107.
We working in the whole
I was
numbers
rounding
here.
it off at 62,000.
Okay, so we're doing.
That's why I did. That's why I had 6,102,444. I wasn't doing $107.
We like the IRS, we don't
got
count
the
pennies.
I got the 107.
I figured she could count. She could find I'm like White. I think she could find $107.
I had
All right, so we're
Unless
six-
you work for the sheriff's office. I mean, she's pretty tough.
God, my shit. What is it? Y'all got, I got 2 numbers here.
Or you want to do 62,000 or 62,107?
I don't care. You do whatever.
Okay.
I did
62,000. If y'all are okay.
No, that's good.
If y'all don't care about $107.
No, sir.
All right, 6,102, 444.
6,102,
444.
444, okay.
Does that match what you have, Mr.
What I
Lang?
got, boss.
All right. Keep me straight.
library, I'm sorry.
Can
Go
we
ahead.
jump and do the collections truck while I'm up here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's at the bottom of that list on that same page.
Oh, I see it down here.
So the current pickup truck says a 1999, and I'm asking for $45,000.
We just give it to you.
I thought it was one of them trucks.
That's road department.
I don't care how you use them.
No. We were up here. Now we're down here.
That's the way I took it.
No.
Mr. Chairman. That's the way I took
I mean,
No.
I know my brain's small, but that's how I think.
I'll go
What's
sit
this-
down and
what-
then I
wait a
can come
minute,
back
what-
up and we can talk about it again.
What's the truck used for?
The truck is used to go to check up on all the collection sites. They haul
Is this
materials.
Dennis's truck or is this somebody else's truck?
This is not Dennis's truck, but it will replace, he will get this truck, and then the other truck, his old truck, will be used there on the site.
So we're adding a truck.
No, we're going to get rid of the old one, the one that his is replacing.
I got you. So the one that's stair step down's going out.
Yes. The 1999 is going away.
Man, you're rough.
I've been watching and taking notes.
What kind of, I'm trying to find this. What kind of truck is this?
Probably just an F-150 or something.
It is,
What is it? We got all these
but it's a
Fords.
four-door.
Because they're the only ones that last.
I sell parts for these things. You can't tell me that.
I drive them. I can tell you they do.
Jimmy.
You don't like the Fords?
We're a GM fire department.
Well, I wouldn't expect nothing from less from where you came from. That's the kind of mentality they have there.
It says it's a Chevy, boss.
Does it?
Yep.
I didn't look back at the sheet.
Chevy crew cab.
Either way, I'm not brand specific other than my own. I know. You had to talk to Norris. You're out now.
Yeah.
If you had to go talk to him, I don't know.
Well, it's kind of a joint, it's a joint effort. So we were talking earlier, and this is a new project to me, but 52nd path, no, 52nd path on the McCook property needs to be, excuse me, 52nd Street will need to be paved, engineered and paved to be able to provide access to property to the west.
I know where it's going.
So since those type of things are usually in my budget, I'm just bringing it to you. I don't have a cost. You're looking at, I don't know how long it is.
How about let's do that on that little project? When you get closer to it and you get an estimate or whatever the deal is to do that, then just bring it back to the board and we'll work on that at that point.
And that don't count as a road in District 1. Just so
Yes,
y'all
it
know.
does.
No, it does
Yes, it
not.
does.
No, heck, it don't.
Everything's
either.
in Hale's
I know how
district.
y'all do it. No.
Yep. Check, check.
Are we good?
So do you
Well,
agree?
no, we ain't finished with this truck yet.
I just knew that you guys were good with it.
Dang, you bad as that one the sheriff's got.
I told you I watched and took notes.
Well,
it's easier to say no to a man than it is a woman, I'll just go ahead and tell you.
Thank you for just verbalizing that. I should have.
Now I don't know why the sheriff hired these two new people.
Yeah. You got this figured out. All right, so we got to move on. The pickup for collections.
So I just have one question on that.
Okay.
How many pickups do we have in the collection site right now? Dennis drives
two
one.
that are operating.
Two that are operating. And
we'll
one of those
replace
two
one.
are going away. Selling, repurposing to another department? Auction. 38. Okay.
Well, surely you can get $5,000 out of that truck.
Then she just needs 40.
40.
Good, let's go.
Tough. You guys are tough.
What?
40K.
But I'll take it.
Are you saying 40,000?
40,000.
40,000.
Okay, no.
I mean, Miss Sharon was the first one to give up some money here today, so.
Say that again, Keith.
I said disposal has a contingency of 1.3. So do you want to take it out?
Look at there.
Or do you want to?
I'll be glad to.
Or take it out of general?
No.
Scratch
Yeah,
that.
so we don't
then.
need to do that.
Look at Keith doing his job down there.
Well, I got somebody in my ear too.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to take all the credit.
As long as I have approval, I'm great.
So nothing there. All right, good.
All right, we got to move back up to the library, the vehicle for Miss Betty.
What's in that contingency?
Does she have a contingency?
She already has it in her budget.
She already
I'm
built
sorry,
that
what?
in.
She has.
She already had that
her
built
budget?
in. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just reduce hers.
Scratch that.
All right.
That reduces your
Oh, she has it in her equipment line?
equipment request to 448,875.
Say that again, Miss Betty.
It reduces your total equipment request to 448,875 instead of 481,875.
But you had the vehicle incorporated in your budget,
Yes.
so we don't have to take it from our contingency. It's already in
No.
yours.
Okay.
We're good.
Thank you.
That's 33,000.
No, we don't have to take it out.
They ain't even got to account for it. Yep. Sorry, done.
Recreation, new truck. We need to open a car lot. Can we get a dealer's license?
What's their contingency?
Do you have a contingency?
No, sir.
Take your park and rec hat off, Jason.
Well, look here, he's got a new truck.
So there's two new trucks in there, and one of that is contingent upon we are asking for an additional position, and that second truck would be required for that additional position, whether the board sees to go that direction or not.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to ask, what are these trucks going to be doing? What's
So
the purpose of
one of the new trucks, should we be able to get the new position that we have asked for, would be specifically to that position. This additional vehicle is replacing one that was lost in the inventory when Jason moved office.
Truck.
So it would be for athletic supervisor to towed equipment around now mostly. We're looking for like a Colorado, not a full size or anything.
Or are we getting rid of a truck, or is this an additional truck?
We would not be getting. We have lost the truck.
He kept his truck when he moved over.
Rex truck.
So his department lost the truck, but no, not.
But give him the Colorado and take his back.
Give him that 99
We know you can't say no to me.
Chevrolet you don't sell.
Yeah, 99. Where's that 99?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Furry, is there not a way? I mean, and I've never been involved in the purchasing of government vehicles, but is there not a way for all of our department heads to get together and figure out, all right, this is our need, you know, this guy, this girl, like this is what we got, and use that as the buying power to go to Ford Place or Chevrolet Place and say, hey, Suwannee County needs 14 new trucks. Sheriff Office, he needs whatever 1,500s. This guy needs whatever. Y'all give us a package deal. Like, that's how many trucks we're going to buy. And I know we can't find them all. Some of them may come off of a sheriff's contract bid or that contract that they have, state contract. But is there not a way to pull that together and try to use buying power and numbers and say, hey, we need to buy 10 new trucks. Give us a price.
So. Lately, what we've been doing is we just go locally to the Chevy dealer, and they beat the Sheriff's Association price or the state contract price. They're usually 6 months out anyway, and so yeah, he's already beating those prices. I would think if we go to them, maybe we get an extra $1,000 off of every truck buying them.
I just feel like every department's running around the dealerships kind of getting their own prices. Why don't we get together as a group and say, hey, who needs vehicles? We're going into budget workshops. Y'all tell me what you need. You tell me what you need. Let's get together. Let's come up with a list, and let's go to our local dealerships and say, hey, we need prices on this kind of vehicles. We need 1 small SUV, we need 3 mid-size trucks, we need 4 full-size trucks. These 4 2 of them need to be 4-wheel drive, crew cab, whatever. And then like, hey, I would think I'd get a better deal if I went and was fixing to buy 10 vehicles versus he's buying 2, she's buying 1, he's buying 1. And I mean, have we ever tried that? I don't know, I'm asking.
I don't think so. I mean, we've done it individually at Parks, and then we told Brenda about it, so she's been going over there to West Suwannee and did the same thing. I don't know if anybody else is, but yeah, absolutely. We might need to borrow Kayla from the sheriff's office and send her up there to negotiate, but we'll put together a list and we can.
Well, I mean, I just think that, I mean, teamwork makes the dream work, right? Like if the sheriff will get with you, or all y'all sit down and get together and say, hey, and I know that some of them will be specialty vehicles and it ain't gonna matter, like the price is the price, but I mean, if we can get together and use, I mean, we're running a big budget with a bunch of stuff. If we can kind of teamwork and get together and say, hey, I need this many trucks. She needs this many trucks. And let's,
Mr. Chairman,
use your buying power.
I agree with what Travis is saying. Go ahead, Sheriff.
I think that's a good idea. The whole thing is that, like on the Ford workers that we have control, they're police package, police interceptor. So the local dealers, I won't be able to get them. We have dealerships through FSA that we buy from. But we have admin vehicles that we get.
Yeah, I mean, anything. Try to save. I mean, if they say, hey, if you're going to buy 10, I'll knock another 5.
We just have to figure out procurement. Does it have to go out to bid? Is that something we can go and go directly to somebody? Do we just go to our local dealers and get a proposal? I don't know.
By departments like we do, but then like Travis said, if that number ends up to be 10 vehicles, total, then
save some money.
Yeah.
We'll task somebody to put that together.
Well, I mean, might not work. I don't know. It's just an idea.
Okay, before we get to this new truck for the facility attendant, what is that facility attendant? Because we're going to have to look at the position too. So what is that attendant going to be doing on a daily basis?
So that person's going to be responsible for helping set up for all the rentals, events, takedown, general light cleaning and maintenance of those facilities. Right now, our crew currently handles all that stuff at the Coliseum, but with the additional square footage that we're getting involved in and the expected rental volume, and some of these facilities I expect will be very busy, it'll be handling the operational side of that, rentals for us.
So they'll be handling the rents as well?
So the rents would come through the office still, so they wouldn't be collecting money, they wouldn't have their hands in it.
No, I get that, but to me, you need somebody specific that somebody's going to call to deal with that.
Yeah, it's part of our plan is we're trying to figure out I'll use Mark's department as an example. They have like an on-call. So for our rentals, we want to go to that model, so to speak, when there's issues during the rentals. But I noticed a lot of it's involved in just setup. When we get a rental, we get a request for a number of tables and chairs set up. So this position will help get those set up for the groups. They'll go in after the groups to make sure that things are clean. Just keep a general set of daily eyes on it, not like a regular custodial type position.
So like somebody rents the new community center down at Brantford and they want tables and chairs set up. The rec department's going to do that for them, or do you have the option to do that yourself?
You have the option to do it yourself. But we plan on charging an additional fee for a setup.
Sure.
Recover some of that cost. And then there's a deposit that goes with these facilities, and this person will be documenting any sort of issues with the facility to justify whether or not that deposit is returned.
And also, while we're on that, I know it don't have nothing to do with the budget, but just thinking out loud, is there going to be a break for Suwannee County taxpayers to lease one of those buildings versus somebody from out of the county?
So right now, we don't have a distinction between a resident versus a non-resident rate. I know a lot of municipalities do that sort of thing. It's something we've just never, I don't think it's been an issue in the past really, or something that we have looked into. It is certainly a valid thing to look into if people are, especially where, and I'll use the South County facility just because it's a little bit closer to other locations. So that spot might be good to try that out if there's people coming from Columbia or Lafayette over to that center.
I get it's probably, like most things, it's hard to keep up with that if you do that, but.
Yeah, because a lot of times they'll just get a local.
I just feel like the taxpayers of this county is invested in that, even though a lot of that is grant money, but we bought the land. The county taxpayers bought that land. So I think they deserve a better rate versus somebody outside the county.
Sure. I mean, we haven't set our official
I know
rates.
you're just looking at it.
Yeah.
That's just my thinking on it, so I'm just throwing it out there.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to mention too, talking about the position in the truck, that person, I think usually, a lot of times they'll meet the renter down there, ahead of time as well to look at the facility, talk about what they can and can't do, where to park, where to set up. And so that they are they may not take the money, but they're the contact for that
That's what I
rental.
was getting at, not necessarily the money.
Yeah,
You're right.
they're the customer service aspect on site.
And to make sure our stuff ain't getting destroyed.
Those people in Brantford, especially.
So I guess to deal with these two trucks, we got to look at, are you going to fund the extra position?
Did we say there was a contingency? What do we have there?
He says he don't have one.
He don't have one.
It's on the next page, the position.
I know you were just asking, what did you say the cost was of that filling that position?
I'm looking for it.
Next page.
50, yeah, next page. Page 2. 53,532.
I found it now. I guess I looked over it 3 times. 53,532 and 70. That's 123,000 roughly for 2 trucks in a position. Where are we at on the contingency right now? 6,102,444?
Yes, sir.
I'm all ears, guys.
What was, I knew what the first truck, what'd you say the second truck was for?
The second, one of the trucks is a replacement for a vehicle that is out of our fleet now.
The other one's what, okay, I forgot, yep. Gotcha.
Both of them are Colorados?
Yeah, we were looking at, we don't have we could use a full size, but we don't have a true need for a full size, so for what the type of work that they're going to be doing.
Miss Brenda, do you need a full-size truck?
Yes, so that I can use it for crew labor.
At solid waste for Dennis, does that need to be a full size too?
For y'all's crew?
Well, she's thinking down the line when they rotate them.
Because whenever I buy one, I want it to be able to be shifted down down the line, so to speak. Supervisor use it, put a bunch of miles on it, then it go to somebody that doesn't put as much miles on it and keep it for a while. But I want the flexibility to be able to put a crew in it.
Our smaller guys. They work faster. Our smaller guys, they work faster.
Our smaller guys.
Coming from the biggest guy up here.
I'll put that on the job.
They'll fit in the truck.
Mr. Moses, did you say a Maverick? Oh, my Lord, no. I sell a lot of parts for those things. No. I mean, they're good for just city and highway driving, but anything off-road, I don't think they would hold up for that, in my opinion. But
Colorado does?
I got 600-something thousand miles on my 04. 624,000 miles on the 04 Colorado. Yep. Original.
I don't want to add any new positions. Is there anybody that you've got already on staff without hiring a new position to take that?
The way we had this position structured, it was more than likely going to be working over the weekends as primary rental time. So it would just be an increase of overtime for staff to try to cover some of that weekend stuff, setups and rentals and breakdowns, which is kind of what we're doing now when events arise. Without having a true event schedule, rental schedule lined up, it's impossible to know what that looks like in terms of overtime down the road.
I get it. I mean, it's all new territory.
Mm-hmm.
What say you, board?
What you say, Mobley? You been quiet?
Yeah, let's hear something.
I think it'd be cheaper to go with overtime. Save a truck by one truck.
The problem you're going to get into that, and I'm not defending it, I'm just saying, I deal with rentals. I got some that's not, it's a pain. And you're going to take one of your full-time people that's working all week to cover on the weekends, I'm assuming is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
So,
I mean, it could be a rotating opportunity, not just one dedicated staff member, so we're not wearing one guy out over the others.
Mr. Chairman, would this position be able to be utilized down at the South County Park? I mean, they may not be full-time 40 hours for the rentals. It could be hit or miss depending on the week, but maybe can they go on a mowing crew, or can they help in other areas when they're not doing the rentals? Or would they be stationed in Brantford potentially, since that's the furthest one away? I don't know.
how about this? We'll fund the trucks, and then let's give it a year and see how it works with the staff you got before we fund a new position. That's my thinking. That's up to the board, but that's my thinking.
Is it, if you don't, Mr. Chairman, is it every weekend someone's out
We
every
don't know.
weekend doing this?
We don't know.
I mean, the John Hale Park is kind of our frame of reference before the renovations there, and that had a large number of weekend rentals. Most of our rentals are going to be on the weekends, just the nature of family reunions,
parties,
showers, things of that nature. So it'll be primarily a weekend.
Does
I made my
the 53,000 include, I mean, is that our all-in costs? Because if not, then that could be 80. I mean,
It should
does that
include
the insurance,
benefits and everything.
all the taxes that employer paid? Does that include FRS? If they qualify, that includes everything?
You ain't paying them much if it is.
Well, that's what
I get, is that part-time?
That was a full-time. It should have been at the whatever our classification level we had for it was. That should have included the full slate of benefits.
The one at Brantford comes online September, October-ish.
Yes, sir.
What about the rest of them?
John Hale, similar time frame. The Douglas Cultural Center, the new community center. They're all on a similar timeline. The construction crews are kind of they start at the South County, they go to the John Hale, and then they go to the Douglas building. So it's just 1, 2, 3. So they're all a similar timeline.
While we on that, what is the occupancy of Brantford?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I believe it was 125 to 150.
In the Douglas Center?
Is, I believe, it's in the range, I want to say, of 90 to 110.
And Gilman?
And John Hale and Douglas are roughly a similar footprint, so that roughly that 90 to 110 range as well.
All right, we got to move on. We got to make a decision here. My personal opinion is the 2 trucks and evaluate the situation as far as
I have
new
one more
staff
question
position.
on 2 trucks.
Go ahead.
I mean, the one truck left with the one employee. Where's the other? What do we need the other truck for over there then?
The new position. One of them's to take his truck that he took.
Yeah, but he was driving it, so he's not there. But creating a new position only needs one truck.
Yeah, what have you been
What do you
doing?
need two trucks for, is what I'm asking.
If we don't have the new position, we would be able to utilize this additional vehicle for the weekends as well, for weekend rental overtime. So when a staff member could come in lieu of taking a larger vehicle, they could take the smaller vehicle for what they would need to do. I see. I think I see where you're going.
Yeah, I don't think we need but one truck and/or one position. Or if we don't fill that position, we don't need no truck.
Point taken.
I'm good at 36 with one truck. I'm with Commissioner White. I'm very hesitant. I've already told the fire chief this, and I've mentioned it to the sheriff's office earlier. Just very hesitant to add new positions with November staring us in the face. And the clerk's already told us today that if that thing passes, you're looking at $6.1 million decrease in revenue to the county if it passes. I mean, that's not. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I mean that's just
reality.
That's the reality.
Yep.
You're going to get $6.1 million less if it passes, and maybe there's a way that the state tries to figure out how to funnel revenue back to the counties after they figure out all these counties are firing people and letting people go, and services are going to wherever in a handbasket. But I don't know. That's reality. So I'm just very hesitant to put, and I certainly don't want to fire anybody. I certainly don't want to hire somebody and then next year lose $6 million and like, hey, y'all don't have a job. I'm just hesitant to do that. I'd rather us try to pull our belt tight, be skinnier than we already are, and get through this next 6 months and see where the world's at.
Is that
That's just my opinion.
consensus? 36,000 on the one truck.
I did the actual 35,979. If that's okay.
36,000.
Two, again, you Mark? Yep. Three? Okay.
While you're there, the mowers.
Yes, sir. So we are asking for 2 new mowers to replace old ones. One would be for our in-town, we call it mowing crew. The other would be for the south end of the county mowing crew. Just old mowers that need replacing. I understand how things are with money. If I had to make a preference, the one mower we would truly need would actually be allocated to the south end of the county for Hatch Park. That crew has since taken up mowing the Greenway, so they've had some additional wear and tear on the equipment with that task.
I get it, man. I got a nursery. I got 5 of them, and they stay tore up all the time.
It's amazing. I'm looking at the price of those things, how much they are. Good
Like
Lord.
buying a pickup truck.
That's what I'm saying. Are you sourcing those out from various people like John Deere, Kubota, some of our locals? Going through a state contract? What are you doing on those?
They're all on I believe they're all on a Sourcewell type contract, state contract of some sorts. These would be Kubotas, I believe, because that's how we had started last year with the new mowers. Try to go keep that for parts and simplicity, the maintenance.
I'm good with the one mower.
Yeah, because I was looking, it looks like one of them has 1,500 hours on it, and the other one has 2,700. Is that the current? Is that,
I don't have my sheet in front of me. I'm not sure what those hours
so
are.
if we can
sir.
get another 1,000 hours plus out of that other one, that'd be great.
So consensus for one more?
Yeah.
I got
That's
one.
a yes from me.
Do I have a third? Okay.
That's 58,000 total.
Oh, 36 plus the 22?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, 22,000.
Next year, we'll know to round everything up. Don't worry about it.
That's the numbers I gave?
I try to make it easy.
Yeah.
$6,044. $6,044,444.
Yes. 6,044,444.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for that package. Oh, you gotta go back up
2 new custodial positions.
On down, 2 new maintenance positions too,
I
so we're
see
talking
that, too.
people. Since you don't really want to go down that road, we'll go ahead and address the whole thing at one time, if
That's
you don't
fine.
mind.
Yes, sir. How about give us the building stuff first, as it's the most expensive
Sure.
in the short term anyway.
Yeah. There's the courthouse annex, which is the tax collector property appraiser. There's several upstairs. There's just a whole section that just needs to be redone, and it's just carpet up there.
Oh, I guess not.
That's the 50,000.
Was you talking about the jobs, or was you talking?
No, I'm talking about do the building stuff first, then
Okay.
we'll discuss the positions.
I got you. 10-4.
Am I on the right track for you, Mr. White?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we got courthouse annex carpet replacement.
Yes, sir.
Where's that at? That's where?
The upstairs of the tax collector property appraiser. It's called the courthouse annex.
They'll be all right for another year.
It's up to you. There's actually some rolled and wrinkled carpet, which is starting to cause some trip fall hazards. But
Can they restretch it?
No, you can't. It's glue down carpet. You can't stretch that.
Can they pull up and?
You can pull it. You can pull it up. If you pull it up, you won't put it back down.
Can you? Is there not an option outside of carpet? I mean,
We were doing carpet tiles in the office areas, and then the hallway, if we ever redid that again, it would, well, I say that, it's the second floor. We have to carpet it, or you'd have noise downstairs. You'd be walking right over the main waiting room where everybody's at, and it would be a nightmare.
those aren't squares in the hallways?
In the hallway now it is, but in that back area, there's some offices on one whole side that didn't get replaced back in 2010.
I guess what I'm asking, if it's all squares, can we not peel up the squares that are wrinkling?
The area that's bad is not squares.
Oh.
It's broadloom.
And that's $50,000 worth of carpet?
Yes, sir. It don't take long.
That's crazy.
How many square feet are we talking about?
I would have to go back and pull the numbers on it. I don't have them with me. I don't mind doing that for you if you need those numbers.
Are we putting it down, or is that paying somebody? to
No,
put
it would
down?
be all contracted out. Because they got to move the furniture and all that other stuff too. It becomes a headache.
Go ahead and give us the rest of it. What about the train depot?
The train depot wreck and ramps, this was, since we took that on from the museum, and now we own it, the deck on the south side, that whole deck, I was tasked with giving y'all numbers on that if we wanted to go in there and do that. That whole deck needs to be redone and secured. The whole handrail's falling off all the way down at the end of all the runners are rotting off because the rain falls on that side of it. So it's doing that whole side, and then on the end, on the end where they rent out, I guess that's how you'd call it. That'd be the east side on that end down there, trimming that, bringing all that back in, and tightening in the outside edges, because there's edges that the rain falls on all the time. It's because they build it beyond the drip line. Don't ask me why they did, but we need to bring that back in, tighten that up so that we have a safe deck back there for people to rent. And then, and in my opinion, all that stuff could kind of be mitigated a little bit and leave that alone. But the other side on the entrance to that museum cannot be. We've got a ramp that does not meet ADA. It's the slope's wrong on it. We've got handrails that's coming off of it. It's going to take one person. One person's going to make the difference on that.
So you're saying the ramp side has to be done?
If there is a necessity in all that I'm asking here, yes, sir, that is the necessity.
And what would the price of that be?
I would say probably about a third of this total, so we're looking at 50,000-ish.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
is that using lumber, or are you using that like that teak wood, the deck wood, the docking?
Tech deck?
Tech deck, there we go.
Well,
What's the name of it?
Personally, I'd rather use neither.
Okay.
The ramp, my suggestion would be to do it in aluminum. The tech deck is not what it's it's publicized to be. It does delaminate, it separates, and it bows, just like all the rest of it. The problem with it is, other than that, is the boards that are underneath it are not tech deck. They're still pressure-treated lumber. And we all know what pressure-treated lumber today is, right?
What's the HVAC replacement for?
The ACs on that building are over 30 years old.
Are they still working?
2 of them now.
They weren't working when I visited the museum.
Two of them now, and we're constantly messing with them.
Are they split units?
Split systems, yes, sir.
And you got to replace how many?
There's 5 or 4. Where have I got it at?
And there are many splits?
No, split
units.
Full-size split systems. There's 4.
Who's this Coliseum go under? Is that you? Or is that Rick Park?
That's under Alden.
I don't know what to say. I know the aluminum would probably obviously be there forever.
Well, here's what we're finding out, especially with the new lumber. I can put it there, and in 5 years I can come back and I can redo it.
It ain't no good, that's for sure.
It just doesn't hold. Other than that, even if you're putting wood sealer on it every year or every other year, this goes 6 years. I'm still back there doing it again. And so to be frugal with the county's money, I'd rather spend a little bit more on the front side and give you a better product that I don't come back on.
Mr. Durham.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, and Mr. Furr, you may know this, I don't know, but would the city be interested in owning this building? I mean, it complements their Heritage Square, which is one of their
I would be
major
interested in them owning it.
Well, I mean, me too. I guess my point is there's stuff that needs to be done to it. We recognize that, and I'm willing to do some of those things to it. But I don't want to start going down a path and then the city be like, man, I wish I wouldn't have done that. I mean, we really wanted y'all to do this to that building, and then it's like, man, if we'd have known that, we'd have done that, and then gave it to y'all because that's y'all's project, right? That it's y'all are. I mean, that's their, what they call it, centennial project, I think, that they're working on. So, I mean, I don't want to keep pumping money into that thing and we get off track of what their vision is for Heritage Square. Has anybody reached out to the city to say, hey, what do y'all want this to look like? And 2, if we get it there or close to there, would y'all be interested in owning it? I mean, it's their project right there.
Mr. Chairman, we haven't reached out, but Mr. Sessions did just recently, I guess, ask us that if we do something to that deck or that roof or that side of the building, he does want us to at least coordinate with them because there's some drainage issues there. I guess either the gutter's coming down into their new parking lot and their new drainage system over there at the Heritage Square. I don't know that they're interested in owning it. We can bring that up and have that conversation for sure. But they are interested in coordinating with us to make sure what we do ties into what they've just built over there in the ground and make sure it still works right. So
he spoke with me also.
Okay, good.
He spoke with me also. Evidently, there's something about where the downspouts go into the underground water, how it gets out of there, and it must be backed up or something. Again, we just got this thing too, so we're finding these things one at a time.
I mean, I agree with you on the aluminum ramp, but I certainly don't want to go build an aluminum ramp and they'd be like, hey, we're going for this old historic look, and then here y'all are throwing in this shiny aluminum ramp. Well, they didn't have an 1800.
We've even tossed around the idea in-house of, blocking up stem walls and doing a concrete type ramp and a for real deck out there out of concrete with aluminum handrails. But now we're not talking the same type of money either.
No, I get it.
So we're trying to find that happy medium.
Well, you could do the 50K for the HVAC and 50K for the front of it. That's 100. Or you could do nothing, or whatever.
Mobley, what you want to do? I keep putting you on the spot. You've been quiet as a church mouse today.
50K for the HV. Block off the other part. I don't know.
You gotta have the ramp.
How necessary is that
You have
ramp?
to have a ramp.
All I can tell you is there's a liability that the county will assume if the wrong person goes up that ramp and there's something that happens that's detrimental.
But
And
isn't
I'm
there-
trying to keep this as vague as possible.
But isn't there an aluminum ramp on the other side?
There is no ramp on
There's
it.
not a ramp?
There's an aluminum ramp down on the end where that big deck is, but that doesn't access you to the museum. If you're on the side where the college is and you're looking at it, to the left,
That's a
on
ramp.
that end down there, there's an aluminum ramp down there.
But isn't there not a sidewalk, but isn't there a decking all the way around to the museum?
There's a ramp or a deck on the other side, and that's the one that I told you that the whole handrail's falling off of, and it's deteriorating over there too.
Where's Eric at? We're giving that museum back to Eric.
I don't know. He works for them.
All right, I need a decision here. We got to move it to 4
Let's
o'clock.
fix the HVAC.
Yeah, and patch the other for now. How about that? Can you mitigate the other?
Just do the entrance and do the HVAC.
How much you need for that?
Well, the entrance that'll be 100 total. It knocks 50 off of it, and I'll save money where I can, sir. I'll just tell you that if we can reduce it, we will.
Not to cut you short, Ms. Mark, but to Travis's point, I understand the 50 to do the ramp, but I mean, do we want to? Could we cut that cost in lumber and get 6 years out of it? Like you're saying, it may not be ours.
That's your call.
Well, I mean, what do you think, Mr. Chairman? I mean, what? I just hate sinking a whole bunch of money in this building, not knowing its future in 5, 8, 10 years.
Right.
Can I say something?
That's up to him.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Built in Saltwater, St. Augustine, St. Johns County. It had to be stainless steel, T6 aluminum, or 18-6 stainless, or CCA treated lumber, or CAC treated lumber. You get 100 plus years out of CCA, and don't believe you can't still get it. Southern Pine Lumber give you all you want all day long. CCA is playground safe, lasts 40 years, easy. All right. I built my whole sub deck and deck on it. It'd be around when his Colorado's
cost was
a lot cheaper than aluminum.
I mean, any idea?
It ain't much different than the MCQ you get at Lowe's and Home Depot that only lasts 5 to 7 years. You put that CCA in the ground, you put the CAC on top of it, none of us probably in this room will see it deteriorate. Bugs won't eat it.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar with the product, so you're just going to have to enlighten me.
How about 75K and you just do what you can do?
It's your call, sir. I'll do whatever y'all instruct me to do.
Everybody good
Okay.
with that?
Okay.
So, is everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Is that for the ramp only or ramp and HVAC?
Both.
Ramp and
Just for the
HVAC.
train depot, basically.
And I mean, I would say I would prefer going with the marine CCA lumber over aluminum. I just don't know that. I would talk to the city before you do anything, and I would think lumber's going to be their answer.
I agree with you. I mean,
aluminum.
obviously that makes it the aluminum's compliant with the wheelchairs and things like that. But I think as long as they have a ramp access, they're still fine.
Yeah.
And I like Travis, I think it's insinuating that historic look still sticks with that building.
The ramp that they have there, the pitch is off by several degrees.
Is it?
It is off by several degrees,
Gotcha.
yes, sir.
I just don't want to do anything that undermines their project.
Oh, I understand completely.
All right, let's move on to the custodial positions. Was that all the building stuff or that you
Yes.
had, Mark?
Yes, sir. Well, no, the carpet, you never did say anything about the carpet. Oh, he did say, he said, try to get another year out of it.
That's
Isn't that
what he said.
That's
Yep.
what he said. Okay.
I mean, that's what I said. There's 4 more guys sitting up
Okay,
there.
I need
I'm
somebody.
saying the same thing.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to these positions. How important, what are they for?
Okay. This year, we're fixing to put on, or actually, we already got some online, but we will have, by the time these new buildings go online, we will have 6 new facilities online. I'll start with that. That total is 35,000 roughly square feet to maintain and deal with on custodial and maintenance side. On the maintenance side of it, in 2024 to 2025, we had 800 service calls on our buildings around here with 2 active crews and 1 construction type crew. The next year, we had 1,000 calls. We went up 200 calls the next year, and right now we're on track to go up another 200 calls with the existing buildings that we have right now. So, in my opinion, I've held it off as long as I can. And I'm just asking you for the positions to maintain the assets that y'all made me in charge of.
How often do they go at, like, these rental buildings? I'm assuming the custodial's the ones that'll be cleaning them.
I'm assuming that's what I'm basing this on, is that we're going to do that. They will have to be at least gone at once a week, period.
So if these rentals are on the weekend, like Alden referred to,
Yeah.
how does that work out on the custodial side of things of getting cleaned?
We will have to work out schedules that coincide with the rentals, because they could rent on a Friday and then have another rental on Saturday and then have another rental on Sunday. So we will have to orchestrate that with Mr. Rosner and his crew. And that's another kind of headache in this whole thing. I tell you, the one that really scares me the most, and I still call it the COVID building. What is it now? It's got a name now. The Jefferson Smith building, okay. When I look at 15,000 square feet of floor, somebody's got to go in there and sweep and mop.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do we invest in a floor
Got
machine?
2 coming.
Okay.
I got 2 coming. They came here on 1 truck. The truck rolled and they were damaged, so we had to send them back. But they're coming.
How damaged were they? We might could have talked.
They were off of the pallets. They were off of the pallets. It was ridiculous.
Got scratch paint on it.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to think like I do. That's
Sure.
poor man's way.
But not only do we have that, we've got almost 30 toilets and labs and all to deal with in there. There's a
But
lot.
it's new, Mark. It shouldn't give any problem.
And if you don't maintain a new building, what will you have, Mr. White? An old building tomorrow.
I'm sure the toilets ain't gonna go out the first day.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Does the contractor provide warranties on some of this stuff for a year or something?
Yeah, that's workmanship and defective materials.
Yeah, so they'll be fixing all that broke crap for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I think my son's still waiting on the contractor to come back. I think that was 2 years ago to fix something, and it's still not done. But I get it. What you say, you board?
I'm good with 1 position. I know I said none. But I mean, we got 1,
Just like
2,
that.
3, 4. I don't know. 5 new buildings. I mean, but that's up to y'all. Again, I'm just one guy, but
I'm good with the 1 custodial position for the time being.
Just try it one and see how it work out. If that don't
Well, I know right now custodial's running so thin that when somebody's off, they're working overtime. So, but I mean, if that's what you want to do,
Well, I'm
I can
gonna go
come
down
back
and
to you.
talk to the tech positions as well,
Right.
because you're asking for 2 there.
Yeah.
So
And what I'm looking for there, I'll just tell you straight up, I'm looking for a Tech 1 and a Tech 2 because it gives me a crew.
Explain what that is. I don't know
Okay,
what you're talking
a Tech 2 is a senior person, somebody with some good skills. That's, well, not good skills. That's well skilled in what they do as a maintenance technician. And a Tech 1 is somebody who has basic skills that works with that person. Okay, and that's why you pay less for that Tech 1. And the reason you need 2 is, and y'all know this, I send somebody to a building that's in the middle of nowhere, and somebody falls off a ladder and gets hurt. Who calls for him? Nobody.
Hell, I'm used to that.
I understand that, and I've worked that way. But you know what? I'm not going to ask my people to work in an unsafe environment either, even if I got to go with them.
Is this something you would promote those positions from within and hire down?
I've got my eyes on someone, but they have to make that decision, and I can't offer a position. They have to apply.
Gotcha.
Well, we said we go with the 1. See how that work out?
We're going with the 1 custodial. I don't know.
How much? Was that 55?
55,000.
Yeah, 55, okay.
Yeah, and those numbers are the full package. That's everything. Every number I gave you was retirement, the whole 9 yards.
I mean, not trying to run him short, but I mean, one position there, would that help you?
Anything would help, but I don't believe it would get us to where we really need to be.
I mean, we're going to go back to what we said earlier. If we get hired a bunch of people and then have to
Cut 'em.
Yeah, and I understand that, and that's why you see I didn't have a large wish list. I'm bringing you things that I think are necessities this year. I didn't ask for anything extra. But I've actually needed maintenance and custodial people for a couple of years, and I've been milking that one just as long as I can go with it. And it just happened to hit this year, and I hate it for y'all because y'all got to make that hard decision.
Well, Mr. Durham, let me ask you this: on some of these jobs, when y'all get behind, how hard would it be? And do you have money in your budget to sub some of this stuff out for the next year? Instead of saying, "Hey, I'm going to put on 2 positions," is there a way that you could say, "Hey, you know, instead of our guys doing this new floor or just redoing this floor, I'm going to sub that out. Instead of our guys pulling wire over here, I'm going to sub that part out because I got my guys over here." Can we get through the next year using subcontractors?
We do that already.
I know that you do.
Yeah.
But can we put some? I don't want to be married to too many full-time positions until I know what's going to happen. That's where I'm going at. So can we get through doing some more subcontract work where it's applicable?
If we do that, then I'm going to need to ask you for extra money on my repairs and maintenance line to cover those expenditures.
Well, I mean, I understand that. I mean, I'm just.
And yes is the answer to your question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be, you know.
So what would that number look like?
I don't have my budget in front of me right now. Do y'all have it?
Mr. Chairman, we got the operating budget in his department, and you just go through it with those projects as they come up, and when you get to a point in the year where you have another, you just come back to the board at that point.
And ask. Yeah.
I mean, you may or may not need to.
Yeah.
I mean,
on the repairs line, just come and ask for additional funds or whatever.
I mean, I'm not encouraging you to go out and start subbing every job you get.
I understand.
Sub it.
I understand.
Just saying if it becomes of a time restraint.
I'm just trying to figure out a way for us to get through the next few months until see what.
So we're funding the $75K at the train depot, $55 for 1 custodial position, and you'll just have to come back to us on the subcontract basis as needed.
So nothing on the maintenance positions.
Is that right?
I was just thinking out loud.
I'm the same way Commissioner Land is. I don't know what's going to happen in November, and I don't want to hire people and have to lay them off. And I would rather for at least another year till we can figure things out. If you got to sub something out, bring it back to the board and we'll see what that looks like.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll do whatever you ask of me, and I'll make it as best as I can. But I just want to remind you, next year I'm going to be asking for these all over again. Okay.
I get it. I understand.
Okay. I mean, I got to do what I got to do to make y'all stuff work.
No, I understand. I just, like I say, the worst thing happening if we put a father or mother on and they got a good job and they're banking on that paycheck and then
you got to let them
pass in November and then we got to lay somebody off. It's
I
like,
understand.
You're going to start with seniority and it's like, man, I just broke that person's heart and hurt their family. I don't want to do that.
I hear you. I hear you. And I understand. Okay.
Was that all for you, Mark?
Yeah, I think y'all beat me up well enough.
Thank you, partner. Appreciate you.
Y'all have a good
We
evening.
already did.
Thank you, buddy.
We didn't do anything.
The Coliseum and Recreation, I guess that's all.
Show barn and
So we'll start with the Coliseum. So the new show barn, we're under contract to begin construction with that shortly. Those plans do not include new bleachers for that show barn. The number in front of you is, I've only had the time to receive one quote on an estimate for a new set of bleachers to be installed in that barn. So I don't know really, I haven't looked into other options, what may be a more cost-effective route for us. So this initial quote was based off a bleacher with a 3-foot riser, and I think that the seating was approximately 240 participants. I talked a little bit with Erin at Extension about some possible livestock seating options, what she likes, and we've got some pictures of ours, so we're still kind of exploring options. I just wanted to kind of get a placeholder in place so we can provide those bleachers, so once we are able to open that show barn next year, that it can be show ready.
when is the projected finish date?
The contract date, I believe, is April the 4th of 27.
How about we just hold that in contingency till you get figured out what you want to do?
Sure.
And then you just come back and ask for it.
Sure, yeah. I just wanted to have the discussion started.
No,
because
I mean, that's a good conversational piece, but that gives you time to get more quotes.
Yeah.
That gives you time to get further down the construction line to kind of see, hey, I know what the plans say, but if we go with the plans, I mean, that's going to make the breezeway right here between the bleachers only a foot wide. Like, kind of gives you time.
I just wanted it to really kind of start the conversation and make sure that it's something that we do plan.
Well, we know, and I'm sure all of us are aware that that's something that's got to happen there, so.
Yeah, I mean, we took one out, we got to replace it. We all realize that.
So my thinking is just hold it in contingency. You get what you got to get, figure it out, and bring it back, and then we'll go from there.
And then the next item is very similar, obviously. Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
No, I'm sorry. Just on that, are we able to write another grant through FDACS or anything and possibly include bleachers in that if we're starting to spend their last bit of money now? Or?
We could include that in the next FDACS grant application. I know we were not awarded funding with the last one, and I know we wanted to try to apply the majority of that funding to the actual barn portion of the project. But yes, it's certainly something that could be included in there as well. But that money wouldn't be available by the time the show barn would be opening.
Just weigh the options and bring it back.
Sure.
COVID building.
So similar to the show barn building, obviously new building. Everything in that would be to basically make it rental ready from the county's perspective. This includes tables and chairs. I believe I accommodated for seating for 500. This would include a portable stage, a podium, and then all of the kitchen accessories that are not in there. The ranges, there's 2 ranges that the building is designed for, a refrigerator, freezer, commercial refrigerator, freezer, warming boxes, everything that would make that catering kitchen ready, basically.
What's the potential rental value of that? Has anybody looked into that to see?
So, based on the square footage, I've done a little bit of research, and I mean, it could be anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000 for a rental based on like a single day use, which is very, very steep for a lot of people, but for the size of an event that can accommodate, plus the kitchen availability, plus the option we could rent the kitchen out individually. we haven't, like I said, we haven't set the rental rate yet, but those are kind of some of the ranges I have seen, all the way up to $20,000 for a truly exceptional space.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lamb?
I guess now's a good time to talk about this, but a couple comments on that is number one, if you're going to buy some equipment in there, I noticed, like, for instance, on the ice machine quote, I would recommend making sure, I don't recognize that ice machine, but, making sure that whatever brand that we go with isn't something that's just the cheapest or whatnot, making sure that the service side of it can be serviced by a local vendor that is familiar with that brand. I'm not familiar with that brand, and Commissioner White has ice machines. I have ice machines. I would recommend something that is recognizable by local service tech for service, because my concern with putting the cheapest stuff in there is, one, is service, and then two, that equipment's most likely, like you said, is going to be used on the weekends, and it's going to be used 4 to 6 days.
And I'd consult
8
with Mr. Durham, because his staff is the one that typically handles refrigeration, AC stuff on that. So whatever that, we want something that, like you said, could be serviced.
Yeah, but with that being said, like, and I'm not. This is just an idea. I don't want to offend anybody in the room, but we got a lot of community centers. We got one at the Douglas Center. We got one at John Hill Park. We got a new one at Brantford. We got the Coliseum. We got X2. We're putting all these facilities in public use, which is a good thing, right? But they still have to be maintained year round. You got to pay the electricity bill on it year round. You got to service the ice machine that's only being used 6 days out of the month, year round. Mark's custodial guys got to go over there and check the bathrooms, sweep the floors year round, whether somebody's going in there or not. So at some point, that maintenance cost, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I guess where I'm going with that is before we got a 5-year commitment on the COVID building, and I haven't talked to the sheriff about this at all, so he's fixing to hear this for the first time. But my idea is at some point we have to say, hey, we're building a lot of buildings that are community centers, but we got a lot of government people looking at us like, hey, sheriff busting at the seams, public defender's already told us he's out of space. Our state attorney over here is already saying he's out of space, and we just paid his loan off on what was brand new at the time. Tax collector, property appraiser, busting at the seams. We got to figure out how to start building buildings to accommodate the government services, which serves the public, and I'm not going to say stop building buildings that serve the public, but we're building a lot of buildings that temporarily serve the public, whereas our government buildings serve the public every single day, most of the time Saturday and Sunday too. So before we spend $162,000 in packing this building full of Cadillacs, if you will, for whatever the use is, we got a 5-year commitment to do a certain thing with that building because of the funding, the strings that came with the federal funding to build that building. But if the sheriff, my idea would be, hey, at the end of 5 years, we need to sit down with the sheriff and our Parks and Recs folks and say, hey, how many times are this building getting used? And I don't think John Hill Park and the Douglas Center or Brantford are the ones that you take out of public service, but I'm looking at that building as a hardened structure, 15,000 square feet. Mark, where does Mark go? He's on.
Yeah,
he got his money and ran.
It's roughly 14 to 15 wall to wall inside.
So you got a
space.
15,000 square foot building that, and we did just name it after Jefferson and Smith, and that name can stay with it, but that's a hardened structure. Can we say, hey, sheriff, hold off for 5 years, and you move into that hardened structure building? We only rented it 3 days a month. We rented it 36 times out of 365 days. We rented it 36 times. Sheriff, you maintain it. You hold off. We own the building. You can rent it from us, or we work out something. It's like, hey, it's hardened. It's here. It's 15,000 square foot, because he's wanting a $3 million. Or she already said it's going to be $8 million, $7 million. It's going to be more than 3. Property appraiser, tax collector, they're wanting new buildings. We got an EOC building we got to build. we got a lot of shit to build.
And not knowing what's coming in November.
And you don't know what's happening in November, so we've got to figure out how to start getting a little more creative. I mean, I'm not trying to say that the community doesn't deserve what we're doing, but the Douglas Center and the Jefferson Smith building are half a mile apart, and they're really big facilities. And if we could go skinny on completing our agreement with the feds and serve the sheriff and get him in that hardened structure over there, he's kind of would be by himself, which, no offense, Sheriff, but he kind of likes being by himself, with what he does with his people coming and going. But I mean, that's just my idea. And I say that now because we're talking about all this equipment that's going in there. So it's just an idea I got, and I've been thinking about it, and I'm looking at this $162,000 worth of ice machines and ovens and tables and stuff. We got a 5-year commitment. We got a lot of stuff out there that we're only temporarily using, but we're maintaining it year round.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman. What Commissioner Lamb was saying, but I don't agree or disagree. But I just have a question on that building. I remember specific things. Are these things we have to purchase and put in there? I thought that grant said it had to have a kitchen. I thought it had to have a stove.
It does.
Does it have that in there? Did it say we had to do that?
There are certain things we have to do, but and some of this stuff we're going to have to put and buy to meet our commitment.
Right, that's what
I'm
I'm getting
saying is we don't have to buy
all of it.
A $20,000 ice machine. We can buy a good $8,000 ice machine that's serviceable locally, or maybe not. It's not even an ice machine, because ice machine is going to be running 24/7. Maybe we just say, hey, we're not buying an ice machine. We got an ice machine that is never empty unless there's a storm at Public Works. You need ice. Take your 120 quart cooler down there and get you some ice. We're not buying an $8,000 ice machine that there's going to be people pulling ice out of it 4 days a month, and it's going to be running 30 days a month. I mean,
do we know what the things we have to put in there to meet our commitment?
Is there any grant money left, or does grant money not cover this?
Yeah, there's no money left in the grant for that. No, I think the kitchen has to be in there. It didn't have to be. I don't think the grant money had to pay for the kitchen equipment in there, but it just has to be used as a shelter for the next 5 years. I mean, but if you want it, if it's a source of revenue, until we give it to the sheriff, we got to have tables and chairs.
Well, that's kind of what my question was going to be. Well, what do we do with it until then? Are we going to make it functional and rent it, where we can get the revenue off of it?
That would be my idea. Now, if it's 100 people or less, they're probably going to the Douglas Center or to the Perkins Center or to John Hill Park, a baby shower. But it's a civic center. It's a chamber event. It's a gala. It's those bigger community events. Now, they're going to want it for free, and we're going to have to take a stance that, look, we're going to have to charge. I mean, it's a big building, and we've got expense in it. So,
well, just saying that, I'm just thinking through all the scenarios, but like he's saying, you $2,000 to $10,000 rental on that big a building, you don't get any takers.
Yeah.
And I mean, we do have the option of reducing that rent, not providing tables and chairs, and then having them have to go through a party supply company to rent that kind of stuff. I mean, that's not unheard of for some venues. So,
or if we do the tables and chairs, they're going to pay us for those tables and chairs.
Also true.
We were planning on, just as we build that building, the grant money will be gone. I wanted to do it out of the regular IT budget, but I wanted to put a couple of projectors and screens in there just for those rentals as well. We don't have to do that, but that was something I was going to, bring to you guys to plan on doing.
Well, you either all in or all out in that.
For the next 5 years, we got to try to rent it and make as much revenue on it as we can. Now, maybe not the kitchen equipment. Yeah, that's a fair point.
And I agree with his side of it, and I think that's a wonderful idea. But say you start renting it, and it rents all the time, and you get to the end of 5 years, and you already told the sheriff, well, we're going to give you this building, but it's doing so good on its own. What are you going to do then?
Well, hopefully we'll have that big shelter built out at the interstate, and we can move our rentals for those type of events out to that facility. But
there are a lot of times just make me think out loud here. I mean, even family members for weddings and reunions, they try to go out here to the Camp Weed. They can't get it. It's always rented out. You know, there's no. We never had a place like this to.
We'll have to compare prices and make ourselves competitive and not outprice ourselves for sure. But the Spirit of the Suwannee, Camp Weed, Dowling
I'm
Park.
already getting phone calls over that one.
Yeah, I think those smaller facilities, that's going to be no problem to rent. This bigger one, we can't give it away for free, but we can't price ourselves out. So there's going to be some trial and error on that. It may not need $162,000, and we may not need top of the line kitchen equipment, but it needs to be functional for a rental.
And that's
some minimal stuff.
That's where I was at. I mean, could we reduce that to $100,000, and if there's more that we need, come back and do it. But I mean, I'm like you. We got to make it functional.
But my only concern with that is like I said earlier, I don't want us to get into the business where we're competing with the private sector. I mean, now we're competing with all the venues, the folks that have tried to build venues, and now we're competing with the private sector. We created a venue, and now we're renting. We're competing with the Spirit of Suwannee. We're competing with Camp Weed because now we're in the rental business, and we're hosting events. Like, hey, are we in the business of hosting events, or are we in the business of providing services that the government has to provide and only the government can provide? So
I think it's a short-term competition, but it is. But we got to do something for 5 years.
For 5 years, we have to meet our obligations with the feds, or they're going to pull back, either want the money back, or they're going to. So I
think we catch more slack if we built it and let it just sit there and do nothing than having it, at least have it available for the public.
Oh yeah, for 5 years. I'm good with doing whatever y'all want to do with it for 5 years. I'm just talking about buying all this equipment. Let's be mindful of what we're buying if we know what we're going to do at the end of 5. That's all I'm saying. Right. Because a lot of this equipment is going to last longer than 5 years. So if we're going to buy it, what are we going to do with it at the end of 5 is what I'm saying. Let's don't spend $162,000 at the end of 5 years, decide we're giving it to the sheriff. Now we got $100,000 worth of equipment sitting over here that we don't know what the hell we're going to do with it. We got a bunch of tables and chairs and
we'll use the tables and chairs. So those will last.
Right. We get the sheriff to pay us back for it. Like I say, I don't know, whatever we got to do to meet the requirements of that. I mean, I'm good with funding that, and then as we start seeing a demand for rent, then we can come back and talk about table and chairs. But I mean, I know, like you were talking about, some of that stove or whatever, that's got to go in there.
Yeah,
I remember reading that part of it.
There's some things we have to buy.
Yeah.
But I just want to be mindful, and if we're going to own it and keep doing it, then we buy the $20,000 stove or whatever it is. That's what we're doing. But if we can get away with a $5,000 stove, I'm just using that as
Will 50 grand, Jason, will 50 grand get us to will that get us to the requirements that we need to satisfy them, and then we can come back and talk about all this as that demand grows?
If we're looking at outfitting the kitchen with that 50 grand, because I got a lot of, granted there was a lot of items in here.
Yeah.
I don't remember the prices off the top of my head, but I'd imagine we could definitely outfit that kitchen to be without, certainly not top of the line, not bottom of the line stuff, but with serviceable, good quality refrigerators, ranges, and things of that nature. I believe that we could probably do that for 50 grand.
Well, let's just approve the 50 grand, and then we'll hold the rest in contingency. And when you get to that point of needing tables and chairs, or whatever the case may be, at that point, you'll just have to come back and ask for it. Is that suitable?
Yeah, and can we we need to dive off in that grant and read exactly what the requirements need to be. I mean, maybe y'all have. I have not.
I don't think it requires tables and chairs. It's not called out in the grant about what's required.
Well, I mean, like the kitchen. Like, we got to have a kitchen. So, all right, kitchen is a stove, a refrigerator.
Is there showers in there? I thought there had to be showers in there or something too. No? I swear I read that in there one time.
When we designed that kitchen, we had extension and 4-H in mind about using that as teaching and community kitchen. So it is a double range, and it was more of a commercial setting for her to do canning and classes and some of that stuff as well. So we can
There
scale.
are commercial restaurant places that sell used equipment. It ain't got to be new.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think Mr. Rogers talking about going with middle of the road stuff and not high end. Equipment. I think.
Yeah, I wasn't beating up his idea. I'm just saying, hey, this is a lot of money. Let's think about what we're going to do with it after 5 years. That was my whole point.
And I like the idea.
When somebody comes knocking and they got 200 people they want to bring in there for an event, and they want some round tables and chairs set up.
I mean, just like that event we were at the college.
We got to have a minimal number.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm not knocking. I'm just saying
let's just do if everybody's in agreement, we'll do $50K to get them started with it.
I'm good with
and
that.
take a look at it after that. How about that?
Right.
I think that's it on you, isn't it, Alden?
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We already discussed what the sheriff's going to do there. We got the position for the sheriff here, our chief. I'm sorry, did I skip over you?
Skipped over me.
Ah! I must have missed it.
What was that? What would you, I can do that math. Easy, no problem.
Bring it on, chief.
All right. I just was back there crunching numbers and redoing and checking budget and stuff like that. I can fund all three of these positions by moving some money around if you'll just let me move the money around.
Where we
How does
moving
that
it?
sound? All right. It's going to take a little talking. You remember?
Never mind.
Yes.
You got the money and you can fund it.
Okay.
What do you think, board?
Well, I was going to tell you, so you remember the core money, the extra opioid money, and you guys approved those 5 positions. Well, there's still 2 I haven't filled yet. Let me take those two, move them up, take a little bit out of my casual line, and $100,000 out of my contingency, which will drop my contingency down to $500,000. Funds it. That'll fund the 3 firefighter EMT positions.
If you want them, that's the way you're going to have to get them.
Boom.
Can I have them?
Well, how you going to pay for them next year?
Well, it'll be in the budget for next year. But it'll at
So
least
you
it'll get us a year. It'll get us past November. There's a good chance we won't be fully staffed this time next, because people, they quit all the time. And if we do lose a bunch of money and we have to eliminate a couple of positions, I'm sure I'll have a vacant position. We can eliminate them then.
If you got it to do it.
Better take them up on it.
Yeah.
Going once, going twice.
I'm going to go for it.
All right.
That was easy.
I'll get with Keith and work out the things, and if I didn't do it right, he'll tell me.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy when they really want something, they find the money, don't they? Huh.
Sheriff, we down to you on that, on your positions.
Well,
He funded it.
I mean, I understand your thoughts about the putting on no positions and all. We'll get by until after November. Till next time. We'll just address it then. And then I like Travis's Commissioner Land's idea about the building, if that ever comes to tuition. That would be nice. Other than that, let me make sure I'm not missing anything before y'all go.
You ain't missing nothing.
Because y'all,
Sheriff better watched us all day. He's like, man.
Well, the other one thing is that I think Vicki, IT, will address the IT stuff and all, and that's one thing so I'm good, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
All right, thank
What
y'all.
was our final contingency number, please?
Well, currently it stands at $5,864,444, and I still got a couple of items that we had mentioned earlier.
I want to mention one more thing.
Oh, he heard that number. He come back. Look at him.
Dang, I shouldn't ask that so quick.
This just information. I went out to the Florida Sheriff's Conference in Miami a week ago, and the FSA, they're kind of a push against the Amendment 3 about the property tax and so forth and all. And here again, that I don't have a crystal ball to know what's going to happen all, but they did hire a polling company there, and is doing a lot of polling about it and all. And their thoughts or their prediction is not going to pass. It is not going to pass. But here again, that's just a. It's not. I don't have a crystal ball, but that's just kind of what they're kind of thinking of.
Well, I can tell you, I watch a lot of. I don't watch regular TV anymore. I watch YouTube, and it's just that whole thing is. You're seeing a change in that whole attitude.
Yes.
As far as people getting on there, they're starting to realize, well, man, we're just cutting our nose off to spite our face here, and so you see a lot of people on there now it's going the other way. I think. I ain't sure. I'm like you. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
not saying it's not going to pass, and that's just what this polling company has they've hired to do, and that's what their prediction all. But I guess we'll see.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff.
Did you guys do the 46,000 half?
The what, Logan? Yes, we did half.
You did half, and then half is in guys need to approve the other half. Or did you already do that?
I thought we had a consensus on it.
You guys, I think you guys said to add it to the wish list.
Oh, did we during that conversation?
Yes. When
Okay.
you funded the sheriffs, you said 46 is from him, and then the other 46.
You took it out, didn't you, Keith?
It was 92, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we were funding half, the sheriff was funding half. You took it out of contingency,
Yeah, they
right?
changed the 95, I mean, the 250 to the 92,000, and y'all said y'all were gonna fund half of that, 46.
For 46,000.
It was 46.
Yes. Yes.
Change it to 92, then we should agree to do half.
What was the final contingency? I'm sorry, Mr. Berry, go ahead.
It's the only thing of it is whenever we first started this morning, we had took out 11,000 for insurance and stuff, and depending on what y'all do with that, if y'all keep the insurance in there, I need to add that 11,000 back to my insurance, or to what I was asking. If you stay at the 12,000, I'm okay, but I just kind of, if you do add it, I need to add it back to my.
We thought you
thing.
just wrote a personal check to cover that.
You know, I think
I know
my wife
you got
frowns on
$1 of the
that.
first, 50 cents of the first dollar you ever made.
Well, and I'm hoping to.
You got more than that, I bet you.
I'm hoping I still have it at the end of this budget, but it ain't looking too likely.
Yeah,
but whichever way y'all
understand.
go, I just need
Yes,
to add
sir.
it or either leave it where it's at.
We understand.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
So what was the final number? Are we done first, or is that everything?
No, we got.
I've got 4 more items here.
We talked about the weed. We put the weed eating
that's right.
passes. We put more money in road paving, and then we talked about GIS. Well, the GIS, I think y'all were just going to talk about later. We covered that. What the weed eating, I had wrote down.
Well, we
What
got
were
the
the 4 now?
no-till grain drill that we never decided on, and their storage building
Oh, yeah.
at the extension office.
What? I mean, is that something that, like you suggested, need to get a better understanding of the price? of
Well,
that building?
I just better building for the money is what I just don't want no cheesy thing out there that's
I
going to blow
understand.
away.
I would rather work with Alden about storage for the time being. If there's any way we've got the ability, he and I are going to try to talk later, see if we can figure out something that will work on the storage side of it and not do the structure at this point in time. If that's a possibility to help to get towards that piece of equipment, because I feel like the piece of equipment has more potential to serve the community right now than that building structure, and we can figure out a way to make the rest of it work until we're in a better spot as far as knowing what the budget's going to look like.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with that. You're giving up one for the other.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
As long as you can work out storage so that thing's not sitting out there in the
Yes.
weather.
Well, that would be the thing, is to talk with him and make sure we've got a way to secure that. We do have a way to secure the greenhouse area, but I don't really still like leaving that sitting out where it's just somebody can see this is what we've got. So that's kind of where we are on that piece of it. But if we've got the ability to figure out somehow to lock it down, then
I mean, if you can put it in one of those buildings out there and keep it, one, out of the weather, and two, keep it secured,
That'd be much better.
I'm in favor of purchasing it as long as, one, it stays out of the weather, and two, it's in a secured so somebody doesn't steal it.
I totally am right there with you.
And it's not good to have a grain drill in the weather. So.
No. So we have a consensus on that, approve the grain drill to take the building off?
Yes.
And that was 17, what I wrote all over my book, like I can't even read the number.
17,000. Can you do 17 even?
Sure.
Sure, we'll tell them that's what we got and see if they'll take it.
I think they will.
What else do we got?
52nd? Y'all gonna talk about 52nd or
No, we're just, Brenda's going to get some work on that, and we'll just leave that in contingency and visit that at a later time, depending on numbers.
Weed eating 36.
Yeah, the 36,000 for trimming
Yeah, but that's
per cycle.
36,000, but that's times, what, 8?
No, but 6. But we ain't got to do 6.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lamb.
Miss Flanagan, how is there a reason why they can't just do Roundup around those stop signs and
Yeah.
I mean, that would if they sprayed Roundup and herbicide around the stop signs, around the culverts, it would last 6 months versus weed eating. Yeah, it will. It'll last
Put
6
the right
months.
stuff
You put
in
the
it,
right
it
stuff.
will.
Yeah, okay. All right, Farmer Hancock, just calm down.
We can do that. What I'm being told is that when we use Roundup in the past, that's where the public is crazy. And we get accused of killing or messing up their organic garden or.
Well, now when I drive down 51 South, the whole east side of 51's been sprayed. So DOT spraying the whole damn road, and we can't spray a stop sign.
I'm happy to.
Right.
If y'all were good with getting the calls, I'm happy to spray.
Tell them to call Miss Brenda.
I mean,
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with
I mean, that's
spraying.
what I do on a daily basis is nuke grass.
I mean, and would some of our right-of-way crews be okay to spray the herbicide instead of having to hire a contractor? I mean, a couple backpack sprayers and guys can do a lot of damage.
We'll make do with what we have as far as if we're gonna spray.
I mean, you mix some Roundup and some Remedy,
Oh, yeah.
rock and roll.
All right.
That's what I do.
I'm good with it.
I'm tired of buying $20-something thousand lawnmowers.
Well, I just think that, $36,000 per pass to weed eat around some stop signs. You spray some Roundup. I mean, you can get with me or Franklin and tell you what to spray, and it ain't coming back for a while.
I can bear ground it where it won't come back for 6 months.
All right.
We're good? Is that everything?
No.
Did I miss anything?
There's one more I thought. What was the other one?
I had the investment line for the recreation, did we want to address that, the $100,000?
Or for the back, sportsplex, the backside, that line we talked
Keep it in
about.
general, maybe if y'all wanted to escrow it year to year.
I'd
You're
say,
doing 50,000 you said earlier you were doing $50,000 a year, or they were doing $50,000 a year, setting back for that, for the sports.
I would probably just wait and leave it in contingency now until we have a project and come back. They've already got a conceptual plan, let them fine tune that, see where the soccer fields go and how far that can go, get some construction estimates and just leave it right now and don't worry about it. Great. For Mr. Rosner, but.
That was only all the items I had.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. Did you guys approve the one density structure?
No. Anything else?
If that's it, though.
And I got y'all out of here before you got me for overtime. Just the outside agencies, isn't it?
You need the contingency number?
Yes, now I do.
$5,847,444.
We got to get rid of that 444.
847.
Somebody's not getting 2,500. They're going to get 24,444.
We got to get, what are we going to talk about roads tomorrow?
He did.
We're going to talk about increasing the road fund tomorrow? Okay.
I want to get through them outside agencies, and then we'll have that conversation after.
Yep.
That's all right with y'all.
Is there anything else tomorrow after the outside agencies?
We got a little stuff we want to throw around at that point, mostly road stuff, but
Be done by lunch? All right.
probably before.
They just started that this year.
So, thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
If you left a little mad, that's okay. That means we probably did our job. So, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. And Nina, it's just sad you ain't had no calculator frying over there all day.
I ain't even heard her say a word.
She ain't said nothing. You can retire. They did it. Thank you. I think we're done for today. We'll be back tomorrow
At
9 o'clock.
Recess.
All right.